Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you're at in the world. My name is Rado Bondo. I am the director for CIMFest and the Middle South GGA Chapter President. And I want to welcome you to CIMFest 2020. This is the 5th CIMFest and the first virtual one, due to the current pandemic that's going on that is known as COVID-19. CIMFest every year has talks on the gaming and the different disciplines in the gaming industry or the entertainment industry, whether it be PR, VR, or just getting started in the industry. We have various different talks. And keynote speaker that helps us out. This year's keynote speaker is award-winning comic book and game writer Paul Jenkins. Will be talking about creating a successful game franchise. Join him to look at what goes into creating not just a successful game, but a successful IP that can exist in many media forms. So join us on our Discord channel so you can network with everybody that is in the gaming industry that just did a talk or whatever. We'll be streaming talks from noon. To 7. And there'll be also talks available on our YouTube channel that are part of CIMFest 2020. And then at 5, during the streams going on, we'll be streaming the Indie Rants. The topic this year is the Anger Motivational Rants. So if you want to make sure you check that out, people talking about their take on motivation and how to motivate people. And then Paul Jenkins takes the stream at 6. So before that, there's many other wonderful speakers, including previous CIMFest speakers. So, thank you for joining us at CIMFest 2020, and enjoy CIMFest 2020.
Hello. Hey, so in general at the moment. Cool, got you. Cool. I'll mute mine for the moment then.
If you have any questions or anything like that, please feel free to ask in the comments, and we will be in the comments here to answer your questions. What's up, everybody at the CIMFest and Georgia Game Developer Association? Yes. I am Laura, the virtual reality girl. I coach top streamers and help developers test their applications, stuff like that. And I've been kind of nerding out over this application, Tranzient, because it's like a dream come true in VR. You can create music and you have the visuals. I got an email from him and it was like, hey, do you want to try my app? And I answered it and I was like, yeah, sure. And then I've been hooked ever since, and it's been like a year now. And I'm here with the developer, Jim Simmons. And we're just going to talk about this musical app where you can create music in the virtual reality.
I was pretty much Googling for music or creativity in VR, and I saw some videos you'd made on Facebook, I think, posted on Facebook. And at the same time, I actually recognised your name from some Facebook Spaces stuff I think you'd done earlier.
Oh,
Spaces?
Yeah.
I can't remember.
Yeah.
The original Facebook kind of presenting system.
Oh, that's cool.
So I actually recognised your name, so that's why I emailed you. Hey, yeah, so my name's Jim. I'm the developer of Tranzient, and I have a background in music technology development, but I've moved into trying to create some amazing VR worlds that you can also make music in. So I've worked on various kind of synths and music software for companies like Yamaha and Focusrite Innovation, and also kind of sound for film companies, that kind of thing. And then probably something like 3 years ago, I started making VR products. And the first VR product I made was called Alive in VR, and that was a VR controller for existing music software. So you put your headset on and you control Ableton Live, which is a music production environment. And it was a way of creating a user interface without having to do everything that makes the music. But Tranzient, which has been developed since then, is everything in the box. And that means all the noises and everything around you, the music, you can control from VR in a 3D way, and you can use multiplayer to collaborate or play to each other.
Awesome. So can you tell, how did you get this idea, of this application?
It's a good question. Just being inspired really by what was already around in VR. So I was a big fan of VR chat when that first came out, and the fact that you could explore different worlds and you've got a fully kind of possessed body that you're in, or an avatar, and that you can talk to other people, chat to other people. So I loved that side of VR. and really wanted to bring the music creation side into that style of VR experience.
All right. So what was the what was the process of what was the early days of Tranzient like? Like how did you start that? Like what was the app in the very beginning before users was able to test it? What was the building process?
It was very different to this. I was using something called Unreal Engine, which is one of the main game development engines, and one of the main VR development engines. And what I actually started off with was just audio loops, which we actually got any in here at the moment. No. So we started off with some audio. There's one. Audio loops. And it's just using loops together to build up tunes and with multiplayer. And actually, when I started it, I had this giant kind of empty arena and had all the kind of physics and gravity turned on, and we were just throwing loops around to each other in space, almost like frisbees or something. A kind of anti-gravity environment whilst triggering them. So completely different, and really just at that point it was just about multiplayer and throwing sounds around to each other. But as time went on, I realised that it's more important to actually be able to genuinely build great sounding tunes. And there's a few music creation apps out there, but most of them don't let you create something that actually sounds cutting edge in terms of electronic music. So that became the aim really in terms of the music side, was to make something where you could create really good beats that are cutting edge with loops that are really cutting edge as well.
Absolutely. So let's talk about how many people's on your team? Like, so if you're an indie developer and you want to build an app, do you have to wait do you have to wait to get a team, or can you just go ahead and start building your app?
You can pretty much do it yourself, I believe. This is all built by one person, and in some ways, when you're creating something that's experimental or cutting edge, then in some ways it's faster to do it on your own, at least to start with, to establish all the patterns of how it works, and then maybe later on bring on extra developers, because it's just faster to turn around changes when there's only one person to break it or fix it or whatever.
All right, so one of the things I like about this application with VR is the camera. I really like the way that that you have it set up to where, if I wanted to turn on auto follow and walk over here, I can, and I can mess with this instrument, or and the camera just follows me. I love that. And then if you want to do like a performance, you can put it on rails, and then it can just go around you. And I think that's awesome. But I think that's a very important thing for virtual reality is having that third view camera within the application to record the avatars, because I'm a streamer, and instead of capturing what I'm seeing, I would rather this camera be steady and from that third view. So I really like that feature too as well. I think that's cool.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah. If you watch in real world kind of DJ performances, especially lots of them being streamed now, they have very similar things with camera rotating around the performer, and the fact you can do that virtually from your own sitting room with no equipment is amazing, isn't it?
It is. It really is. It's so awesome. I love virtual cameras. They're great. And these worlds are actually really huge too. I'm just gonna kind of zoom it out so you all can see the world. We're way down here, like little ants, and these worlds are huge. And so I actually know a little bit about what he's planning for in the future of this application. Do you want to talk about any of that? Throw any teasers out there about the application?
Well, the next big thing really is about Quest and getting this to work in a way that is fits well with what Quest's good at, and Quest has some limitations in terms of performance. But that's really the next big thing, is to get all of this stuff as much as possible working on Quest, and a lot of it already does. So that's the next mission.
And so why is the Quest important? I know why, but let's answer that for the viewers. So why is it important to get something working on the Quest?
It's much more accessible for end users to buy something like a Quest than it is. If you've already got a gaming PC, it's a bit different, but there's a whole lot of people out there that don't have gaming PCs with amazing GUs and that kind of thing. And the Quest gives them access to nearly high-end VR without having to spend $1,000 on a PC or whatever. So it's much more mass market, and it's also where apps are making more money because it's a bit like iOS or something with the App Store. It's a bit more of a closed system, so people are selling more apps on it as well. And generally, VR is going standalone in the longer term, rather than kind of. There will always be the high-end thing for amazing games like Half-Life Alyx. But for the mass market, I think the standalone VR thing is where it's going to have, there's going to be lots more headset units out there that are standalone.
So being a user of Tranzient, this application, I feel it has so much potential because of it got me in here and I had to learn something, and so I kept doing it. Like I kept coming in here so I can learn it, and this app definitely keeps me interested to where I'm not bored with it. Like some virtual reality applications that I go into, like you kind of get bored with them because there's not really too much to do, you know what I'm saying? So, but this application, like I'm always learning something new, especially because you can bring like the VST3 plugins in, and so I'm always learning about that. And it's been like a year since I started using this application, and I'm a lot better than whenever I first started, but I still have like so much to learn, and that's the glory of this application, is because it's going to keep users, coming back, because there's always something, there's always going to be music that needs to be created.
Yeah, creativity never stops. It's a perpetual thing for people.
I love testing this application. I love it, and one of the reasons why I love it is because like you treat me like my opinion matters, you know what I'm saying? Like, so, and I know that I've given feedback to some development teams, and they were just like, whatever, but like you really take the time to like listen to your users, and you're building what we want, you know what I'm saying? Like you're building what your users want, you know what I'm saying? And I think that that's really cool.
Yeah, best way to do it.
So we just jumped worlds. We're now in a new world, and Jim is going to talk about more of what this application can do.
So there's a lot of different things musically you can do inside Tranzient. So at the simplest level, you can trigger loops that are pitch shifted and time stretched to fit the beat, and you can build up multiple loops together, like a bass drum pattern, snare drum pattern, hi-hats, and trigger them all together as scenes in the same way you would in something like Ableton. And this enables you to build a real-time mix or tune of like verse, chorus, build, drop, that kind of thing. Each clip also has an effects stack or audio effects stack where you can add reverbs, delays, choruses, and VST audio plugins. And all of these things can be mapped to your motion, the motion of your hands. So you could manipulate, say, the reverb mix by moving your hands forwards and backwards. It's completely configurable in that way. At the next level, you can load up step sequences, which is a way of programming beat by beat what actually happens, and program up drums with that, or synthesizer lines, anything like that. Or you can also record effect triggers, visual effect triggers into that as well. On top of that, you can play instruments live, like synthesizer lead lines or VST3 synthesizer leads, in real time, or loop record anything, playing the drums or synthesizer. So pretty much anything you want to do in loop-based music production, you can do inside Tranzient. On top of that, because this is a visual environment, you can trigger beat synced video like the one behind me, or program up video effects that are 3D video effects you find common in games and game engines. So you could trigger like an explosion on the last beat of a song, or a floating fire effect, that kind of thing.
When I saw your face, I couldn't find the words I meant to say. Stuck inside myself and broken down in every single way. When I saw your face, I couldn't find the words I meant to say. Stuck inside myself and broken down in every single way. When I saw your face, I couldn't find the words I meant to say. Stuck inside myself and broken down in every single way. When I saw your face, I couldn't find the words I meant to say. Stuck inside myself and broken down in every single way. When I saw your face, I couldn't find the words I meant to say.
All right, so bye everybody. Thank you so much for letting us do this presentation. If you go to facebook.com/official VR girl, you'll be able to find me, or search for the VR girl on Facebook, and I'm super easy to find.
And if you want to find Tranzient, just Google that word and you'll find the app. And the company website's aliveintext.com.
If you have any questions or anything like that,
hey everybody,
please,
thanks
feel
for
free to
checking
ask
that one
in the
out.
comments, and we will be in the comments. They're here to answer.
Why did the wrong one pop up? That's annoying.
It's a different video.
Sorry everybody, we'll be live with you from Discord in 1 second. Thought we had the right one shifted in, and it decided to not be the right one. All right, now we're ready. There you go. Hello everybody. First question we have from chat, Mary McCormick, who's going to be one of our presenters Tuesday. We had so much good content, we're going to take it over. Is there a similar program for those of us without a VR setup? Any other programs you'd recommend?
Well, actually, this Tranzient works without VR anyway, so you can do everything you see there, well, most of the things you see there, but with a mouse and keyboard, just like a kind of first-person shooter kind of setup. But apart from that, there's a whole raft of kind of music production programs out there. Just search like desktop music production, like Ableton's one, Cubase. They're kind of more professionally focused on the professional market.
Yeah, a lot of fascinating stuff in that. Certainly, we think of COVID right now, all the DJs and promoters, club promoters who've gone to virtual and online events. Shout out to Secret Room and Ascension for two of the great Atlanta ones. Are you seeing an uptick in use of tools like Tranzient right now?
No, I'd say it's pretty much the same actually at the moment as it was pre-COVID. So there hasn't been a massive uptick. It's just pretty much the same.
All right. I like how you've got this for a number of the different. You got it for HTC, Vive, different headsets. You got it for HTC. You've got it for Oculus. I know that Facebook has been looking at the numbers that Fortnite got for its DJ parties and just drooling. Is that a group that's going to be starting to use more of these tools? Are you seeing more Facebook Live parties using Oculus tools?
Probably Laura can answer that. VR girl can answer that.
So we need more. We definitely need more live streamers on the Facebook that's using Oculus, and that's what I'm a live streamer on Facebook, and we definitely need more because there's not. We're trying to build a community of live streamers, and we need a variety of all kind of different streamers, gamers, music gamers, all of that. There's definitely a need for that.
Yeah, there's certainly the demand right now for all the Facebook Live everything. And we see the demand from Fortnite for these events. I guess a lot of the question is making sure the right people, the tools, and the way to get the word out. Let's talk about the Tranzient VR tool itself. I really like the ability to use motions to make music. I've known a lot of DJs who like to think of themselves as music wizards, dancing around, thinking they were making Doctor Strange motions as they were dropping beats. You can't generally move that fast with VR and have it pick things up, though the tech's getting better. How much dancing are folks able to do with your tools while they're DJing?
I'd say it's that there isn't a problem with the speed of VR at all, actually, now. Not with high-end VR. And not with the Quest either, which I guess you'd now call mid-end VR. So the tracking's really fast enough to play live drums. And if it's fast enough to play live drums, it's easily fast enough to do all the kind of motion-based stuff or dancing that the DJ would want to do, like kind of things DJs want to do, kind of filter sweeps in the air, that kind of thing. And something that also looks physically good at the same time. And all of that, there's not an issue in high-end VR in terms of the kind of latencies and things. And that is kind of part of, well, electronic music in general, it has to have some sort of visualizations going on with it because it's very different to kind of rock music where you could watch the drummer or whatever. But also on top of that, it can be like, as you say, it can be like a choreographed dance as well as creating the music in terms of, because you've got 3 kind of 6 degrees of motion controllers. Yeah, that all just works, basically. It's a short answer.
Yeah, and we talked about that before too, because I thought it was. I think it'd be really cool to be able to put the trackers on your feet in Tranzient and like to be able to do a whole dance with the full body movement. So yeah, that's definitely. There's yeah, you don't have a problem with the movement or anything like that, and I'd really seriously want to put trackers on my feet and dance while I make the music, I think that would be awesome. Because not only can you so you can also record the avatars in there, and you can so I could double it. So I could you can record vocals and the avatar. So if you wanted to have an avatar over here dancing, it will record that movement and it will play that avatar back too as well.
Yeah, so you can create your own dance troupe behind you if you want to.
Yeah.
All right, Jim, you heard it. Transient treadwear is next.
That's right.
One of the things that just watching what little you showed today was the number of different effects that were available to DJs in this tool. I mean, that's a live DJ would die to have that many tools on hand at any given moment. Do you see there's a little bit of a bit of a transition period for someone who's used to traditional DJing to pick up these tools?
I'd say definitely for DJs, because this isn't really DJs. This is more music producer focused rather than DJ focused. So DJs used to having a couple of decks and 3 effects or something, and some filters and a crossfader or whatever. And this is much more a deep music creation program than that. It's about sequencing beats and that kind of thing. It's much more music production based. So DJ. It's the same, really the same as in the desktop computing world or whatever, that to transition from DJ to music producer, there's a lot of extra things to do. But you can, if you want to in Tranzient, you can just load up a load of clips and trigger them and play with the effects. And at that level, it doesn't take, there's very little learning curve there. If you all you want to do is DJ type things, it's easy for someone to pick up.
And Laura, that was your experience?
Yeah, so I'm not a music producer, but this application just has me to where I want to learn how to be one. And so yeah, I'm more of I do a lot of the basic level steps because I'm trying to learn the VST3 plugins, because that's a lot to learn. And so I've been reaching out to trying to find other music producers that have VR and that want to get in there and help me learn it. And so I think I found one. So we're going to see what he can do in it and stuff, because I definitely want to see more of what these music producers can produce in Tranzient, because I'm just really here to reel them in. You know what I'm saying? And because I know that they can create some really cool and amazing stuff in Tranzient, and I can't wait to see that. So.
All right, we have a related question from Mary McCormick in chat. Another question for you all. How beginner-friendly is your program? I've never really used a program like this before. Can you walk us through, you've installed it, what do you start doing?
At the start, it takes you through a kind of very much on rails tutorial, which is like 5 minutes, and it takes you through triggering loops, playing the synth, playing the drums at the most basic level. And so effectively, as soon as you go in, you get to create a tune at a fairly simple level with it walking you through. There's a kind of avatar in there that talks you through it. And then there's some more deeper kind of tutorials as well that you can go through to learn stuff. So you should be able to get in fairly quickly making something that sounds okay. And then, like any music creation program, you then have to spend more time in the kind of advanced tutorials to really get more creative with it.
And then you've got the obligatory fame and fortune tutorial after that one.
What's that mean? I don't know what that means.
Oh, the next fame and fortune.
Right.
After you've done the tutorials, then you get fame and fortune.
Got you. So how to deal with the fame and fortune.
So let's talk about rights for using the tools you've got here. Someone's got the tools. What can they then do to monetize? Can you make game soundtracks and make money off of that using your tools?
Yes.
Can you do a dance party and charge admissions, whatever?
I'll let Jim answer, but I think yes. I think definitely yes. But yeah, go ahead, Jim.
Are you talking about the music creators themselves monetizing what they make? Is that what you're talking about?
That's right.
Well, that's just the same. Yeah, it's just the same as any other music producing software. If you're making good music, you can license it to whatever.
Right. Because I'm always curious, because you have a lot of the tools obviously in there. People still make their own music, but they're using your tools, so they can still freely put it into whatever, sell it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yes, yeah, it's all royalty free. So whatever you can do a kind of mix export of what you've created, or you could do a YouTube video like we've done in those presentations, and and it's fine to release any of that or release on Spotify or whatever.
All right. Jesse James Allen asks, curious if the program can send external MIDI or OSC commands for live performance with external control.
At the moment, none of that is in there. It's actually very easy to add all that stuff. And the previous app I showed you called Live in VR, that's all MIDI based in order to interface with Ableton. And so if there's a big demand for that, it's very quick to add it. You can also route the kind of camera that you saw there, the camera view, so this the kind of third-person camera. That can be routed through Spout, which makes it easy to route the kind of visuals of the performance to Resolume or other kind of video tools that you put on a kind of club wall or whatever.
All right. Very cool. Yeah, Jesse says, oh, nice. So let's talk a little bit about what's coming next. You talked a little bit about more things that were coming up, tools that are in beta right now. What's the focus for you right now as a developer?
I probably said that in the presentation was Quest is the main focus because that's the most popular tool and the easiest to monetize the app in actually as well. It's just because it's kind of like a iOS app store, closed app store sort of environment. So that's the first focus, and I've got a couple of apps in progress for that. And the other thing really is to get a mod kit going. It's fairly easy in Unreal Engine to mod kitize your game or app such that end users can then start adding their own avatars or their own worlds or customizing the musical instruments, that kind of thing. So it'd be really nice to get a mod kit out there and get the community generating or extending the app in effect.
Yeah, because that's where it's at. That's exactly where it's at. That's why one of the reasons why Beat Saber is so popular is because they have that mod kit for their users to. Well, they don't have it, but there's a mod kit out there that you can mod the Beat Saber because in my opinion, Beat Saber is cool and everything like that, but without the mods, the mods is what keeps me coming back to Beat Saber.
Yeah, it gives it a long lifetime, doesn't it? As soon as you've got something where the community keeps adding. Same with VR chat, actually.
Yeah.
The more stuff the community adds, it just keeps it alive for much longer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was amused looking at Steam when I checked it out for the first time, seeing that Steam recommended Beat Saber and Jackbox Party Games as the main things I should get if I was getting Tranzient as well. Can you talk a little bit more about how people are monetizing Quest? That sounded like something a lot of our users could do.
If you look at there's a lot of press releases at the moment actually because Quest is a year in pretty much now, or a year and a bit. The big game producers or the successful games on there are starting to release their figures, or Oculus are releasing the figures saying, such and such a company's made 100 million or sold 100 million. I can't remember the figures actually, but basically there's quite a large number of the very popular games on there have made lots of money and much more money than they would have done on Steam. And I think it's really about it being a very comfortable closed system for users that aren't really into gaming, might not even have Steam or something, and it being being able to sell many more headsets basically into that market where there's no gamers or no gaming machines, PCs.
Very cool. We're going to have time for another question if anyone in chat has one. Until then, the question I have for Laura is, can you talk about using this as a streamer? You've incorporated this into your streams, right?
Yeah, and definitely, and I love using it. It's really it helps because of the cameras and all the effects and stuff like that, and it's really made. It's made for streamers and it's made for performers, and so by having all those different cameras, I think he should add some more cameras in there too. I'll keep on telling him I need some more cameras, but yeah, it's definitely a great app for streamers, and I cannot wait to it just kicks off, and we just have so many streamers we can't keep up with them because I think it's definitely going to be something that the streaming community loves. So because I love it, I love going live in it. And another reason I like it, so I was able to he added my avatar in there for me, and that helps too. So definitely making I think all VR applications should have streamers in mind when they're being built, because just because that's who's going to push your apps. You know what I'm saying? So you definitely want to have that have your app streamer friendly. And Tranzient definitely is an eye catcher whenever I stream it.
Excellent. We have the Georgia Influencers Network for our streamers. Got some very high quality, very experienced streamers in there and some new ones. Would love to maybe get a demo out to them as well. So let us know the next time you put up a transient stream so we can push it out to them.
Oh, great. Thank you so much.
All right.
Awesome.
Really appreciate you all joining us and showing us that. Any last words? And can you please share in chat the best places to find Tranzient, share your website, all that jazz. Any last thoughts before we head to our next presentation?
Thank you so much. I was just going to say thank you so much for having us. And you can find me at facebook.com/officialVRgirl, the VR girl on Facebook. I'm super easy to find.
And so for me, thanks ever so much for this, for putting us live. Alivintech.com and everything, all the links at the top right of that website.
All right. Thank you both very much. And next up, we will have a look at 10 years of Clutter. Take care and see you in 4 more minutes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Joe Cassavaugh. I am the Joe of Puzzles by Joe, and I've been waiting about 10 years to do this talk. I am just so excited. I am going to talk about my 10 Clutter games that I did in the last basically 10 years. I'm going to do a postmortem on everything, and we're just going to move. We're going to go fast through this, and hopefully about 35 minutes to 40 minutes we'll be done and we can take some questions. And the talk is self-explanatory as I get in, so not too much of a preface. That didn't work, so we'll get there. We're getting there. There we go. There we go. Okay, so this talk is basically going to go through each one of my clutters, and it is going to talk about what I did right, what I did wrong, results, and hindsight. And basically what I did right is, what did I do that helped the game succeed? And what choices did I make that turned out to be good? Wrong, what choices did I make that turned out not so good? What assumptions were proved wrong over time? And that's, I think, the key thing there is, when you make assumptions and then you test them out. Results, how did the game do critically and financially? And how did the game do in comparison with other games? And other games, I mean prior Clutter games. Also, the hindsight section is, what did I learn, both good and bad, to help me succeed in the future? And what surprised me and changed my way of thinking about the game? Okay, that's the very first, basically first level of the very first Clutter game. It's a very simple concept. It had been around before me, but nobody took it like I did and ran with it to death, basically. You can see the cakes there match up. You can see the two mouses, the two boards. You basically pick off any two things that visually match, and you just click on them and they go away. They go down to that treadmill and scoot away. And this was basically, I wanted to do a nonverbal version of a hidden object game, and I wanted it to be replayable. So this is this is my first game, but this is a screenshot. And I made it all the way to this. This, I think, just by, you can tell the difference between these two screens. This one, prettier, okay? That's all we're going to say about that at this time. Okay, this was truly $1 million idea because about last December or November, after 8 years and 9 months of being out there with Clutter, all the Clutter games together have netted me over $1 million. That blue line that's all straight, that's showing you what I think would have happened if I kept doing Clutters but I didn't learn anything. I pretty much can extrapolate from how the first two games did, and I think if I never improved the games, I'm pretty sure, that's where I'd be. So you can see that's over a factor of 2, so out of $1 million, I would have thrown, 600,000, on the floor. And in fact, the true reality is if I had not learned and things had not improved, I'd be working for somebody else. Okay, so what I'm hoping you take from this talk is not necessarily what I say is gospel or anything, but that maybe you can learn from what I went through. And again, what I'm really preaching is you should just learn from everything you do and constantly question what you do. Okay, there's the first Clutter game. Definitely crude. I'm going to show you a screen like this for each one of my games so you can see how they evolved over time. And that's it. So what happened with the first Clutter game? Well, what I did right is I finished the game. And that's important. I finished it and got it out the door to distribution sites. And I picked the right market. The hidden object game market was the biggest in the PC download world, which I wanted to do. And I knew I would get seen there. I knew I'd get at least 100,000 downloads. And then I figured if at least I got a decent conversion rate, I'd do okay. Now, what I got wrong is the game mechanics. I thought from the start that game mechanics are always more important than anything and everything else. But they're not. Hold on. Hey, Andrew, can you lower your mic a little bit? I'm hearing a little scrubbing. Okay, back to me. Okay, so I also got the prediction of the sales range wrong. I thought I would make less than 10,000 or maybe more than 100,000 if it did, fairly well. And it proved me wrong, and it really made about 50,000 over a year and 3 months, and that was not what I wanted. It came in right in the middle, as I just said, and it was kind of a love me or hate me game. In hindsight, I think love me or hate me is a good thing. I think I developed over time. I think if you make a mediocre game and most people go, yeah, it's okay, you're not going to sell anything. And if you really don't have your haters, I don't think you'll have a strong enough game that has people that love it. And I got lucky, and some people really, really love the Clutter games. And another thing is I really didn't know, what having your original IP will really do. I say, it's the gift that keeps on giving, and that's true. I'm going to end my talk with that a little bit. But, I definitely did not know that at the time, and man, I learned that. That was a plus. That was a really good thing to learn. Okay, I'm going to try to interrupt the monotony here with questions, some silly, not so silly, just to throw things off there. Okay, so what's the most important quality that an indie game dev needs to be successful? And these are questions I'm asking myself, but you can think of them too. But I'm not going to give you time to really think and comment, but you can comment after the fact if you want in chat. My answer to this is truthfulness and really self-honesty. You got to be able to look in the mirror, and you got to ask yourself the tough questions about whether you're really meant to be an indie dev. Okay, so we're just going to keep moving on. There's Clutter 2. It really doesn't look any better than Clutter 1 because I wanted to put out 2 sort of as quickly as possible. I didn't want to reinvent the wheel. I added a 2 to the front screen and that little trunk in the middle, but it's basically the same game. I changed the mini games. I added some new things, like on the lower left, you can see that that's a dragging clutter where you have to pull things out of the middle to find them. And the one on the right is some special objects with eggs. And so I definitely added to it, but it's still the core mechanic, the game, the whole interface was pretty much the same as the first one. And both of those games were 800 by 600. They were, small screen games. Okay, what did I do right? I did it in about 6 man-months of effort, so that's good. I really wanted to do that, and because 50,000 for a man-year of effort is no good. I want at least about 100K for a man-year. So I did this in 6 man-months, and I did it was a good thing that it's not the whole different game. It's just truly a sequel. Okay, what I got wrong, though, is it really took me a little over a man-year of time because I hedged my bets. I worked for a local company part-time, and that's just not good. I should have, if I had more guts and really knew what was going to happen with Clutter, I would have done it sooner. I wouldn't even work for the other company. Okay, I played it very safely because of that. So the results were it repeated the first Clutter's level of success, but then, I was surprised. I got bumped additional sales to that first game. And that's really the crux of my successes. I didn't know how much later games of Clutter will act as free marketing for those early ones. It seems obvious in hindsight that it's free marketing, but it isn't. And the other thing I learned about this time is you got to start loving what's called the long tail. And because I talked about the long tail at all, I gave a talk in 2013. I made this slide. It's ugly. It doesn't fit in with these slides, but it is the obligatory long tail slide. It's a great book, and it basically means that in a hit-driven market, even a minor hit, even though you have a big bump up top of those sales, and that's the red area, it's really that long yellow area that matters over time as you sell a lot of little things. And it's either you make more products or it's how little guys, in a sense, can compete with the hits. And again, it's why the digital product keeps on, giving, is because the ultimate example is that very first Clutter game, because I keep getting free marketing, that was dead in the water at maybe 60,000 total if I never made a second Clutter game. And that game has now brought in, 250,000. It still brings in over 1,000 a month for me, even though it only made, 45,000 in the first year. So it still makes, like I said, makes over 12,000 a year easily. Way over, in fact. It's probably closer to 20,000 a year. Anyways, okay. Let's move on. Pop quiz number 2. What is your biggest regret? If you can't already tell from my earlier talk about Clutter 2, it's that I didn't do everything sooner. That's all I can say. I'd be better off if everything I did in this business that was for the games I did sooner. Even that first Clutter game, if I'd done it 2 years earlier, the market would have been bigger back then. And a bigger market means I would have got a bigger cut of it. It's just how it works. But the casual PC download market was already shrinking when I got into it. Okay. Boom. Clutter 3. Clutter 3 is the first Clutter that went to, from 800 to 600, went up to 1024 to 768. You can tell the art looks nicer. It feels more of the same. It's much less programmer art, and I did hire a real artist that I work closely with this. There's some programmer art in it. The whole story's a little tighter instead of tacked on. A lot of nice things about Clutter 3. Okay, what did I do right? I started owning my Jonas. The first 2 games, I spent a lot of time worrying more about pretty pictures than really crafting what I thought was a more interesting game. And I kept my Jonas to a minimum, I guess. But at some point I decided if I'm going to really enjoy this, I need to start pleasing myself more and other people, and whether it's old producers in my head or Anna's my wife, Anna's opinion about that it has to be always pretty pictures, etc. I decided, I got to stop listening to that as much and really make a quirkier game. And I think that paid off. It's a much tighter, again, more cohesive experience. What I did wrong, it took too long to get out the door. Just, again, a year and 3 months, a year and 4 months. And my opening sequences are just notoriously too long, and I just had not learned yet to stop doing that. And I hate it with this one. When I play test it, I really get annoyed with my opening screen. Okay, the results. It did better than the first 2 games and bumped sales to the first 2 games. It was just awesome. And it really was, looks like things were going to take off. I quit my even part-time job. I think I quit it a little bit before this game, but this proved I made the right decision. And I started thinking of more than one game at a time. At first, I used to think it was going to be a trilogy, but then I really, with Clutter 3, once those results came in, I went, no, I started thinking of 4, 5, and 6, and whatever. The franchise effect is even more powerful than the long tail, and getting too cocky leads to bad decisions. I'm better when I second guess myself, and the better things go, in hindsight, the better things go, I start thinking, I can just do anything and it'll sell. And that's never good. And that's, but it's not huge. I don't want to beat up myself too much. But again, whenever you're feeling too good, you got to really, I would recommend never get rid of your second guessing yourself. You don't want to go crazy. There's the imposter syndrome. If it leads to an action, you're in trouble, but you definitely want to second guess yourself. Okay. Let's see. What are your top 5 all-time favorite games? Free Cell, Lemmings, Oxide, great little game, Minesweeper, and Solitaire. And you can ask me about Oxide sometime in the real world or in one of our chats or whatever. Okay, this is the first 3 games in a nutshell. And you can see how the blue is the specific game itself, and the red is the bump. And you can see with 3 how strong that bump is. That I made just as much from the first 2 games while launching 3 as I did from 3, pretty much. Because people, it's a digital world. They they go back and find the first 2 and they just love them. So, very powerful. I thought I was off to the races here. So, we hit for Clutter 4. I'm going to check my time real quick. Oh, good. We're only 15 minutes in. We're in good shape. Okay. So Clutter 4, I made the mistake of deciding to focus on the minigames, even in the title. So it was called Clutter 4 Minigame Madness Tour. And I put the minigames in the prior games because sort of hidden object games are expected to have minigames, but my minigames are sort of different, and they also let you play them forever. And I did them for more myself than the customers, and that's not a good thing. And when I focused on them all for this, the sales did not match 3 by a long shot. Okay, so what I did right, I put it out quickly. I think it took me 8 or 9 months. It was a quality product with fun navigation system of the opening menu. But the mini games don't sell games, and story matters to some, and there really wasn't a story to this one. There was just quotes and a final parable. And it was just, it's still a good game, don't get me wrong, but it wasn't as tight as Clutter 3 was. So it definitely did less than Clutter 3, but, or is it just the market is shrinking? You just don't know yet. So I decided I don't want to lose sight of what the customer really wants. And I decided to think of myself as the curator of Clutter, of somebody that really views me making the games as a service to my customers and trying to give them more of what they want. So here's another quick question. Which of the Clutters is your favorite? Now, the answer I got for this is two different answers. And my answer is, if you ask me which of the Clutters that already exist is my favorite game, I would tell you it's the next one. But my real answer to which of the Clutters is your favorite is the next one I'm going to do. Okay, not Clutter 5. Clutter 5 is still my favorite of the ones that existed, but again, it's always, my favorite's always the next one I'm going to do, which is really a nice place to be. I do enjoy, I still have not got tired with the basic mechanic and trying to figure out fun stuff to do with it. Okay, Clutter 5. Let's go back to that screen just briefly. Again, nice looking screen. My artist talked me into this cave metaphor, and I think that was one reason why Clutter 5 is my best-selling game ever. It was a tighter, it wasn't a tight story, it was a smaller quest, but the whole story this time was kind of silly, but it was very Joe-centric. It was, why am I making a 5th game, and will there be a 6th game? And I wanted to really scare my customers into thinking there was not going to be a 6th game. And it was really my way of telling them at the end of it that, yeah, I'm going to keep making Clutter games, so don't worry. Because right now at this point, I really start having fans that have played this game for 2 or 3 years, that love it, that are showing up on my website, and they're just, I like teasing them. So that's what this game was. But this game did so much better. I asked myself constantly, why? So what did I do right? So it was the return of fun and Jonas after Minigame Madness. It was the personal touch. And here's one of the things I think was huge for, I think it's one of the main reasons this game did well. There's it's better music coming in. There's the cave metaphor people like. There's some silliness going on. But I think it was this handwritten letter that I decided to scan in the game. And I'll admit, part of the reason I did this is I can hear my old, producers and bosses at other companies going, you can't do that. I once wrote an afterword in a game, and they wouldn't let me put it in because it made it sound like only I worked on the game, which wasn't true because the afterword actually mentions everybody else. But I wrote it in character of the main character, and it just really ticked me off. Even though I did 90% of the work on that game, they wouldn't let me, have that. They just, yeah. So I wrote this sort of in response, but this is a very personal letter to them telling them, the buck stops here. I'm the guy that you want to complain to. And what it does is it also puts in the notion that they can complain to me, that they can actually find me somewhere on the web. Unfortunately, I can't put links in my game because of my distribution deals and stuff. So anybody who finds Puzzled by Joe had to go find it and look it up, whether it's on Facebook or whether it's my webpage or whatever. So anyway, so I really think this resonated because I'm telling the player I care about you. Tell me what you think. Let me make better games. Okay, what did I do wrong? Still way too long opening sequences. And my branding was not as strong. I still brand Puzzles by Joe, but it wasn't quite as strong. It killed. Best performing game by far. Gave me breathing room for the next game. Hindsight, breathing room isn't necessarily a good thing. Yes, because when your breathing room, you get cocky again, and you go, what can I do that's bigger? So I got a little cocky again. Okay. What is your dream game to make? My dream game, for those who care, is called Clutter Diamonds, a Peter Zell mystery. I even mentioned it. It was supposed to be the 10th Clutter, and I ended up deciding to do the Clutter I'm doing now, Clutter Evolution, before I do Diamonds. I will probably get to Diamonds maybe Clutter 12 or 13. With any luck, we'll see. Okay, Clutter 6. I met two young, nice young ladies that talked me into, or I talked them into doing the story and art for Clutter 6. So as you can tell, this art is gorgeous. This is by April Borchelt, and Bridget Choi did the music as well as the story. And it looks so much better. Producers loved it. So what did I do right? Producers, marketing types, they loved it. Very energizing, challenging development. I loved working with the two young people, and it was just great. And I did things that I wouldn't have done otherwise. I created a new level because they talked me into esports. Anyway, so what did I do wrong? I lost sight of what the customer really wants because, as I mentioned before, I actually did esports. Electronic sports for women, you know, my main customers are women over 40. Do they care about esports? Probably not. But I still said, you know what, let's run with it. And it's what Bridget, I think, who pitched the story, originally wanted to do. There's a lot of Jonas in it, worked in. But my customers actually felt, you know, that I had ditched the Jonas a little bit, and some were annoyed. Okay, so it did a little worse than Clutter 4. I think a little better in the long run, but right off the bat, it seemed to do worse. And profits were worse because it cost me too much. It cost me. You know, I paid them good enough money, and that comes off the bottom line. So when you add that in, it did way worse than Clutter 4. Okay, moving on. Hindsight. I am still glad I did the one game like this, because I at least have one game that producer types look at and go, wow, that's cool art and stuff in it. It proves I can do that type of a story. This had cutscenes and some funny, dorky things in it, and it was great. And I'm glad I did at least the one game. But it's not what my customers really want. And it got me more determined than ever to move towards Jonas. So here we go. What part of game dev do you enjoy the most? And it's putting in stuff that my old bosses wouldn't let me put in the game. And that brings me to number 7, because number 7, I wanted to prove that I could do a story with no art, with no just Joe programmer stuff going on, and even a weird story. And I just cranked up the Jonas to the next notch. Oh, before we get that, so this is the middle 3 games. The one without a tag on it was Sliders, and it's so unimportant that I kept it in there, but it's you know, that's why I didn't even label it with an S. But you can see how 4, you know, 5, and then 6 didn't quite do in the first 6 months as well as 4, but the bump was good because it was still free. Even though it didn't do as well, it still did quite a good marketing bump on the you know, other prior games. And those were still bumping because of Clutter 5's effect. Okay. So Clutter Infinity. I put that Clutter Infinity Joe's Ultimate Quest because in the opening they go out and then all those little balls drop. And I did that way back and somebody wouldn't let me put that in the game. I love all the marquees. Those lights light up and do things. And I did that in dorky text back in my second real business job. Anyways, I think it's a better looking game. There's the colorized in the lower right. There's a lot I like about this. And the story was actually the story of my life told there were 60 games. It was 1 year for each game of my life. And I told the story about how I became the guy that created the Clutter games. So, I'm sorry, my voice is a little tight. But basically, so I basically told me, again, the entire story that if this didn't happen to me, like it started with a story about my bad left eye, and I truly believe if I didn't have that bad left eye, I would have been more of a jock like my 3 brothers. And if I was a jock like my 3 brothers, maybe I never fell in love with math and never became the guy that ended up doing the Clutter games. And I basically looked at my whole life and saw all those choices that led up to that. Okay, moving on. Right. Ultra Jonas and the most meta yet. Shorter dev cycle and better features. What I got wrong, Still didn't go to Unity. I probably should have gone to Unity with this game, but I was putting off. I'd been putting off Unity for a couple of years, and I still put it off one more time for this one, thinking I could get this game out the door quicker. I really pulled the boner, and I put in CDs of artists' covers in the game, and I even tried to put pictures of the monkeys in there and an actor, and basically Big Fish told me I can't have any of that in the game, and I understand it, but I sort of knew I probably just should have made the hard decision early on instead of put it in and then have to drag it out again. Okay, results. It was better than Clutter 6 with no extra cost, and it proved my instincts were good again. I was really, really happy with it. Okay, hindsight. Of course, Jonas paid off. My customers now have a relationship with the meta weirdness of the game, and the more self-commentary I do in a game, the more the hardcore fans like it. The new people, it's still so easy to ignore. If they don't like it, they don't have to. But a game that really talks to people while you're playing it, as if you're just the developer talking to them. There's something there that other games I don't think do enough. And again, it's a puzzle game, and I've always thought narrative shouldn't be more important than the mechanics and stuff. And this is just a puzzle game. So it's even more true that I think most of my early stories were sort of tacked on, and even, I worked for the company that made Jewel Quest, and I hate a puzzle game that has a tacked on story. I'd like to have sort of no story, but better than no story is really this. I'm the developer talking to them basically as I go, and I think that adds something to the game. Okay, and I've gotten, over 7 or 8 years, I've gotten better with the programmer art, so it doesn't have to necessarily be bad art. Okay. What has surprised you the most concerning your life as an indie? The passion of my Clutter fans. And really, there's not much to say there. They just blow my mind. There are truly people that have played Clutter every day for over an hour a day for about 6 or 7 years now. And they love it. And I just did a pre-sale of my beta, or a paid pre-beta, or paid beta access. And the feedback I've gotten from some of them, we're talking pages and pages where they go through every level and give me feedback. And it's just phenomenal. I have one lady that does QA for me and reviews all my texts, and she won't let me pay her anything. They just love the game. Okay. Excuse me. So Clutter 1000, this is my first game in Unity, and I replaced all the objects, so it's got quite the nice, it looks much nicer than the prior games, and Unity let me do so many things cooler, like the circles in the right, etc. So, what did I get right? First in Unity, smileys, and replaced all objects, which I just mentioned, and I added a Mahjong-like thing that made the levels less just random clutter and more ordered clutter, but still very playable. What I got wrong is zero text. I didn't put any text in the game and tried to prove that I could do that. And especially the timer. People just wanted to be told exactly how to turn off that timer, which they could do, but there was a check mark next to it and it wasn't labeled, and that kind of drove them nuts. But it did much better than Clutter 7, which was already better than Clutter 6. And people complained about the no-help, though, okay? But the sales were so much better that the no-help wasn't a showstopper for them. And in fact, even though they complained, I think the aha experience of them figuring it out for themselves might have outweighed that. It's a 50-50. I hedged my bets, and the next game, the help came back, text came back, but, that's it. So, hindsight. I really think no help was a worthwhile experiment, and I'm happy the game did, well enough with it. And I'm an old dog, but should have gone to Unity much sooner. I really should have. I think I'm 3 to 4 times faster in Unity, and it's just fair. But timing, the right time, I dabbled in it a little bit. I found the right guy that helped me get over the learning curve, and Like everything else, I wish I did it sooner. Okay, what is your most and least favorite thing about Unity? The most is the quickness in testing. It's just so awesome, and I'm so fast, and it's such. I had not gone to a modern IDE, so beyond Unity, it was all that too. It was all the IntelliSense. It was just amazing to me. It just blew my mind. So, what's my least favorite thing about Unity? Not a damn thing. I love the product. You guys are all lucky that you get to work with things like that. I grew up on key punch and looking through stacks of paper, and it's just insane what you can do with Unity and so forth. Just love it, love it, love it, love it. Okay. Clutter 9, and we're almost done. Clutter 9 is, I kept most of the interface from Clutter 8, and then I really just, played with it more and more and more. So what happened with Clutter 9? So what did I do right? It was really everything Clutter 1000 was, but it added help text and hover text everywhere. So it was really good. And I shortened the dev cycle. I think I did that one in only about 8 months too. What I did wrong? Still was relying on some contracted art. It's a little costly, not as bad as doing the full story stuff, but, back and forth on whether that pays off or not. I think it's a wash on that one, but I still think if I can do a game like my current game without using another person's art that I pay for, that I'm better off, of course, because it's no cost. And I need to find new object sets. It's getting boring. I need to do something, that. So results. It looks like it's slightly better than Clutter 1000, even though when you see the slide, the slides are all 6-month comparison, but really it's only 5 months, so it's a little shorter than Clutter 1000. But it's missing a month in a sense, and it's missing. Some people do quarterly things, so it's missing some data. Reviews though were much more positive than Clutter 1000 because nobody was complaining about the lack of text and stuff. Okay, hindsight. The time of year release could have been better with Clutter 9. I released it last November. Some people didn't put it out till December 14th, and some people didn't put it out till January 1st. And I think that's why it seemed to be a slightly slow starter, but it seemed to have batter the next couple months. So maybe it all evened out, but I'd rather not to release a game right in, November, December area anymore. Okay. Another hindsight is really, I'm now focused really deeply on the length of the dev cycle. And to me, it's the only game worth playing now, even though I end with another slide. But my games are commodities. The quicker I get them out the door, they're all going to make about the same sort of plus or minus 10, 20%, whatever. But they're like coffee cans. And if I can get that next game out quicker, I'll make more money in the long run. Okay. What's next for Clutter? iPad, iPhone, it's currently on an all-access site that you have to pay a monthly thing. I have a Switch thing in the works where maybe the first 7 games will go on Switch. I still think Clutter 1000 could go anywhere in the world because it has no text. And I still think I haven't hit, the penetration, that there's still too many people in the world that have not seen Clutter. And which is why I still get a customer all of a sudden. They played one of the latest Clutter games, and they go to my site, they show up, and they buy 7 Clutters. It's awesome. But I really don't think I've hit. I don't think it's hit that core group. And I think even if first person shooter people could actually give it a shot, or some people, some demographics, if it could hit a tipping point or something where it could become almost a cool game, even though it's so weird and quirky and aimed at, again, mostly women, the Candy Crush crowd. Okay, so that's the last 3. And as you can see, 9 in 5 months has done what 8 did in 6 months. And again, it's going to, even on the bump, it's going to go up a little higher. So it's looking really good. Here's all 9 games. This is a screen I put in my current game called Clutter Evolution. And as you can see, Clutter Evolution looks very, very different because I handcrafted many, 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 many objects, including objects from pitches throughout the entire Clutter game. And this whole game acts as a marketing to get you excited and tell you how different all the other Clutters are. So that if this is the first Clutter you pick up, man, you're going to know the other Clutter games aren't going to be just the same and they're worth checking out. If you're a long-term fan, you just love all the historical tidbits about, it's almost this talk as the story in game form of how I ended up almost not doing the second game and third, etc. It's really nice, and it's this. I think it's going to kill. My customers seem to love it. All the things that I worried about, like those hearts in the lower left and the more abstract pieces, they just love. So my hardcore fans love it, and I see no reason why it won't do at least as well as Clutter 9. And again, this one only took eight months or so. And at the end of this game, I actually promised that the next game is going to go out in 3 to 4 months, and I'm gonna hold myself to that promise. Okay. So I showed him the time to market. I handcrafted the object. Still not quick enough. Still early. I don't know what I've done wrong. But this one wasn't quick enough. It seems to be the best light game yet, and early access paid beta was a good choice. I decided to do that. Regular beta just took too much time management, and since I'm trying to cut down time, I said I'd rather do this. Whenever I release the new game, they just get told and they go re-download it, and I'm getting great feedback. Before, I used to try to get them to promise to get feedback, to just get in the beta program, and I just streamlined everything. It was, and again, so much better feedback and so forth on my Clutter page as well as in emails and stuff. Hindsight. I think thinking like a software engineer always helps, and I don't think I always do it, but in this last game, while doing this, I was really thinking of the next, even 3 or 4 games, because now I'm in Unity. This is for the long haul. When I was in the old system, I knew I was going to switch to Unity, so doing something for the long term didn't make sense. But in Unity, I constantly add little things that are going to make the next game quicker and the game after that quicker, et cetera, et cetera. And I do that by good software engineering. And I'm a hack. All my coder friends know it, but I still at least can think in terms of software engineering, even though I'm not as good as some of my friends like Robert Waller or Sturmaver or Kartik. Kartik's awesome. All 3 better software engineers than me, but I'm a pretty good hack, pretty good debugger, and I do get stuff done. Okay. Last time said, I think if you build trust, they will follow you down that rabbit hole. And what that means is this game is really quirkier, and I took a lot of risks, but I asked them early on to trust me, and I talk about things and the levels and so forth, and yet none of the variations I put in here, and we're talking 4 or 5 really, really different ones, they haven't complained about. They liked them. I even took an old one from the very first Clutter that's been in 3 or 4 of the Clutters called Gap War, and I re-engineered it with the hearts and did some things to make it easier for some people but still challenging for people that wanted it, and it seems to be a hit. And it was never a hit before in all the other variations that it showed up in. Okay, do you think you'll still be doing Clutter in 5 years? And the answer is yes, but hopefully not the only thing I'll be working on, because I still want to do some other things that aren't Clutter, but I still love doing Clutter and what Clutter has brought my life. That's Clutter in 10 years right there, but this shows you how data just doesn't, you can see how good 5 was comparatively, but the market shrunk, so is 8 as good as 5 because the market shrunk? Hard to tell. But you can tell much better in this. This is the 10 years. This is the cumulative. This shows you that first Clutter only made, 50,000 in the first 15 months, but it is now, because of all the free advertising of the other games, it is my camera on? Hey, Andrew. Nobody seeing my face? Oh, well, that's horrible. I've been trying to be animated. Oh, well, that's okay, but that's fine. I just noticed. I'm sorry to interrupt myself. Anyways, so what you can tell here is that basically, so I can finish off. So Clutter 1, dead in the water, but you can see here it's actually made over 200,000, actually a little closer. This is probably a little off, but about 250,000 for me it is brought in. And that's solely because the other games keep advertising for it. Okay, and I clicked off, so we're going to click back. Here we go. The dumbest decision I ever made was quit my job and make the first Clutter game. The smartest decision I've ever made, keep going and make that second Clutter game. Now, the best game, I'm going to end with this. The best game I ever played is called, and I used this before, but I've added to it. The best game is called The Game of Making Original IP. The score is in sales dollars. It's not for exposure. It's not for how much your friends love it. Not for how beautiful it is. Not for awards. Not for finishing it. Not for how much fun for you it is. And it's definitely not for how much you learn doing it. That's a new one I added just because of a little meetup I was in the other night. And you can get addicted to learning new things. But for me, I learned just what I need to know to please my customers to get that out the door. So, digital original IP in the long tail, it's the gifts that keep on giving. And that is it. That's 10 years of Clutter. Thank you. And I'm going to stop sharing my screen. I clicked off on the video. Man, that bums me out. Yeah, good. And I'm just going to shut down my screen. Cool. Did that happen? It did. And put you over here. Sure. Yeah, I'm still on 5 something. I'm still in 2017 or whatever. Yeah, that's a tough one. I wrote the basic mechanic for Clutter in a day, really. I got the idea from talking with my wife while we were traveling, and what's cool, this last game, I actually put in the very first prototype of Clutter. What happens over time is you can put anything you want. I don't know what I'm saying. What I'm saying is there's so many millions of decisions you make, okay? It does not matter the order, but you better have a fun game first. So I do agree with, I guess that was the point of the question, but it's more than that. You don't want to stop when you just have the fun game. Like, you don't want to stop when you just created the Mario level. That's nothing. Then ask yourself what to do with it. I stopped after the first Clutter game. And that had 10, 12 ideas in it. But then I had to make another Clutter game. So then I had to think of more and more and more. So you don't want to go down that route either, where you just have tons of mechanics that are just sort of all fun to get. You want to do one really well and then start to expand as you get fans or the need for it. You can go crazy, just as crazy that way as you can, ignoring it. Anyways, that's my rambling answer. Right, but it was the sequel. Because if it wasn't the sequel, if I made 5 or 6 different games and they weren't all Clutter, I'd be working for somebody else right now. I got lucky. Well, I definitely had a couple, and one was, I think, learning new things. So, and that can be a lot of things. The first one was really after 5, I was kind of starting to get burnt out when I decided to offload any task that was annoying to me to somebody else. And that's when I opened up the idea that somebody else could go get quotes and somebody else could do this. And then maybe, I think in sliders, I decided instead of picking pictures, I could get 6 local artists, to get pictures, that. So I started thinking of how I could leverage other people. And that's when I met April and Bridget and ran with that and let them do a lot of the work that I didn't care about, because I go back to focus on mechanics, and they would suggest things in the story, and all of a sudden I'm writing a head-to-head game in the Clutter because I'm going to do a fake esports, right? All very energizing and so forth. So I hit one wall there, but just working with them lifted me out of it. But then, again, I cut them off. We were working on the next game when I decided it wasn't financially sound. But I was already energized. So the second one was Unity. I just fell in love again, and I've been energized now since I went to Unity. So I don't see that ending, because my focus now is really on, can I get out a game in 3 or 4 months? And I'm handcrafting the games more. There's very little I think of that I can't do in Unity, whereas before I was handcuffed. So that alone, gets me over the writer's block. Is hard to explain. Hopefully that answered. So. I think right now there's only 2 critical ones, which is Unity or Unreal. I picked Unity because the local game devs were more familiar with it, and I knew I could leverage their learning curve. I could, that. I think some of the other ones could, there's Godot, there's Game Maker, there's, ask yourself what's really going to be around in 5 years and what's going to be useful to keep knowing. And I think Unity and Unreal are the only answers to that. So, and won't handcuff you down the road. So. I get up at 4:30. I, handle correspondence. Handle correspondence, and then it depends. Sometimes I wake up with a solved problem and I dive right into code. I float for a couple months, while getting I have a list. I just have a constant list. I have like 5 or 6 pads that have lists on them. Okay. And I really can almost always find something to code or something to create. And it's not all code, right? You code. I code the flexibility and the options, and then I have to pick which ones I really want. And then I have to play test it to death to go, oh, that's too hard, that's too easy. If it's too hard, it can still go in the game, but not in the main quest. Although, again, it can go in the last 10 puzzles of the main quest, but I still want them to win the game, right? I don't want to put in a level so hard that only I can win it. Although I told them in this game that in the next game they're going to get a beat Joe option. So they're going to be able to lock in the game in a state where they cannot win it unless they beat me. So, right. Anyways, it's just I play it by ear, believe it or not, and I have a natural stomach clock or something that says you haven't done enough work this week, get something done. And occasionally, if I burnt up a game a day because too many meetings or too many hassles or this or that, then I really want to shut the door, turn on the music, and crank. But I am 3 or 4 times faster in Unity, so I actually think about things more than code. And I play it. I have more fun. I create an object. I play in Paint Shop Pro sometimes just because I'm bored with Pro. Let's see what I can do with new objects. I created all those hearts. Those hearts were 9 red hearts I got from a stock photo place, and then I turned them into 81. And I'm having more fun doing my own logos at times, and I'm learning. Occasionally I just go, what can I do? And I go, they must already have that solved, and I look it up. Recently I learned how to do a thing. I think of it as skewing, but basically you can take a rectangle around something and then stretch a corner where the whole thing stretches in it, which isn't just scaling or rotating or torquing, right? So, and it was fun. And I learned to colorize something without making the whole thing, orange. Like I used to be able to colorize something red and turn it orange, but if the red thing had white eyes, those eyes turned orangish. Now I can actually turn the red into the orange in two different ways and get something I like. So it's whatever. I don't know. It is what it is. And that's a horrible expression. So.
All right, Upender had another question that I would actually like to take in a different direction.
Sure.
Upender asks, how do you manage level development and optimization for PC and console games? Feel free to address it as you want, but I'd also like you to talk about looking forward to doing console titles.
I don't do anything yet for that on consoles. I was shocked that the iPad iPhone versions did not require me to do any change in interface or timing. And that would be the big thing, is that if a console, if you really can't play the console as quickly as you can a mouse click on the PC, then I would just tell them to take the basic timer and add a factor, and you'd probably be okay. So I don't really think about it that much for my game. And I'm really not in that console space yet.
Yep. So, but you are looking at console. So do you think you'll have to make any changes?
Somebody that approached me that wants my first 7 games, and as long as we can prove they stretch in my current framework from the old iWin days, they're going to take them and do the port to Switch.
All right, let's ask a question about the various places where Clutter is selling. You're on a number of different portals. Do you have to regularly monitor these? Do you rely on the portals themselves? How do you deal with so many distribution points?
Well, there might be 8 or 9, and they then, have a bunch more that they shove it out to, but it's 8 or 9 I get reports from, kind of thing. I monitor them. occasionally Google my own games to see where they're at, because all of a sudden, I've got something on some site that I don't know if that's Big Fish or some other, putting me out there. But I really only have, 6 or 7 that I care about. There's 2 or 3 that are so low, I check in with them every 6 months or so. Okay. And by the way, and they're the ones that are more like apt to be a hassle. The bigger ones, like iWin, Gamehouse, Big Fish, Wild Tangent, they all treat me really well, and there's never an issue. And that's really only that matters, because it's. I think my own website outsells the rest of the people, which is why I don't care about them. I've even thought about just pulling my games from them, but thought that maybe that's more hassle, and maybe they send traffic to my website, so I don't care. But they sell so little, you know what I mean?
Yep. All right, we got time for one more question. While we're waiting for that, I'll ask one more from Upender, asking about entity controller systems. Can you use ECS for small and large projects both?
Can you explain that first so I could answer it?
You don't use entity component systems, huh?
No, I have no idea what you're talking about.
All right. Yep.
You got another quick one?
Old style. Nothing I've messed with in a while. So if you're not using it, we're not going to ask it. But I will ask you. So Joe, we've loved having your Clutter postmortems through the year. Is this your formal postmortem methodology for your games, doing a postmortem presentation? Or do you have something else? No, everything's on, it's like people ask me, what's your design document look like? And I hand them a blank sheet of paper, That's it. And actually my designs now, when I start thinking about everything that goes in the game, I keep a spreadsheet, and it's just a mess because it's better than the pads. And I go back and forth between the pads and the spreadsheet, but no, it's all, the nice thing about being an indie dev like me is I don't have to communicate with anybody about anything. And I keep a lot of it in my head, and a lot of it changes. And I'm very flexible. And,
this last game I'm doing now, started with 24 areas, pretty well defined, and basically the last 6 or 7 are now being switched out because during the time of development, I created 2 or 3 newer things that I like that I want to showcase in the off areas that I had scheduled for something else, kind of a thing.
Okay, last question is from Nick. What questions do you ask testers to learn if a mechanic is fun?
I don't. I watch them. I've watched them in the past, and then they just tell me. I don't really, again, I don't have a formal thing. Whenever I've done surveys with formal questions, they just don't, turn out well. I watch people play the game, and that's the biggest thing. I listen to them on interface about anything they complain about. I'll end with this. I used to try to please the haters way back. A hater said something to me, I don't like the game. And I decided that was pointless, that you'll just end up with a mediocre game or whatever. What I do is I listen to the people that love my game and are still complaining about something. And I want to take that something they're complaining about, understand it, and do something that removes that, in a sense, an objection to the game.
Great.
So I listen to them very carefully.
Listen to the comments from your community, the community that cares about what you're creating.
Yep.
All right. Thank you very much, Joe from Puzzles by Joe. 10 years of cluttering the world. Clutter.
And thanks for having me. Really love this. Thanks.
Beautiful. Stay tuned for Karen Williams from Hiccup Interactive talking about her first year in the industry.
Hi, I'm Karen with Hiccup Interactive, and thank you so much for coming to CIMFest 2020, as well as even more so for attending my talk on my first year in the industry. Essentially, I kind of want to pass on my knowledge and experience so far of being in the industry, how I got where I am, and whatever that I can pass on to you guys to make it a little bit easier or to help you make decisions as, you grow more and become a little bit less green. So I want to start off by saying that I graduated from CSU, actually, in 2017 in the fall, and I had my first job at a battery distribution company as a programmer analyst. So that has nothing to do with games. I did a lot of web dev, and I did like software engineering for in-house products that would be used to help distribute batteries. And it was not for me. Ultimately, bills need to be paid, and I got a degree in CS, so kind of had to do something about that. And it was just kind of something to hold me over until I could find a job within the game industry. I applied to places and I did not get in because I didn't really have the experience that they were looking for, or they kind of got sworn by other applicants, as appealing jobs do. So while I was at this company, I really didn't want to let myself become complacent at the place that I was at. Like, I was still technically doing programming. I was still learning something that I could apply to the companies that I would work at in the future. I was still working on projects and seeing how that goes. But I felt like complacency would be the death of my creativity. So being sure that I continued to stay in contact with the game community and continuing to work on projects kind of helped keep me going through this whole situation. So, in order to, keep searching for game-related jobs and also to, work on my transition out of this particular company, I started working with, I created Hiccup Interactive, which was kind of like my handle for a portfolio. I had spoken to my professor and things like that about how do I make myself more appealing so that I could get a job at a game company, and essentially they told me, don't stop working on stuff. Attend game jams, continue programming, work on the type of projects that you want to make at a particular game company, and keep documentation of it. So essentially continue working on games. Don't get sidetracked by the fact that you've got a big girl job now. If you want to get to some place, you need to keep with that dedication and keep track of that, so that whenever that you approach that employer, you show that, hey, I'm not just trying to jump ship to something I think would be more fun. I have dedication and interest in this particular job field. So in order to cope with that, since a lot of the programming that I was doing at this job was honestly exhausting for me, because again, it wasn't something that I was passionate about. So whenever that I came home, I kind of didn't want to look at a computer. So I decided to keep working on my board game that I had started in school. And I kept up with that, and I came up with Hiccup Interactive as my portfolio, created a Facebook page, and so I'm working on my board game, and I live in Columbus, and I want to go to an event. So I couldn't go to all the events in Atlanta because it was just too stressful of a drive, and I worked I worked consistently, and it's 2-hour drive and 2 hours back, so it wasn't practical for me to go to all the events, but I could go to a select few. So I decided to go to Siege, And while I was there, I came up with a game plan of, you know, I'm going to bring my board game and I'm going to run around and ask people to play it and try to make as many contacts and connects as I can. It is so important to, you know, integrate yourself into the community that you want to be a part of. So, you know, being a student, being green, being still small, not really knowing where to go, like just introducing yourself and trying to make yourself memorable, trying to, you know, speak to the people that are interesting to you. Like, it's much clearer when you have passion when you're talking to somebody, as opposed to just going through the motions of trying to introduce yourself to everyone. So be aware of who you're speaking to and why you're speaking to them. Like, make active decisions with like who you want to get to know more, because you never know who might believe in you and that might put in a good word for you, or just like, you know, see your resume across the desk and just be like, hey, like, I remember that person. They seemed very interested in XYZ, and pushing that forward. And as well as seeing other people like you that are doing things. It's so motivating. Like going to Siege and seeing people that were my age, younger, older, all over the place, so excited, and the wonderful eccentric personalities that, you know, the game industry and creative types like tend to cultivate. It was so encouraging, and it felt so much more like home. It made it easier for me to keep pursuing this through a job that didn't quite fit for me, and keep working to get where I felt like fit me better. So, yeah, while I was there, I asked questions at the conference. I spoke to people that I thought were cool, and I asked people to play my games. And some of the advice that I got from these people were like, you need a business card. Like I've met 50 people today, and if I do remember someone, I definitely not gonna remember it purely off of like, oh yeah, you're that one person that had a red shirt. Like, no, business card helps solidify that. So if they're like, get a business card, you get a business card. Ask them to play my games, try to make some, you know, bit of a memory, something to follow up on. So I decided to make a game plan for some of the people I met. Like, the next time I see these people, I'm gonna have a business card, I'm gonna update my game, and, you know, try to get closer to being in a place where I can go to more of these events, to speak more in the Facebook groups, to further integrate myself in this area, so that I can get closer to the particular goals that I want to achieve. Now, a lot of people that want to be in an industry, either because they feel like they have like a great skill, or they have this awesome idea, or they just know something, or they can do something that they feel like no one else has figured out yet. Ideas are a dime a dozen. Everyone's got something that they feel like they know how to do, or that they have the next it thing, but it's about what you as a person bring to the table that makes you interesting. Is it your follow through for what you're doing, your personality, your passion, your adaptability? What is it that you offer to others that make you appealing, that make them want to continue working with you? It's not just a case of, you know, creating something and making money or whatever the case may be. It's also being someone that other people can enjoy to be around, that have similar interests, that are passionate about what they're doing, and making sure that, you know, making memories with these people. So with the people that I spoke to and asked for advice, or maybe I liked their panel, the next time I saw them somewhere, I followed up with these people. Like, I spoke to them about, like, whenever Ron mentioned that, like, oh, you should have a business card. When I saw them again, I was like, hey, I saw you at the thing. You probably didn't remember who I was, to be honest, because these people see a lot of like young developers, creators all the time. So to, you know, solidify your memory that you made, follow up with like, hey, last time I saw you, you said I should have a business card. Boom, I made a business card. Would you like it? And that's a way to, you know, break the ice with something. Like, I understand a lot of creative types are kind of introverted. Like, I'm pretty introverted. And I get nervous a lot. So, like, just having something that you can kind of hand off and just like, hey, I am this, take my card, like that's a little bit of a conversation starter. And the more people that you meet, the easier that it gets. So definitely get in touch with your community. Another way to further your connection with your community is also to attend game jams. Like when I was living in Columbus, it was a bit more difficult for me to get to all the events that are happening in Atlanta. It's 2 hours away. It's far, it's gas money, it's whatever the case may be. Either finding people to carpool with, or, you know, set your sights on a big event that you want to go to and preparing for it and, you know, throwing your all into it. So being aware of the fact that you may only be there 3 or 4 events out of the year, but during those 3 or 4 events, you give it your all. You meet people, you exchange stuff, you keep up with them on social media. Follow the social media pages for all the games organizations. That's also a great way to keep in contact with people if you're not able to make it there physically. The community in Georgia is awesome. It's very friendly. It's very like tight knit, and we're very open to also just like, you know, letting in people and speaking out and, you know, passing on people's information. So how the following step from there, how I got my first job in at least a game adjacent situation. I'm still not admittedly working at a big AAA company, but I'm honestly really happy with where I've been at the last 2 jobs that were, you know, games industry tangential. I feel like those offer an alternate to everyone aiming for big game big game companies, and oftentimes those big game companies are looking for people who have already worked on published games or that have a lot under their belt of things that they produced, so, or, you know, worked on. So being open to working on game adjacent industries like the casino industry, the VR, AR, education, things like that. Like, you can still garner the skills and things that help further you along to stop you from being so green, have you a more fulfilled resume than, you know, like I want to make a game. Like, ideas are a dime a dozen, and it's more important what you as an individual do as opposed to what you think you can do, what you feel your potential is. Employers want you to kind of put your money where your mouth is. I've spoken to a lot of people that either have, you know, their own company and they've hired people, or those that are working within a larger company, and how they go through candidates of that nature. And when it comes to, you know, everyone wants to make games, everyone wants to do this, but what are you actively doing that's documented, that's proof of your dedication to this field? Participating in game jams, going to events. Are you following through with the things that you're working on? Are you, if you're an artist, are you continuing to draw? Are you visiting these events? Like, every time that I've gone through one of these interviews, they brought up, like, so what are you doing in the meantime? How, if you're so interested in being in the game industry, why are you interested in working at this particular place? Like, what skills are you planning to obtain here that you don't feel like you can get on your own, or whatever the case may be? So having that understanding of what it is that you want to develop into, understanding that you're not going to get it on your first day on the job, and understanding what your path is to get there, and the certain maybe slight detours or alternate paths that you may have to take to get there, just to keep a continuous string of jobs, string of actions that you're taking. Also displaying yourself as you yourself are what you're offering to an employer. So demonstrating what you as a person bring to the company, whether it be follow through, you participate in a lot of game jams, you have set yourself on making this project, you decided you wanted to, as an artist, redraw all of the Marvel characters, and you go through and you do like a 30-day challenge or something. Like doing these type of things, documenting those type of things, having that just be as talking points to show what you offer. Also personality, passion, adaptability. Like be excited for what you're doing. Be excited for the career that you're trying to enter into. No one wants to work with somebody who is uppity and a know-it-all, or that is kind of just like, I just kind of need to make money. I don't really want to like stay here forever, but I just want to make money, and I want to go work for Naughty Dog. Like, come on. Like, we can understand that you want to go to this particular place, but be respectful of the other creators. Like they are offering you an option to, see how a full functioning project works, see how a full company works, and be open to taking those type of jobs within reason. Of course, like, don't necessarily do something that you don't want to do at all. Still have interest in it, but have a game plan of what it is that you wish to achieve while you're there, for the time that you're there. No one's expecting you to stay at a job forever if you say you want to be a game designer and that's not a position at that job. Like, then it's pretty obvious. But be open and honest about those things. So yes, doubling down on your connection to the community. Actually, how I ended up getting my first game industry job at Eclipse Gaming Systems. It was from a post that was posted in the GGDA channel. One of the people that worked there, James Simpson, he had shared that they were looking for people that wanted to work at this company, and I contacted them and applied. And like, I didn't know James directly, but other people that knew James knew me. So when he's like, hey, do you guys know who this person is? It's like, oh yeah, like, she attends these things, she's interested in the place, she's not just like, floating around and just blindly applying to everywhere. So that also kind of like just comes in handy, just meeting people, showing your personality, which wasn't the reason I got the job, but it was another talking point of just like, hey, this person. So it's a little bit less nerve-wracking because I was so shaken. I mean, I still knew my stuff when it came to Unity and programming and things along those lines, but at least being like, hey, he brought up the fact that like we had a common friend. It's like, hey, this person? Oh yeah, like I met them at such and such, and that further displays the dedication to the community, your connection to the community. You're not just tangentially popping in and popping out. Going into an interview, it's just like, oh, we at least know the same person. This person thinks you're cool, so you can't be that bad. So that was, you know, something that helped me feel a little bit more comfortable at the situation. As well as whenever that I was there, talking about the things that I was doing. One of the biggest questions that they asked me was, what have I been doing in the meantime while I was at this other job that connects to the game industry? Like, why do you want to work here? What do you want to do? A lot of people that want to get in the game industry because they think it's fun. They feel like it's not a boring desk job. It's not this and the other. But there's still a duty that needs to be done. Like, you're still working towards a goal at a company. There's still seriousness. There's still a lot of people that are putting a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into what they're producing. And they just don't want someone that just wants to lollygag and have fun. So how is this serious for you? Figuring that out is important. And being able to demonstrate how and why it's serious to you. So the portfolio that I was keeping up with the board game, going to game jams, the different events and stuff that I went to, those are talking points to show that, like, hey, I'm dedicated to this particular area. It's not just, you know, a game to me. So, like, what have I been doing? Proof of what I've been doing. They asked for projects that I had worked on before to see that, like, I knew what I was doing and that I could talk about what I was doing. It wasn't just that I got a degree and I worked at a big girl job and therefore I deserve to be here. It was more so like, what makes me a good team member to be there? What do I bring to the team that I could offer? What is it that about me as an individual that can, you know, add something substantial to their company? Keeping a running portfolio that's accessible, that's visible for people to, you know, go into and see what you've been working on, what you've been doing, is important for employers to see why you're a better fit there than someone else. So not only sharpening your skills, but just, you know, presenting yourself in a way that is appealing for other employers is extremely important. Making a business card isn't something that everyone has, but it's such a simple thing to create that makes a lot of difference. It's easier to remember someone when you have like a physical thing that has their name and information on it than just like, oh yeah, I saw this one person there and we made a joke, and that's, I'd probably let them work for me, but I don't remember their name, so whatever. Regardless of how simple or complicated it is, having some way to identify yourself makes it all the better. Like my first business card was this. It says Hiccup Interactive on the front, and it says Karen Williams, game programmer and developer on the back, and it has like my connection information. It's very simple. It's that's all that they need. Like those are things that further solidify you within an employer's mind. That makes you stand out a bit more than the other person that may be coming in. So another thing is, at a lot of these events and stuff within a community, those could potentially be employers or coworkers or whatever the case. Like the Atlanta community is kind of tight knit. Like we're definitely growing, we're expanding and so on and so forth, but a lot of people like know each other, and meeting people and making even just like a minor memory is something that, you know, makes a little bit of difference, and doubling down on the memories that you make with people. Like continuing with my follow through stamp that I'm trying to convey, the siege that I went to when I was working at the battery distribution company, I brought my board game that I had worked on, and I ran around and I told people to play it and I talked about it and I got a lot of feedback and so on and so forth. So within that first year of me working at Eclipse, and now I'm living in Atlanta and I'm at a game company, I wanted to keep with my follow through with my Hiccup stuff and the board game that they had seen that previous year. And I presented that in a digital game that I was there while I was there. And got a lot of follow-up from people that had remembered the game. They might not have remembered me completely, but it's like, oh yeah, you had this game and this was interesting and so on and so forth. And that was an extra, double down of solidifying your place in a community. You created something that someone remembered, which is an awesome feeling. And following up with that, that's awesome. And seeing people who I thought really didn't think much of my little game whenever that I was running around at Siege that first year screaming at people, being like, oh, I like that you changed this thing, like I like that this does this now, and like they remembered, and that feeling's awesome. So seeking out those tiny victories as well is something that helps keep you going forward, and also keeps you relevant within their memory, as far as if you're going to become an independent and you want to sell what you're making, you want people to purchase it, keeping in mind like their feedback, their experiences is something that builds your customer base or something like that. So at Siege 2019, my board game Malintent ended up winning for best design, and it was awesome, and it felt great, and it felt like being validated for something that like I made and I worked on and I showed people. And so from there I decided to make the decision of Hiccup Interactive is slowly forming into something. That's where I decided that I would file for Hiccup Interactive to be an LLC to protect what I'm working on. And you should get one later though. You want to protect what you're creating. It's your baby. Take pride in it. Also, it adds an extra layer of legitimacy whenever it comes to looking for funding, grants. Depending on what you're working on, you can actually get like research grants or government funding, depending on the type of game or experience or project that you're working on. So legitimizing yourself further by going through the legal hoops will make that a lot easier for you than pursuing it as a private entity. So that's something that you should take into consideration. It's not free to get an LLC, but it's not extremely expensive. And it's something that can be further expanded on and further fleshed out as you develop more as a full-on independent company. So, yeah, ultimately, I just wanted to give a little bit of a chit chat about my experiences, what I've gone through so far, how I've taken my first baby steps into the community. By no means am I a professional now. I'm still very much learning and growing and so on and so forth along with everyone else. And if my experiences can make it a little bit easier for someone else, then all the better to it. You've got to put work in order for your goals and desires to mean something. You sometimes got to take a little bit of a longer trail to get to where you're going, but just don't stop moving forward. And reaching out and building the community, getting into the community, and familiarizing yourself gives you that much more help with furthering yourself and your career and where you want to go and where you want to be. So yeah, thank you so much for listening to me. I'm also open to help out however that I can to talk more directly or intimately about anything that I've gone over or any other questions that you may have. So thank you. And have a good CIMFest. Bye bye.
Thank you very much, Miss Williams. Excellent stuff. If you have questions, please ask them in chat or in the Discord, the CIMFest Discord. You can do it there as well. We will have Ms. Williams in our Discord chat in one moment. Great presentation, lots of good information. Always great to hear from people who are in the industry and who've just done that transition so many other people are looking to do. So as we wait for cameras to work and kick in, go ahead and post your questions, tweet out any good comments you have. All right, we're going to transition, even though for some reason the video's not coming up. We'll hope to see that video pop up any minute now. Not sure why it isn't. But if you have questions, please ask them. All right, let's try this again. I think we have Karen now with us, at least by voice.
All right, let's try this again. I think we have.
Karen, can you hear us? We're all broken up for some reason.
I can hear you guys.
There we go. There we go. There we go. All right, we have some questions in chat. So let's go ahead and jump into the first one from Ken Martin. How nervous were you about stepping out of your job at the battery company and into the career of your dreams? How did you overcome that worry?
It was extremely nerve-wracking for sure. I kind of put it into the perspective of I didn't want to be stuck there. Like I said before, I felt like complacency would be like the death of my creativity. And I didn't want to feel like I was dragging myself to work every day. And honestly, just kind of like putting myself around people that I felt like I did want to work with, like whenever that I went to Siege and seeing those people and excited about the things that I'm interested in as well, it kind of helped encourage me to, like, you know, take the deep breath of like cutting off from the job I got straight out of college to explore other options. And it worked out in the end for me, so I was fortunate for sure.
Excellent. I have a feeling that part of the reason we're not seeing Karen's camera is because some other app has grabbed it. I have that issue with Discord and the camera often. Blanton Whitworth says, I felt this on a spiritual level. Great talk. What did you use to display your portfolio?
No, I can't.
And how did you get those interested to see it?
Hello?
Are you hearing us? Uh-oh. Let's see here.
There we go.
Are you able to hear us, Karen?
I think. Okay, I'm good. I hear you.
There we go.
Technical difficulties.
Understood. So Blanton Whitworth says, I felt this on a spiritual level. Great talk. What did you use to display your portfolio, and how did you get those interested to see it?
Actually, what I used to display my portfolio was just like I made a Facebook fan page, and kind of just, since you know those are free and simple to use, and I can kind of just throw over whatever stuff. And then from there, I used I created a website for myself once I got like more content situated, and started using that as more of my base place of where I set up all my stuff and where I spoke about everything. Also just using social media, Instagram, Twitter, things like that, even though I'm not really good at updating all the time, but it is a constant place for someone that is interested in whatever that I'm doing and what I have going on to refer to. So that's a nice option as well, to kind of carve out a place that has your name attached to it and is a constant location for them to go refer to you at.
All right. Good question, Blanton. Another question for you. You graduated from the Columbus State University program. CSU is putting on CIMFest. What do you think were the most important things you learned at college once you got into your jobs in the game industry? What were the best things they taught you, the most valuable things?
I feel like my problem solving skills, like the way that I approach problems, was probably the most important thing that I learned, especially with, me working at like a battery distribution company using software engineering, things like that, like figuring out ways for how I could apply my skills or expertise that I learned, like with a focused lens on game programming and object-oriented design and so on and so forth, and how I can use the skills that I'm learning at this new location to apply it to a different context within the game industry. Also, as well as like how through the different lenses that and problem solving skills and whatnot, to apply that to making different types of games, kind of just being a bit more flexible and adaptable and on my feet with whatever that is presented in front of me, so that I'm constantly gathering information that I can use for games that I'm working on, for design, mechanics or whatnot. So I felt like that was probably what I treasured the most, was just kind of looking at problems from different angles that pure textbook stepping through tutorials or whatever the case would not have clearly taught me.
That's a great testimonial for CSU if you picked up those skills there. Dean Borg has a good question. How has making a studio changed how you approach design and interacting with community members? Does it make you feel more professional, or is it the same stuff, just a different day? And I'd like to follow that up with another question about, are there challenges with both having your own studio and working for somebody else's studio?
Okay, so it does feel a little bit more, I guess, professional in a way, whenever that I have this extra handle that I'm going under. It's good to like separate yourself from your intellectual property, your studio, or whatever the case may be, have it be its own entity that exists as itself. Like you're still like, it's like I am Hiccup Interactive, but at the same time, Hiccup Interactive can stand on its own like feet as far as like where it is and how things are. It's not completely dependent on just my face or whatever. So having the studio change kind of like also had me approach it a lot differently, because like in my personal life, I'm really bad about like posting and updating and documenting what I'm doing. But if I'm through the lens of, well, I'm a company now, like I need to let people know what I'm doing. I need to follow up on what they're asking. It's not just like, a friend that's like forgiving of the fact that like, I haven't updated in a year and a half, but you know what I'm doing. Like, no, it puts it in a different context. I don't want someone to look up Hiccup Interactive and see that that company hasn't been doing anything for a year and a half. Even if Karen Williams, for life purposes, pandemics perhaps or whatever, maybe that's got something else going on, but it as a company is still producing things, doing things. It's poking its head around, so it puts it in a different lens, and it kind of made it a bit more real and official for me than me kind of feeling like the small fry Karen Williams that just got out of college and hoping that someone will read my resume and get back to me about it, As far as what was the other question? I
Do you have any
Thanks.
issues with having your own studio and working for someone else's game studio? For instance, are there worries about, do they ever want to own your personal IP or anything like that? Or does it support each other pretty well?
Yes. As far as that, like it is a little difficult, managing the time between the two. Um, I kind of like set myself to, like, Hiccup Interactive has the weekends, and during the weekdays are primarily like my job stuff. But an advantage of, like, once I got to working within a company that uses the same methodologies, technologies, like I use Unity at work. So it's a lot easier for me to transition from using Unity at work to using Unity with my personal game projects whenever that I got home, as opposed to whenever I was working on, like, web dev and in-house technologies that I can't, like, I can't extrapolate that back to my home with like the specific things that they were using. So finding a job that at least, like, it's closely related to whatever that I'm doing, it's easier for me to mentally transition. Um, Being sure that as far as, like, property owning and things like that, like I speak about what I'm working on with my coworkers and my company and stuff. They haven't ask for, like, a cut or anything like that. I'm not like using their hardware, things like that, or something that might muddle the lines of, like, stealing ideas or whatever the case. It's kind of just like an extra support system. Like, they check in and just like, oh, like, what are you doing? Like, they're very supportive. They understand that, like, what I'm doing outside is still, like, important to me, but I'm still doing what I need to do within my workplace. So they offer me extra advice, like business advice that I wouldn't, normally have access to. They're kind of one of my first, like, play testers, showing them whatever that I have going on. It's been really great to have, like, that at my company to show those things, but also, like, still be able to have this for myself, and them still being respectful of the fact that I have these other things going on outside that aren't necessarily pulling me away from it, but are still something that's important to me. And I guess that also kind of goes along with being around, individuals and others that understand and appreciate whatever that you're working on.
Great. Ben Sandfelder in chat, who also has his own studio, by the way, says excellent advice. Let's go back to the skills you've picked up through the years. What was the most important skill you found that you had developed outside of your classes that served you best in game development?
I would say kind of being able to, I guess the skill that I kind of picked up accidentally was kind of like being able to see a game anywhere. I guess, I guess not exactly a game, or make anything into a game, I guess you can say. Especially whenever that I was working at the battery distribution company, there's no really splitting hairs there. It's not much of, like, a creative medium there. It's a very straightforward, like, software development focused documentation, so on and so forth. So trying to see about how the programming patterns that I was using there, how I could use those type of patterns within a game context, like me using SQL there, like perhaps figuring out how I could use SQL for the games that I would be working on in the future. Being able to extrapolate the skills that I'm learning at a particular focused job and pulling those out to see how they could apply to whatever that I'm doing was something that I didn't actively plan on learning, but it's something that I kind of, like, pulled out a lot, especially whenever that I was at the casino gaming company. They still
it's still a game, but it's in a more limited definition of the sense. How I can say, hold the things that I know from Dungeons and Dragons and apply that within the context of a slot machine or something like that, for example. Or whenever that the battery distribution company, they want charts and things to be displayed in another way. Thinking about how, UI UX within a game environment, like having that back and forth compatibility, I guess, with seeing games and non-game things and seeing non-game approaches into game things, kind of was a great skill that I picked up and was able to kind of like apply within these different contexts to make it still relevant to me to, keep growing on the skills that I'm developing while I'm learning.
Excellent. Kind of a related question from Blanton Whitworth. You mentioned that sometimes you have to take the long road when it comes to reaching your dream profession. If you were to go back and speak to your younger self, what would be the advice you'd give to yourself about preparing for the process?
I would definitely say, like, don't stop believing in yourself. Like, when all the chips are down and everything else is going on, sometimes you might need to be your biggest fan. And there were times whenever, say, I was at the battery distribution company and I just wasn't feeling it. And there were times where things were difficult for me because I was learning a different type of programming that I wasn't used to. Web dev is very different from game development. And there were times that I kind of got caught up on things, and I felt like because I wasn't doing good at this location in this area, that meant that I wasn't doing good in general. That, like, oh, if I were to try to reach outside of this field, like if I'm having trouble here, would I have trouble if I were in a place that I wanted to be? You know, being able to acknowledge that, like, I'm at a different learning curve at this particular place, and reminding myself, motivating myself to, like, once I'm in my element, things are a lot, straightforward. It's different whenever that there's passion backing whatever that you're working on. It's a little bit hard to learn how to figure out all these different things whenever you just aren't ready. So, let me try this thing. That will fix that. So, being aware that, like, I might need to be my biggest fan during some of those low points where I'm still kind of stretching my legs out, getting through some of the green spots. Oh, hey, there's my radio.
Excellent.
I am here.
Excellent.
All right. Yeah, just that hits it.
Very good. Zane Everett, follow up regarding to the studio, and this is great advice for anyone who does contract work on games. I use my company as my front to contract our development services. Zane isn't working for you, in Zane Games is. Yeah, it's a great distinction and very important bit of legal protection as well. All right, a question from Bean Borg. 1 year in the industry, what have your highs and lows been in that year?
All right. For some reason my headphones aren't syncing up properly. We're good. But yeah, I heard the question. So, my highs and lows. I would definitely say that my high is winning like best design for my board game. Like, that was kind of revolutionary for me in a way. And also, like, whenever that I was presenting at Siege 2019 and people that recognized me from the year before when I was running around with my board game, like becoming a familiar face and feeling like I'm
I'm finding my home, my niche, getting on the IGDA board. That just it feels like, you know, I've found a stride, and it feels good, and I'm enjoying it. Like, I'm feeling a lot more at peace at what I'm doing for my day job, even though it's not the exact title that I want to be. Like, I want to be a game designer, but I'm not unhappy with what I'm doing, what I'm accomplishing, and where I'm going. There are ambulances. So, yeah, like, that's definitely, like, been a huge high for me. It's just like these little crossing out some of the discouragement that I may have felt before, of just like, oh, maybe this isn't the right area for me. Like, I once I found the right place to be, it kind of, like, you know, fell a bit more into place. As far as lows were definitely trying to figure out, like, my footing with some stuff, and, like, aside, pandemic shenanigans aside, um, you know, the lows were where I didn't know what to do. I wasn't sure if I had fit in yet, or that I presented myself well within an interview, on my resumes, feeling awkward at some of the events that I went to, but trying to basically narrow down those feelings as more temporal instances instead of, like, eternal mindsets, kind of helped me get past some of those things. Because, like I said before, I only needed one yes to get started on being in the industry, and also acknowledging that even if I don't have a job, I'm still part of the industry. I'm still at the events. I'm still a creator. I still, you know, talk about these things. I'm here. So yeah, I'm a shaky footing, but I.
Footing seems pretty confident right now. All right, chat. We've got time for one more question from chat. Before we get to that one, Karen, why don't you tell us a little bit about what you are doing now with the IGDA? What your new role is?
So right now, within the IGDA, I am its latest member. I got elected in December. Because of a lot of stuff that's going on with the world right now, I would be, like, you know, planning events, getting in contact with, like, different places to set up those things. So for the moment, we've kind of been shifting to our game plan for how to, you know, digitize our meetings, our connections, bettering how we're relaying to other individuals, so that we can spread out our connection to the community. A big thing that the IGDA is shooting for is, you know, more solidarity between the small indies and the bigger companies, connecting those people, spreading, you know, our goal of, we are here in Georgia, and we are creating things, and we are, you know, awesome at it. So, working on those type of initiatives, I really wish I could have planned up, like, I wanted to do, like, a in-person event, but perhaps in the future we'll get that on with. But yeah, that's primarily what I've been doing with the IGDA for now.
Someday we'll be in person again. All right, last
A lot of
question
learning, honestly.
last question from Discord. Karen, how's your cat doing? That's from Rado Bondo.
Beans is awesome. I think she's asleep on my bed right now. But she is awesome. She is really, like, keeping me motivated with getting through some of this stuff. She's really been the driving force of Urchins and Ink, and what I should do about, you know, game mechanic decisions and things like that. If it wasn't for her, Hiccup Interactive may not have made it through.
Excellent. Nick is implying that she really is the cat's pajamas. All right. Thank you very much, Karen. Great presentation. Lots of invaluable advice. Join Karen at 5 for the motivational rants if she hasn't motivated you enough to work in this industry. And now, stay tuned for Zane Everett getting ready to talk to us about dots. See y'all in a few minutes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Zane Everett, and today we're going to be talking about dots. This is Unity's performance by default framework. This will be a light overview of everything that they are doing. I hope everyone is doing all right and have enjoyed their CIMFest. Going to get started. So my name is Zane Everett. I've been a Unity programmer for over 9 years now. I've shipped over 21 educational titles. I'm not going to go through the list of everything that I do. The thing I am going to talk about in a little bit more detail is my work at Motion Reality. And if you guys have seen the 2018 Siege talk by Sean Shepard entitled Real-Time Multiplayer Games, that was a couple years back, Sean talked a lot about the work that was being done at Motion Reality. And essentially, Motion Reality was creating some mocap VR, location-based reality stuff that was very unique, very interesting, but some of the deal with it is it had to be extremely performant. And in that talk, Sean talked a little bit about the ECS framework that was developed at Motion Reality that was auto-networked. And if you're not sure what ECS means, that is some of what this talk will cover, so that will be explained shortly. But what I'm saying here is that I have had prior experience working with some of the portions of the DOTS framework prior to Unity announcing DOTS. And so I have this great transitional knowledge from where ECS kind of started and how Unity picked it up and started applying it to DOTS. Beyond that, I'm the regional coordinator for the IGDA US South. This is a new position with IGDA that is designed to help HQ kind of manage more of the chapters around the world, because there's over 120 chapters. I'm in charge of chapters from as far north as like Virginia and Kentucky, all the way to the west to Louisiana, and bounded by the ocean. Additionally, I'm the vice chair for IGDA Atlanta. I've been in that position for 2 years now. I've been helping organize different events. If you want to find out more about IGDA, you can check out igda.org. There are plenty of benefits to being a member, between Unity discounts, some significant Dell product discounts, and things like insurance for health insurance, for a couple of different types of insurance if you're in the game development space, as well as just tons of resources if you are interested in getting to game development itself. So beyond that, let's get into the meat of this topic. Unity DOTS. What is DOTS? Well, it stands for the Data-Oriented Technology Stack. So this suite of packages that Unity has come up with is they want to present a format for creating games that are performant by default. So that means that it should not be difficult for you to make games that just run, that you don't have to worry so much about optimization. If you've ever worked with virtual reality or mobile development, optimization can be a headache. It is one of the biggest pain points of creating your game, especially if you're new to it. The biggest challenge to creating those types of games or software is that if it's your first time, you typically just go for it, and then you realize that you need to go back and optimize, and that takes almost as much time as your initial development. Once you've had some experience, you go, oh, I should optimize at the beginning. Well, it's kind of taking that experience of you need to be optimal at the beginning that Unity is trying to make simpler for us. So it is comprised of 3 packages. If anyone is unaware, packages are Unity's new method of delivering new content beyond the larger editor extensions. There are tons of different packages. DOTS is composed of 3 primarily. The first one is jobs. And jobs are a method for creating multi-threaded code. It does it so much easier. If you have ever had to create a multi-threaded process on your own, you know that you have to go through a multi-thread process and a synchronization process, and you have to manage that on your own. Unity is doing something neat with jobs in that the entire process of your application is broken up into essentially 3 parts: a pre-synchronization step, a multi-threaded step, and a post-synchronization step. This stuff takes the requirements of you having to manage synchronization through multi-threading out of your responsibility. It is unburdening you from the task of having to manage this, and that was the largest headache having to do with multi-threading. And we all know that multi-threading makes stuff run faster. The second package to this is Burst. Burst simply takes jobs and kicks them off to the GPU. And if you have looked at any type of research about doing stuff into the GPU, GPUs are designed for multi-threading. That's what they do. It's how they render our graphics and present it to the screen. Having the process made automatic for you is awesome. So the final portion to this is ECS. This package allows for a way to write code in a way so it's organized so that it works better with multi-threading. And with these powers combined, like, it gives you performance by default. And ECS a few times. ECS stands for Entity Component System. So what exactly does that mean? So this is a data-driven design format where it's different from object-oriented programming. Like, we're all pretty familiar with object-oriented programming. Data-driven design takes some of this and flips it on its head. Through object-oriented programming, we typically use inheritance as a way to get complex behavior. Data-driven design says no to that. It has a very flat inheritance hierarchy and instead favors composition, so that the data of different portions of whatever you're trying to represent, when combined, drive what the program is supposed to do. So an entity is simply, at least within Unity's context, is simply an index that has a collection of components. That's it. So components are simply data. And your system are the methods that impact that data. So if we talk about object-oriented programming a little bit more, you guys often know that data and methods are put together. With ECS, that is a no-no. You never, ever have methods in your data. Covered much of what I talked about before through this slide, but what we can cover with some of these images. So we have on the left-hand side here some object-oriented programming and how, like, different game objects is what these, in the image here, that is what some of these individual blocks of objects are. You can look at each one of these blocks as individual components, and you can see the execution of those things is kind of all over the place. They're being run at different times. A data-driven design that allows it to be multi-threaded is that it pairs up a lot of this stuff into individual processes by gathering up all of the data and shoving it into the CPU or GPU as one collective bit, and that is what allows multi-threading to happen. Design philosophy that I didn't talk about was that with object-oriented, we often look at abstraction. If we think about, like, animals, if you were to try to create some type of animal within your code, you would typically start with, well, an animal, and then you would list out the different functionality that would have, as well as the different data, and then say, okay, I've got my animals, and I need a bird and a horse, and those can be divided into, well, bipeds that also fly, and quadrupeds, and those are going to behave differently, and so we would create different classes for those, with the specific data for them. But then, a horse is different from a cow. And so we make a specific instance of cow and put in additional data and methodology that describes what a horse is as opposed to a cow. For data-driven design, you don't start with abstraction. You start with the concrete thing that you're trying to do. There are commonalities among all of animals. They eat. So you would likely write a set of data that describes, eating, hunger, things along those lines. It's things that are land animals all typically have some type of movement, and so you would describe like their speed and stuff like that in a separate component. And when you combine those different types of components that describe what the type of animal that you have, potentially even like a horse tag, those things define what a horse is, and you can have individual sets of methodologies that only apply to that, and you don't have to worry about abstraction, because if you've ever done this in practice, you can get very web-like inheritance structures, and they can be hard to follow and debug, and it becomes a nightmare beyond the savings that we have for performance. And so memory usage, not just your performance speed and all of that. When we do object-oriented code and we create a class and we put tons of data into that structure, and we try to reference that structure, and with it, we have to load everything about that class inside the memory. We have to take it from whether it's main memory or level 1, level 2 cache and shove it into the processing unit. And the further away from the processor that memory exists, the longer amount of time it takes for that memory to get into the processor, and it takes up more space within the processor, thus slowing everything down. Through a data-driven design approach, the only thing that you care about if you're going to do something like modify a transform is the position. So why are we grabbing all of this additional stuff that we don't care about to try and put it into the processor unit when all that we really need is the vector 3 for position? So data-driven design allows us to smash all of the vector 3 positions so that we can modify it for a transform into the processor all at once without having to worry about the excess data. These are the two elements that speed up the processing of different functions, and which make ECS and dots so much more powerful, and why if you've seen any of Unity's examples of stuff like this, that have like the cities environment or the large RTS, how they can just have so much stuff on the screen. I also want to point out, this isn't just Unity. Like, Overwatch was written in an ECS format. They were one of the early adopters of this, and these are the reasons why, because they wanted high processing, particularly for them, it was for networking. Adopted this strategy for you to use. So from here, I'm going to move into a live demo. I'm going to cover a handful of things in this live demo. I'm going to talk about the package manager if anyone has never seen it, because that is how you access these initial tools. Unity has a handful of new tools for you to use specifically with ECS, and I'm going to show that off. Then I'm going to give 2 code examples where we talk about spawning and modification. Once you get these 2 items down, that's really the majority of like game dev. I want to make things and I want to move them. There's more stuff to it, but most things kind of come from this. I think the last one that I'm not going to show is destruction, but there's a very similar process to spawning. If we have time, I'm going to go through a handful of editor tricks. So let's move from here into Unity. If we got technical difficulties on my machine. To show off. I prepared this for you guys because I love you. Very interesting. we're here, and this was the deal, but it should tell me that this is already open. Let's try just closing it. Right? That was the deal. I had all of this prepared for y'all. You see, it's like trying, not quite doing it. So let's task manager that, and Unity, let's end you. And the city builder, because that's where we're at, and yeah, don't know what's up, but we're able to continue, hopefully.
And we are back.
Hey, I apologize for the technical difficulties, but you know, I'm doing this live and live stuff happens, and I had it open and ready for you guys, I promise. So, let's take a look. My collapse things for showing off what we were specifically going to talk about are no longer there. This is there we go. So here we are in Unity. The first thing we're going to talk about is the package manager. And so if you're not sure where to find that, you're going to go to Window, and you're going to come down to the package manager right here. You're going to open that up, and Unity is going to give you this full list of packages that you can download. Some things are that have traditionally been part of the in-game editor have been moved into its own packages, such as the Unity UI. But the main things that you're going to want to download, it's 4 individual packages for this. You are going to want Burst, and you can either update or download the stuff. I'm not updating because I don't know if it will break anything presently, and I want to do that after this demo. So you're going to get Burst, and that gives you the Burst stuff. You can go for the Dots editor, which is going to give you a handful of additional tools. You want Entities. Lastly, you want Jobs. And since we're in here, I'm going to point out a couple of other Dots-related things that are somewhat new. So right here, we've got 2D entities. This builds off the current entity stack, ECS stack, and so that you can do specific 2D stuff. Unity has also, so that we have Dots physics. And interestingly, that also works with physics, or Havoc physics for Unity. And the last bit that you may or may not want, is kind of important, is the hybrid renderer. And so this takes a lot of the things that we're familiar with as far as rendering and puts it into a dot stack. So those are a handful of packages that I would recommend if you are wanting to start working with dots. So once you have those downloaded, they're going to show up down here in your packages. You can see I've got addressables installed. There's entities and hybrid render and jobs, and you can see that this is where they begin to live. What we're going to do after talking about the packages is I'm going to show you what this specific example does. Let's close out this stats so that we can see more. And as you can see, I've got an incredibly simple running right here. And the biggest thing we want to pay attention to is this bamboo underscore ECS. And so I'm going to hit play, and you guys are going to get to see what this does for this example. So what we have here is this bamboo that is growing, and when it reaches its full height, it creates another bamboo. And then after so long, it makes more bamboo. We have both of them making the bamboo, and so on and so forth. So essentially what we're doing is we are manipulating the scale, and we are having new things spawn. And this is going to be the two things that we give as an example. Going, but that should be sufficient to kind of explain. So let's check out our bamboo. As you can see, this is incredibly similar to the whole game object process that you're familiar with Unity. There's a handful of unique differences. The first one being this object has this convert to entity check, and if you toggle this, you get this additional component. This component does exactly what it says, and it converts this game object into entities. I want to point out, because Unity also very much points this out and make sure that people know this, like game objects and entities are not the same thing. Entities are virtually nothing. They are an index that have an array of other components associated with them. That's it. Your game objects have a set of mono behaviors on them. And right now, this is a game object. And you can see that my conversion mode here is set to convert and destroy. I can also convert and inject. An example of convert and inject is the main camera here. I've got it set to convert and inject so that it maintains here and I can see everything that's going on like normal. So this convert and destroy, as soon as I hit play, the first thing that happens on, except it's not, it exists here in my scene still. So what's going on with this? Let's pause it and let's show off the brand new entity debugger. So the first thing I'm going to point out is that bamboo that we had initially and destroyed, there it is as a single entity. It has been converted with all of the stuff that was on it into ECS components. So for this entity debugger, let's pause for just a second and show you where you can find that. If you go into Window and down at Analysis, right here we have an entity debugger. Now that we know that our bamboo is here, let's cover some of what all of this entity debugger is, because this is a brand new window that has a lot of information in it that is the core to the whole ECS front. What we have here in this one tab is a list of all of our entities. Let's start over there. On this left-hand side, we have all of the systems that are running in our program. You can see that they're divided up into a handful of groups. We have our initialization stuff. The stuff that I mentioned before is this pre-synchronization. We have an update loop, which is our multi-threaded loop. And down here we have a pre-late update. This runs just before our post-synchronization loop. And so all of this is the different systems that we have running. And if we tag here, we see right here, this is all entities in our default world. But we also have a handful of other types of systems. And what we see on this middle pane is all of the entities that are associated with this system. Well, the entities is a little inaccurate. It's really a collection of component groups, but it's very easy to think of a collection of component groups as being the entities associated with it. All of the entities in my scene. And we can see here that we've got 3 bamboo. In just a moment, I'll explain where all of those come from. We've got a handful of other things that came in. On this side, these are matching chunks. These are basically the bits of memory that go into the processing unit that are associated with this individual entity. I'm not going to go into super detail here. This is a much more advanced topic, but I just wanted to let you know kind of what it is on a very base level. So from there, how are we getting all of this to work? We can see that like we've got a change for this. Our inspector looks a little bit different. This is our typical normal inspector. So if we select a normal game object, we get a game object inspector view. But if we inspect an entity, we get this nifty view. And that has all of our ECS components and the values that they have. Now, we can't modify this stuff directly, partly because we are in-game. And the reason for that is presently, all of this data is currently in a multi-thread process. And so with all of the multi-thread stuff happening, if we changed one of these values, it would throw much of the multi-threading process off. So we don't want to mess with that. Again, taking a look into what these individual components are. Several different components that we're going to look at with code in just a moment. They are based into a handful of groups here. We're going to talk about how I'm getting growing to work, which is basically the transform modification, and how we're going to get spawning to work. And if we take a look, you can see this bamboo tag. I have one of those on there, and growth data is right there. And we have some tree reproduction stuff and some spawning stuff. There are essentially 3 specific classes that are associated with creating ECS objects. Go here. The way that you create a handful of scripts that are already pre-set up for you to do ECS stuff is you're going to go to create, and you're going to go all the way down to ECS down here. And you can see that there are essentially 3 different types of classes that we can work with. We have runtime components, we have authoring components, and we have systems. So a runtime component is the actual ECS components that are going to be storing our data that we're going to work with. An authoring component is a little bit different. It's not really ECS. It is the bridge between the mono behavior and the ECS. So the specific deal where we've got the convert to entity, the authoring components that are attached to this as mono behaviors and translating the data into ECS components. The last one was systems. That was pretty. These are the methods that are going to do stuff. So that now that we've got all of that out of the way, let's start looking at some code. To look at is our bamboo tag. I mentioned that just a moment ago, and you can notice that this is a data class that doesn't have anything in it. It is made up of an iComponent data, which is the interface used to create ECS component data. They're always structs. The reason this is empty is because this is a tag that is used to flag different systems to say that I want a different type of behavior, even though you're paired up with some other data that other systems may use in a different way. So what I talked about composition over inheritance, I'm adding new components to change how I'm going to process the data on other data components. Since momentarily when we cover the growth component. So if I had different things, and I do, I have rice in this game that grows in a different way than bamboo. But I use the same set of data to manage that. And the way that I differentiate them through the system is I say that I am concerned with things that have growth data and a bamboo tag in my rice growth system, where I say that I want things that have a growth data and a rice tag. Comes in a bit more detail. These are made up of job component system, and the way that they work is they have an on create process and on update process, and it's not always needed, but an on destroy process. Those are the basics. So what do you do when you make it, what do you do in update, and what do you do on destruction? So for growing the bamboo, adjusting the scale of the bamboo, what we are doing, this is our multi-threaded process. We're saying that on update for each of the entities within this match, I want to do these things. So here is the set of stuff that we are looking to match. We've got this bamboo tag, things that have scale, and things that have growth data. I'm going to switch back to Unity real quick. We're going to hit play, and I'm going to show you our system. Boom. Here is our bamboo growth system that we're working with. We have one object that has a bamboo tag, a growth data, and a scale. And that exactly matches the stuff that we are looking for in this. These things marked with ref, scale, bamboo tag. This is how it is differentiating what type of entities that it's going to act on. So I'm doing some things based on time. I am setting a scale value, and I am adjusting that scale value. In order for us to put this off for the multi-threaded process, we're going to say we're going to schedule it, and that kicks it off. I will explain real quick what a command buffer is. So this is a way for us to do things outside of the multi-threaded process, even though we've changed some data within the multi-threaded process. So this command buffer is something that takes place during the synchronization side. We have this big long thing where I've identified a specific synchronization, but if you just say command and buffer, you're going to get a whole list of different types of things. You can see this begin initialization. I'm doing this on the front load as opposed to the end initialization, which is on the end. That's all that means. But think of it as just command buffers that are part of the synchronization process. So I do these things. I'm adjusting these values. If I get a certain value, I'm simply going to remove a piece of data. And the reason this is outside of the synchronization process is because if we try to remove a piece of data, I mentioned it before, during a multi-thread process, it's going to muck things up. So Unity has made this a bit simple for you if you follow a handful of protocols so that it all just works for you. You say, cool, I want to do this specific thing outside of the multi-thread process. That is how the scale is changing on this, where we are specifically assigning the scale value right here after doing some calculation to all of the bamboo all at the same time. If we continue to let this play, you'll see more bamboo things pop up in this list. There we go. This was more so covering the specific scale. You can see that all of them are scaling at the same time. Those that have the need to scale. Those that have lost it should have their stuff removed, but yeah. So from here, let's talk about spawning. Let's pause that. And our tree reproduction stuff is part of our spawning for this specifically. And it's made up of a handful of bits of data. We've got our growth distance. So what this is basically doing is putting a space between where the next thing is going to grow. We've got our time since the last growth and how long we want before new growths happen. And if we check out the tree reproduction system, we basically have that data, a piece of data for the position, and getting some spawn info. Because we're going to use this position that's created to spawn more trees. And so we're basically waiting for time. Right here, we are looking for a difference between two different sets of time, setting it random position for us, and then applying that position and saying that, cool, we are ready to spawn a thing. And you see that our spawn data here simply holds a prefab, a position, and a value of whether or not to spawn. You can see that this is what was set here and there. So two of those items, the other one is set within the editor. On to the spawn system. We're simply going through each one of those, looking at our command buffer, saying, cool, I want to create an instance of this, and then I want to set the values for those things initially. And we are resetting our spawn value. You're noticing some of this, but all of my code for all of these things is incredibly short. A lot of it is just extra spaces. Like every single one is below 50 lines. This system is less than 50 lines, and this system is less than 50 lines. Like, through these combinatory practices, we're able to get more complex behavior and be able to have things very succinct, very readable, and very, very efficient. So I've given you essentially what the data is doing. I feel like there may be a gap right now about what is happening between us having this game object and it just going into ECS. So I'm going to talk about that in just a little bit. I don't know if anyone noticed, but if we go to the bamboo tag, you can see that on this I have a special attribute that says generate an authoring component. So this is automatically creating the authoring component that is being generated here. So you can see that this is bamboo tag authoring and bamboo tag. Unity is automatically doing this for me, and this is great when you have simple data components that you just want translated into something that can be put onto a game object and shoved into ECS. Instances that require something a little bit more complex. And I have one of those to show that was going to shed a little bit more light on what's happening under the hood. This spawn authoring. I'm doing a couple of interesting things in this that are outside of some basic info that is easy to translate. So what Unity is doing, our authoring components are monobehaviors with a couple of special interfaces on them. So this declare references prefab is saying that we are wanting to create a prefab out of whatever game object is coming in. And it is running. That is essentially assigning our object that we have associated with a set of prefabs that we want to spawn at some later point. It's putting them in memory and saving them for later, and I can show you this by the fact that if we go back to all entities, if we check this out, we can see we've got 2 and then it jumps to 31 as far as our entity index. If we jump back to all entities, you can see that I've got a 2 and a 3. And this 3 is not showing up in the other one because it has this prefab tag. And anything that has a prefab tag is not considered part of the normal process and is saved as data for later to be instantiated as actual entities that we want to do stuff with at a later point in time. So this says, cool, declared reference prefab. I want to make this a special reference prefab, and it automatically adds that. It creates a second copy of it. It automatically adds that tag to it and sets it aside for later spawning. And that is pretty nifty. The second bit to this is converting something to an actual game object, from a game object to an entity within Unity. And that's what this function does. We've got convert game object to entity. What it's doing is you are giving instructions for whatever needs to happen to change the game object that this is attached to into an entity with the correct components. You can see that we have our entity and the entity manager that we are going to toss this to. And we're saying on this specific one, because it spawns stuff, that I want to add a component to this entity. And the thing that I'm doing here is setting the prefab on it to be the primary entity that would exist on the prefab that we have listed here. This guy. And you can see in Unity that I am assigning that just in the editor. And it's these authoring components are simply converting whatever is in the Unity editor into ECS world. Let's see. Essentially, the gist of these two things. I may from time to time come up with a handful of tips that I have specifically missed, but at this point, I'm happy to open the forum up for questions. I know that I went through that really fast because I was concerned about time and making sure to get through a ton of different concepts, but I'm happy to clarify anything at this point.
Great stuff, Zane. Thank you very much. If you have questions, please put them in chat. Hiccup Interactive had one, which I think actually could do with a good bit more explaining. You touched a bit on the benefits of object-oriented versus ECS, as well as when you might not necessarily want to, when you might want things to happen outside of multi-thread. Can you touch a little bit about the decision-making that goes into when you'd want to use ECS, when you'd want to use object-oriented, and then again, same question about, as you were showing with the bamboo, when to multi-thread. Sounds like a Hamlet question. To multi-thread or not to multi-thread? Can you not hear me? Oh boy. Test, test. Test, test, test. Did I lose Zane's audio? Test, 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 test.
The deal there is that if you're not ready to use some experimental stuff in your game, don't. The first deal. A more practical side of when to multi-thread and when to not. You don't have to do an entire game in ECS. Don't. You can still use the typical monobehavioral workflow, and it works just fine. My best recommendation at this point is if you are either having optimization issues in a certain area, and you feel like you're doing a lot of the same little stuff on objects, and that's creating a bog down. Like, for example, you have 50,000 trees that are actually trying to do something. In this case, if you have 10,000 AI units that are running around all trying to process stuff, those are great candidates for doing multi-threading. That's going to be your biggest optimization pain point. Other stuff where it doesn't matter, like your GUI stuff at this point isn't going to be in ECS land. Just not. He's not ready for it. And GUI stuff really isn't a good candidate for doing this. It works on an event-driven system, or at least it does best. And that's not what ECS is. It's not event-driven, it's data-driven. So there's a little bit of an explanation there. So you're looking for optimization, looking for stuff that you know can be multi-threaded, but you're not looking for your GUI. Like, and though there are ways to optimize your GUI, it's not right now a candidate for CS and multi-threading. There's more to it.
All right. Well, we've got a question in Twitch as well. Nick Winters has a couple. Is each entity done in its own thread? How do you handle the case when entities rely on data from other entities and that data may get edited?
So, this is part of the deal with multi-threading. That can't happen. You can use that data in the next frame, but you cannot use the... maybe lying there. Now, if I think about it, like, you're not going to modify that data by someone else in the same frame. That's not going to happen. In fact, that's already part of the process in this. Like, that's really good. I'm going to go with, like, you shouldn't. I'm sitting here rolling in my head. There are different situations that you could do things like... That's not really what's going on. Like, an individual entity itself is not modifying the data. It's never going to do that because there's no functionality on an entity. There's no functionality on a component. Functionality is on a system. The system already has all of the components that it is going to modify. You're looking at this in a kind of linear way, but really what Unity is doing is kicking this stuff off into a multi-thread process, and it's all going to process and then spit back results at the end. And so you're going to have next frame stuff regardless. You're definitely not going to destroy component data the same frame. You're definitely not going to create new data in the same frame. That's going to be in the same multi-thread process. That's going to be done in the synchronization side. Like, all of this data should be, for the most part, dependent. There is a way to specifically... It's still here. This was early on. I can... There are a handful of different attributes that you can order the processing so that if you know that a certain system, not necessarily other like component modifications between each other, because that just can't happen. But if you know other systems are going to need to process something before a system down the line, there are a handful of update attributes that will order the processing of the systems. And so this can get around some of what you're asking as far as ordering, but it's really based on systems and not other components. And you kind of see this a little bit in Unity's own ordering here. Like, stuff is not just necessarily willy-nilly, it is ordered in a specific way. And it's going to go down this line and process all of the stuff. If I have one on this, I don't. I thought I did at one point or another spawn system. No. But what you can see, I believe here, is my spawn system is going to be lower down. Nope, I lied. It's actually at the beginning, even though other things are processing about it. You know that Unity is a little bit automatically for you. You can specifically say, I want spawn system to update after tree reproduction system. It's doing some modification for it. The way that it's processed right here, it kind of doesn't matter by the time this is updated and catches back around. It's a single frame and it's not super important for my use case. Using those different attributes is one way to work with race conditions. If that's what you're really getting after.
All right. Nick had a second part of that question, which I think you've essentially answered, but he asks, if two jobs require the same type of data, will they still run in parallel? Do we need to use locks around the data?
So, expand on that further. You mentioned with locks, there are, if you notice here, we may, I think, here it is. We have some components that don't have a coloration, some components that do. I believe that the ones that are gray are read-only. The ones that here are green, you can see are read-write. If we go into this bamboo growth system, we check out what exactly is happening. So that I've got my growth data, I've got my scale, I've got my bamboo tag. If we look, I'm assigning a value to scale, and I am assigning a value to growth data. So Unity is kind of doing some automation for me, recognizing that these two are read-write. This one is read-only. If I remember correctly, this may have been updated. You can they have changed it. They've changed a little bit about the way this works. So I think I've shown here is a more updated version where everything is condensed into an update. Prior to this, they had it so that you created an individual class, and in that individual class, you could label some of these things as read-only. In fact, it was required. But with the update, they're doing a lot more of this processing for you behind the hood so that you don't have to worry about it. Yeah, Unity is doing a bit to help with these, recognizing what is read-only and what is read-write, so that there's already this process of identifying what type of things are being modified and using that to determine order.
Nick had a follow-up. As an example, what if units are looking at each other's path to make sure they don't collide? They'll change their own path to avoid each other. It may change as the other unit is looking at it. In this case, does ECS make sense, or doesn't it?
So, I explored, I don't have the best of answers for it, but I explored looking specifically into the nav mesh stuff, or ECS, and I thought that stuff was not being done multi-threaded. When I did a little bit of digging, I found out through the profiler that it was. So that if you're doing any Unity nav mesh process, it's not an ECS, it is already going through jobs. That's the thing that I may not have pointed out in this, is that you can do jobs in monobehavior stuff, just that ECS goes ahead and organizes that data a bit better for you, so that it's not as difficult. You still have to gather all of the components that have the data and do essentially multi-threaded stuff in a authoritative monobehavior. Yeah, so Unity is somewhat handling that for you already, and I'm not necessarily sure how.
Okay. Nick says the read-write controls are helpful. I'll throw out one last question, and then we'll go into some mixed reality. So, Zane, there are some differences in how you have to think about this from traditional object-oriented. Were there any particular landmines you kept stepping in when you first made this transition, first started picking up ECS? Anything people should be aware of? Or anything that could make the transition even easier? Hey, Zane, are you hearing me?
Yes,
okay,
I'm hearing you. Okay.
No problem.
There's... Did you guys hear last statements?
No, after I asked if there were landmines or ways to ease the transition, did not hear anything.
Okay. We've only got a couple minutes. The question was about navigation. Essentially, you're doing nav mesh stuff. Unity's doing some of that under the hood for you, so you don't have to worry about it. It is being done through jobs, just not necessarily ECS. We're out of time. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Zane. Post in chat where people can reach you for more information.
Absolutely.
And a lot of good stuff. Very interesting look at, a new way to look at coding. All right, everyone, join us in 5 minutes for some mixed reality. Really looking forward to this one as well from Jesse James Allen.
Hi, my name is Jesse James Allen. Thank you for joining me on my presentation called Rethinking Mixed Reality here at CIMFest 2020. Now, I've been part of the Georgia Game Developers Association for about the past 10 years or so, and most of my talks have related around interactive audio or AAA video game design, but this one is completely different. It's a little bit more about exploratory research, kind of the next generation of real-time tools coming to the market right now. Now, when most people hear about mixed reality, they always think about something like a headset. And what I'm actually going to be talking about are some of the newer devices that are coming out on the market, such as this Lightform LF1 that can turn household projectors into augmented devices. Now, the goal of this isn't to really wow you with like incredible graphics or, final presentations that are super polished. They're all very much experiments. The idea here is to get the greater group of individuals out there exploring this kind of technology, thinking even broader on what the possibilities are. And hopefully, together, we can come up with some really fascinating ideas that'll bring us into the next generation of augmented projections and mixed reality. All right, and to kick things off, here's the list of software that I have been using for the past 2 years to try many of these experiments. The very first one there is HeavyM. It is a real-time projection mapping program that I just adore. It's so intuitive to use and just easy and dynamic, and yeah, I'll show you why very soon. Smode is a real-time compositing engine. Matter of fact, it is the thing doing those cool particle graphics behind this text. Super versatile. Every single parameter within this program can be exposed for real-time control with like MIDI and OSC controllers. I'll get into that. Unity, real-time video game engine, awesome. Lightform is a projected AR hardware device and software solution. I'll be talking about that briefly. Adobe Aero is their augmented reality solution that is codeless, and it runs on cell phones and tablets. It can do some very cool things. I'll show you that. Bear Conductive basically is an Arduino board and thermal conductive paint that allows you to turn pretty much anything out there into a video game controller. Super awesome. The last one on this list is Spout. You can find this at spout.zeal.co, and it allows you to do things like bridge your video game graphics from Unity into HeavyM and map them around physical objects. It's a super cool program, and let's just get started with what you can do with all this stuff. You ready? All right, here we go. So let me give you a crash course on HeavyM. Now, HeavyM is a real-time projection mapping program. So I'm going to toggle between the physical world and what's going on my laptop here. So in the physical world, you see there are 3 cardboard boxes sitting on my table over there. 2 of them have already been projection mapped. The top one has not. So as I look back here at HeavyM, the program, I can pull another box down, and you can see in the physical world it shows up in the real space. If I hold my Alt and Up button, I can size this thing up to be approximately about the same shape. You will see that the physical world version of it is slightly crooked. That's easy to adjust. You basically just move these little dots around to conform it to whatever shape. I should be very specific that this does not need to be a square. You can map onto any shape of any kind of surface that you want. There's a lot of preset shapes in HeavyM. You can use standard shapes, and you can modify them. You just hit this little button here, and then you can modify the shapes however you want. You can also freehand draw shapes here. Hold on a second, let me clear these guys out. You can freehand draw new vector shapes, kind of like you would in Photoshop or something like that. I have no idea what that is. Anyway, but once you've done that, you can do lots of other stuff with it. So inside this tool, you have the ability to fill it with color. You see the white borders there that I have currently. You can turn those off. You can animate them if you want to. Let's see if I can, yeah, there we go. You got some animation, that kind of stuff. And you can also map media to them. So on the lower two on my laptop here, you see these kind of unusual screens there in the background. Well, essentially what that is a media screen. And as I drag the media over my top box, I just assign it to a group. A group works a lot like the layers in Photoshop does. And essentially on each of these, I can go into my Change Content tab here, just select Media, and I'm just going to grab a couple of videos and start playing some videos. And this one, I'm going to put a different video. That'll be like that. And then in this top one, I'm going to grab yet another video and start playing that. And so now you see in the physical world, you have these boxes projection mapped, which looks super cool because they don't look like cardboard boxes anymore. That's kind of the point. It's like the world's greatest magic trick. So some of the other things that you can do with this is HeavyM allows you to do things like you can have an active webcam, and whatever the webcam sees, it'll map onto the physical object. Over here is the OpenGL shader ability, so you can pick a fractal shader or ISF shader or something like that, and map that into the real world. And this gives you these super pristine, crisp graphics. I love them. They look so good. And then this one over here, you can do text, real simple, basic text kind of stuff. But this one is really the fun one. This is Spout. And I had mentioned Spout in that list of things that can bridge between programs. So for one of the things you can do here is you can bridge stuff from Unity into HeavyM and project your video game creations into physical environments or wrap them around physical objects. And I will get into that all very soon, but I just wanted to give you the super basic generic overview of what this is, and I will show you a couple of examples of things that I have done with this. So then the two videos that you just saw, the very first one, that was 100% HeavyM. I did that all with media with inside of HeavyM. And yes, the results are super fun. The second one actually was partially HeavyM, and the interactive particle part was coming from Unity. And the way to do that is to go to this GitHub page, pick up this little script here called clack spout. And then inside of Unity, once you have it here, just select your camera and go to the runtime, select spout sender. And then once you build up your Unity project, however you want to do that, anything that the camera sees in Unity will be sent out of spout. So all you have to do is flip the switch in any of the projection mapping programs to receive a spout line, and bam, you're in business. Now for many of my experiments, I use this device. This is called a Leap Motion. Now Leap Motion essentially is like a really tiny Kinect that lays in front of your computer, and as you move your hands over it, it tracks your hand position data. Now these things never really caught on but they updated it to be used with headsets. So on VR headsets, it can track your hands instead of using controllers. But I have found in projection mapping specifically, this device is fantastic in tracking, even in really low light, hand gestures when you're manipulating objects at close range. Now in the examples that you just saw, that was all using the leap motion to control all those cool little particle effects and whatnot. A couple of those were just driven straight out of Unity. All of them worked exactly like I said in the previous section, just going down spout into heavy M, and then heavy M would be the catalyst that projection maps onto that stone Buddha. Now, if you're not really into working with game engines per se, like you're not really good at working with Unity, I would actually say that a great alternative is working with Smode. Now, Smode is a very cool real-time compositing engine. It is fairly new on the market, mostly used for theatrical stage production, just because of its real-time nature. But in this photograph, what you're seeing here is the leap motion again. And then in the bottom corner, you see this little green and gray box there. This is a program called Aero MIDI, and you can find this online, super easy. Essentially what it does is allows you to hook a leap motion to it, and then it will turn hand gestures into MIDI data. For the sound designers listening in on this presentation, yes, I am talking about the same MIDI that you use to create sequences and music and all that kind of wonderful stuff. Musical instrument digital interface, been around since the 80s. But one of the cool things about this is that you are now using MIDI data to control visual stuff, so that's fun. So in Smode, the thing you can do is essentially once you've mapped out inside of Aero MIDI your gestures, and there's a lot of presets, so it's not hard to get going on that at all. It's just like learning commands in your software for synthesizers and whatnot. You find a parameter in Smode that you want to control, something like opacity or the density of particles or something like that. There is no coding. You just right click and you hit learn. And what you can do is raise or lower your hands, and it will say, hey, there's this MIDI data coming in. Do you want me to pay attention to that? And you will hit yes. And then essentially what you will do is, use your gestures to control your presentation at runtime. That was a lot of verbiage. I know that probably went over some people's heads on this. I'm going to show you what this looks like when it all works. So hanging with Smode for another hot second. Here is a project that everything is built around the use of a webcam as the user interface. Now, why the hell would you want to do that? Well, actually, when you think about this kind of post-pandemic world that we're stepping into, maybe you want to build something for an art festival or a museum that allows people to interact with something that doesn't involve them touching anything. This would be an ideal, very low cost, very fun way of doing that. Now, this project I actually built entirely in Smode by using a tutorial by a guy in the community that we call El Vincent. He's totally brilliant. And he showed exactly how to put this thing together. Essentially what you're doing is you are using 3D objects. In this case, I'm just using a bunch of spheres and mapping all of what the webcam sees as texture data onto these 3D spheres. And then essentially it's just using contrast levels to provide the XY data for the movement of these spheres. And then on top of that, what I'm using are what they call interactive shader format modifiers to do things like kaleidoscope and create really cool patterns and other really unique visual effects that are just easily assigned in Smode and easily tuned. Now at the bottom there, you will see what looks kind of like a Adobe After Effects timeline or something of that nature. And what that essentially is doing is, like a video game engine, it is sending trigger data to those interactive shader formats and allowing them to switch their effect as it plays through this rotating sequence. I have found in general through design that when people interact with these kind of things in the physical world, it's better if it's not totally at a standstill at all time. It's better if there is something that is changing up and inviting them to join in the journey. So it's kind of a sing-along in the visual realm, okay? So anyway, enough of me blabbing. This is what you can do with a single webcam and Smode and a fun little projector in the real world. So let's give it a shot. This next project is called the Astra. And when I talk about the Astra, I'm talking about this device, the Orbic Astra S. Now, the Astra essentially is a more modern version of the Kinect. You can easily find these things, even new, on Amazon. The S stands for short range, which means you can have it very close to the user who's interacting with the experience, which is really great, especially in low light environments. And here's exactly what I did with that. So for those of you who want to do this type of body tracking cam thing, I would just suggest picking up the asset that you see here on the left side of your screen from the Unity Asset Store, dropping that into a project, and then on the skeleton, dropping in a cinder from this other asset called EXTOSC, which essentially is Open Sound Control, a command that's a lot like MIDI, although it does it through Wi-Fi, essentially. But it can track those gestures and send the telemetry data to SMODE. And one of the great things about SMODE is it can take this data, and let's say the XY data is moving between 0 and 1. SMODE can actually, with a thing they call the modifiers or remap, with its modifiers, it can actually expand that range. So you would just essentially add remap to the data coming into SMODE, and you would expand its range. And then the other benefit of this is that you can add a smooth function to even it out. So if somebody moves their hands super fast, you don't have this like super jerky motion. It kind of averages out those numbers and kind of ramps into it, makes it nice and beautiful. But this also leads me into something else that's quite cool about OSC. It is not exclusively for Unity or this type of work at all. OSC is something that's very abundant, especially for people who do musical productions and whatnot. It's been around for quite a while. It kind of is a successor to MIDI in a lot of ways. And I will show you a couple other experiments that I did with OSC using a cell phone to control visuals again, just by sending OSC data. And again, you have some really cool mixed reality projects. So the next thing I get to talk about is this stuff. Now this is called bare conductive paint, and it looks exactly like regular black paint, except you can run an electrical lead into this device, which is a bare conductive touch board, and essentially turn anything into a video game controller. So you can have a painting that's painted with this stuff, and different points of the painting will send different control data to this device. You can also turn things into a Thermin, because this paint is proximity sensitive. Like the closer you get with your body, the more data it sends to this. You can hook this board to other things as well. You can hook these leads to any metal object, turning any metal object into basically a MIDI controller. Or in this next experiment, I hooked it to VHS tape and created a proximity-based mixed reality Thermin. So as people get further down the rabbit hole on this, they discover that there are often times when you have very super intricate shapes or patterns and whatnot, and they're very hard to map. Now, one of the devices that helps with this is this one. This is called a Lightform LF1. This came out maybe about a year or so ago. There's also an LF2 and LF3 on the market, but they all essentially work the same. Essentially what it does is it mounts on top of a standard projector. It will emit a bunch of patterns. Basically the light will splash upon whatever surface it's pointed at, and it receives all that information through this little lens, and it will build both a disparity map and give you a perspective from the projector of what it sees, so you can more accurately map out what you're doing. Once you're done with all of your projects, you can send all the data back to this device, either through Wi-Fi or through the LAN cable on the back, and it will indefinitely replay that information through the projector as a self-contained unit. It's ideal for a museum or a public exhibition or something of that nature, because it is essentially hands-off at that time. However, you can make a lot of the parameters influenced by OSC data. There's also an IR receiver on the back of it. In this next project that you're going to see, I worked with a local artist by the name of Kelly Joylad, and she is a sculptor who makes these really fascinating works of art out of thousands of little pieces of paper. We took a LF1 and one of her pieces to create this project that was inspired by the Apollo space program.
This is Apollo control at 36 hours, 33 minutes into the flight.
Yeah, this is outstanding.
Just to switch gears for a moment, I'm going to talk about Adobe Aero, which is part of the Creative Cloud. It works with all iOS devices. It is a pattern recognition AR program. It does have the ability to let you load in some 3D models, like super light poly kind of stuff. It does not require any code to program it. It is all kind of conditions, essentially, is what you set. And that allows you to do these animations and stuff like this 3D forest that you're seeing that I set up in probably an hour or something like that. The other thing that it does really neat is it takes 2D art and creates 3D augmentations of it. I took this photo of this Chinese tapestry that I had brought over several years back and extracted all the layers, and with that in Adobe Aero I was able to set all the parallaxing to give a really cool AR effect. And again, this is a very easy program to use. It's great to explore the possibilities of augmented reality. And the big reason that I'm putting augmented reality in this part of the presentation is to set me up for what I'm going to talk about next, which is mixing augmented reality with projection mapping. So you're essentially getting an augmentation of an augmentation, or true mixed reality. So the project you just saw there was a community art project for the most part. It was for the opening night of Orlando Game Space. And Orlando Game Space is basically a collective of independent studios all working here in Orlando to create video games and immersive experiences. One of the teams within that building, actually called Brand XR, They have an app called Electrify that is very similar to the Adobe Aero approach of a codeless augmented reality application. Their team and a local muralist by the name of Shea actually painted that mural and augmented the mural with AR devices. So they were using like cell phones. And then they brought me in to projection map on top of that. So when the audience showed up on opening night, we had like 200 and something people. They were witnessing as a group a mass augmentation of this mural. Plus they could hold up their phones and have a personal experience that had a completely unique augmentation of the mural. So you have an augmentation of an augmentation. It's like layers deep, right? This presentation just last week won an international award for craft on immersion and mixed reality, a Telly Award. So, you know, that was a huge honor. But the point of showing basically everything that I've showed you today is that really this is just the tip of the iceberg of what is possible. And the reason that I am bringing this to you as people who are into developing this kind of technology and video games and all that stuff is to start to realize the greater potential of what we can do with this kind of technology and the directions that we can go. And this is not just to benefit strictly entertainment purposes. I mean, obviously, to have augmented interfaces and whatnot is very future thinking. It's something that is definitely going to be in demand in a post-pandemic era, or even in the midst of a pandemic era. And it's just to give you a taste of everything that's possible, so you can just start thinking broader on the kinds of things that are possible. Now, if you are joining me live today at CIMFest 2020, hopefully everything works out, I will be on a live Q&A after this session. And then if you are catching this post that time, or you just want to kind of process everything that you have seen and you want to circle back with me later, you can find me on LinkedIn. It's Jesse James Allen, and on Instagram it's Jesse James Allen. Feel free to drop me a note and just tell me your thoughts or ideas or whatever it is that you would like to discuss about what you have seen today. I hope you have a great time at the rest of CIMFest today, and I just want to thank you for being part of our community and expanding all that is possible with your amazing imagination and skills. So until next year, take care and thank you for watching.
All right, so we have Jesse here right now to answer questions. First question from Band Sandfelder. Do you see this tech being integrated with interactive VR AR experiences like the Void in the near future?
Absolutely, I do. I think that, of course, as I said at the beginning of this presentation, this is all stuff that is emerging tech, right? And a lot of the ways that emerging tech comes out kind of like a science experiment, right? And it's more about, hey, did you know this is possible? So, I will never say I'm the most talented person in the room, because, I mean, there's so many specialists out there that can take this kind of thing so much further than I could even comprehend, right? So, the idea of, giving people the idea of, hey, did you know you could bridge Unity into, physical reality?
I guarantee there is a Unity programmer out there that's like, oh yeah, totally could. And that's where you start getting into, these gorgeous presentations are very immersive and lush video game experiences, but now they are being mapped into a physical space. So, yeah, you better believe it's coming down the pike. And especially as I had mentioned several times, we are really entering a different era as far as how we are going to entertain people in public places. And, people want that kind of immersion, but they also want that immersion with their friends. And if you're in an environment like the Void or whatever, just to have that kind of control that's maybe gesture tracked or motion tracked with, a different type of controller, like the presentation we saw at the opening of CIMFest today. They had mentioned that Spout was something that is possible or does come out of that augmented reality or virtual reality program. Yes, you could bridge that into this, and you could do a live performance as well as a virtual one at the same time. So tremendous amount of potential here. It's just really kind of, who's going to take it to that next level,
Well, we hope it's Jesse, because we agree with Michael Brown when he says it's actually criminal how talented you are. Please don't stop. All right, Gavin raises another question. So if I'm producing a show with multiple effects, can I use the VR across the different slides with different VR characters, or is it best with just one scene like you had for the mural?
So one of the accidental discoveries that I found in my journey through all this is I was like, it's super interesting in Unity that you can assign a mode tracker to a camera if you had multiple cameras within your Unity project. So I set up, I don't know, like 5 or 6 cameras or something like that. And they all sent down their independent spout channels, which meant that it kind of goes above my kung fu level as far as Unity programming. But the test proved 100% that you could actually have multiple projectors going on, or, at mapping on different surfaces. And each one of those surfaces be projecting an instance or a camera from Unity in its native perspective. Like that to me was like, whoa, you could do a box with 4 sides, and every time a person walks around the box, each side had its own interactive thing going on in its own Unity universe, coming out of one Unity program at that. Like that kind of potential is just, it's a bit hard to comprehend as far as like all you could do with that, but yeah. So, and to answer that question, yeah, you could absolutely have multiple projectors on a wall. You can have multiple objects within a mural that independently mapped, or they have their own channels to show whatever it is that you want to show. I mean, the rabbit hole goes super, super deep on this. So,
very cool. All right, Jesse, let's talk about the installations you've done, the Orlando game one as well as others. What's the kind of reaction you get from people when they come in? I mean, when you're in the Orlando game space, obviously you deal with gamers who are expecting something like this, but they're bringing friends who aren't. So what's the range of expectations? What's the kind of responses they have?
So I've done several of the larger art festivals that are here in Orlando. We had Immerse, which shuts down pretty much half of downtown Orlando to have 1,000 artists come in and showcase stuff. I think people, they love visual stuff. They love eye candy for sure. Like anybody who's ever been in video games knows that sells. But I think it's a level beyond that when they realize that they can be part of that interaction and change it. And it. In that context, in a live environment, people just are really attracted to messing around with stuff like that. They love the photo op side of it. We did a project called the Seraph, where we built a huge Seraph angel, it was like 7 feet tall. And it was, it had all this projection mapping stuff going on, but there was a book there in the front that kind of looked like this old, Mesopotamian hieroglyphics book or something like that. And each one of the hieroglyphics was that bare conductive touch paint. So if they touched it, it would actually change what they saw in the angel. And then there was a leap motion embedded into the page. If they moved their hands over to touch one of the things, the feathers on the seraph would move around. And like we didn't even set people up to like explain what that did. It was just awesome to watch people go, wait, I'm doing that. Holy cow, and that just kind of moment of curiosity meeting, with like now you can be creative with it, and it was cool to just watch people just kind of mess around with it and explore.
Very cool. So let's keep talking about the installations, because we as game designers are used to sending something out there and hoping that our users can make it actually work on their machines. On the other hand, you're creating this group experience for everyone. Can you tell us some of the stories, what's gone into the setup and preparation, and especially any lessons about what we should avoid or what makes these work really well?
Sure. So, I think this is an interesting topic to present at a game developers showcase, because people are geared up to, hey, we got to get stuff out on the market that sells like traditional video games. And yet there's this massive industry of art installations, museums, and this kind of goes on and on and on, location-based entertainment that really has no serious development for it. There are companies that do it, but a lot of them are exceptionally expensive, and other ones, it's just, I guess I'm just basically saying there's a lot of open frontier there, right? So when you're looking at, hey, I'm going to develop something for video games that is going on Steam, you're competing with everything that's ever been put up on Steam. And here it's like, hey, there's also this entire world of stuff that very few people are actually venturing into. That's kind of interesting. And not to mention all the applications that go into industries that nobody's explored yet. There are medical uses for this kind of stuff. There's therapeutic uses for this stuff. Every one of these projects, I usually piggyback with a traditional artist, especially for like museum work or whatever, and they'll say, here's the experience that I want to produce as a physical entity. So they will do paintings or sculptures or whatever. And then we have a real long conversation of like, how do we make something that looks, really well represents what they have done, but augments it just a bit to make it a bit, mysterious or magical for the audience as well. And those are usually the best collaborations, because you have a master of a specific skill, and then I kind of consider myself an alchemist, a bit of a the hacker kind of guy. Okay, now let's just modify it just a little bit, and the intrigue that fine arts group coming in to look at a project like that will appreciate the master craft of whoever did the original sculptures or painting and everything like that, and be intrigued by the technology that's beyond that. I don't want to get too lengthy on my conversation or my answer on that, but yeah, that's pretty much it. Working with people that are already in that space a little bit in different disciplines.
Right. But we as game developers, I'm already seeing a ton of opportunities for this. I'm an old minis guy. I would love to do an MR thing where I've got my real life minis on the board, all my real life terrain, but could do all the funky things with AR for the special effects for the units you don't have. And all of that kind of stuff. Can you point to some other people in the games industry you think are doing good AR work? Who would you point out right now? I was glad you talked about Brand XR already as a local studio.
Absolutely. We actually, here in Orlando, we had a festival called City Unseen by Snap. It was essentially all these different artists from all over the world that were showing off variations of AR. Some of them were traditional, you hold up a tablet and something animates or comes to life or whatever. We have projection augmentation. One of my friends, Synth, she does mind-blowing stuff. She has like a headband that you put on and you can move the graphics with your alpha waves in your brain, like sounds sci-fi. She really makes it work. She uses the Mimi gloves in some of her presentations where she can do hand gestures on like a dome theater and stuff starts moving around like totally, sci-fi style. It's incredible. You're now kind of edging into that kind of super sci-fi tech because the tools that you've seen here, like Smode and Heavy and a lot of the others that are out there, those are all evolving tech. Those are all programs that have pretty much come out within the last 4 or 5 years. And they are getting super powerful because they are running on the same type of real-time engines Unity and such are.
Very cool. Gavin asks, if I was to install a conductive paint panel which was controlled by public use, should I be able to connect it to my laptop over a fairly long distance, 30 foot as laptop PC on a first floor?
So how you would actually do that is, I believe there is an HDMI to LAN converter. So you can do really, really long runs, 200-foot runs or something like that. And that will keep your signals super strong. If you want to keep your programming hardware inside of a building and yet your projectors are outside mounted to poles or trees or whatever you want to do. So yeah, absolutely, you can do that. Yeah.
All right, excellent. So you were talking about this being like sci-fi tech wizardry. What are you planning to do next? What's next on the horizon for you?
I think that everything that you've seen here, of course, this has just kind of been down the rabbit hole for me for a couple of years now. It's kind of like having a general knowledge of what is possible and now trying to specialize in it a little bit more, like push it a little bit more. Maybe I can do something that's more graphically intensive or complex. It's that kind of curiosity and learning opportunity that I'm just enjoying the journey, really. And so I'm really planning on to experiment with that more. I'd like to start experimenting with projecting on different types of surfaces and fabrics to give more like a hologram approach and that kind of stuff. I also think that there's a tremendous amount of potential dealing with augmented reality and projection mapping, because augmented reality works on pattern-based recognition, and with something that's projected, you can change the patterns even in different color spectrums. So the augmented device is like, oh, and now we're doing this. So you could do like a multiplayer event or something like that, where each AR program would be responding to a different color or a different pattern, and as projected, each person has a different that. I also think that there's pretty good potential there of having an AR device that also can send OSE data and allow people to interact with the projection with their cell phones and whatnot. I mean, it's too cool. I wish I had a bigger brain to like understand a lot of that stuff, but it's just fun to learn it and fun to try things. And yeah, you fail a million times, but it's like you do have that breakthrough and you kind of learn that extra thing. Oh my gosh, it's so cool, so.
Well, excellent. So speaking of next steps, theoretically, if you could do a presentation anywhere, if you do an installation anywhere, where would be your ultimate location for one of these? On Earth.
Yeah, I don't even know. I don't even really have a solid answer for that, because I've seen so many variances in this kind of tech emerging. Like they had the Morey Museum that did their everything. They had thousands of balls of projection mapping and stuff like that, and really creating almost like holodeck conditions like that. And I think it more for me is like just getting in the environments and around the people that are into that technology. And I don't know what the ultimate goal is, but man, the journey is fun as hell. So
Gavin wants to do it on the Taj Mahal.
My gosh, can you imagine? That would be amazing.
Well, that was great. Okay, everybody, join us again for the rants in a few minutes. Stay tuned, and Jesse will be back. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
Okay, so I should start? All right. All right, so I should start? All right. So
We good? We're on? All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to CIMFest 2020. Hello, everybody. CIMFest 2020's Indie Rants, the Anger Motivational Rants. CIMFest 2020. So,
You can't watch the stream while we're doing this.
Yeah, there's a
the
bad
first rant we got comes in all the way in from, I think he's the farthest one out, Rhode Island, from RIT. Give it up for Ian Schreiber.
Rhode Island?
Rochester, New York. Wrong state. Good
New
place.
York. Oh.
All right. Can you see my screen okay?
All good.
All right. So yeah, I'm Ian Schreiber. I'm at RIT, and this talk is not for the industry professionals out there. This one's for the hobbyists, the students, and those who haven't made a game yet but would like to. So if you haven't heard of Sturgeon's Law before, it's just 90% of everything is crap. So this is an aphorism. It's like Murphy's Law. It's not a hard and fast rule, but generally in the world you'll find that it's kind of true. And this includes games. So 90% of professional games lose money is the typical figure given in the industry. And if you think about just the professional games that are released, how many of these in the stores that you see would you actually play, even if you didn't have to spend money on them? And how many do you spend money on as a percentage of total games released? How many games in your Steam library are still unplayed? So yeah, pro level fail rate of at least 90%. And you're not going to do any better. That's the downside. If you're a student who's still figuring out how to make games and learning the basic skills, more like 99%. So if you're wondering why your game sucks, that's why. That's the bad news. The good news is there's an exploit. If you go for quantity, not quality. So if 90% of your games are crap, but then you make 10 games, then statistically speaking, on average, you should have one game that's actually not crap. The games don't have to be big. The game on the left here has sold like 75 gazillion units, and if you know what you're doing, you could create a reasonable Tetris clone that's pretty much as fun as the original in just about an hour or two. The game on the right is Duke Nukem Forever. It took over 15 years and multiple large teams just to make it, and it hasn't made nearly as much money as Tetris. That doesn't mean you should make a Tetris clone. The world has enough of those, but it means an original game of that complexity is still perfectly fine. One of the biggest mistakes I see students making is working on a single massive game project over an entire 4-year undergrad degree. And it ends up being this huge thing, and 90% of the time it just collapses under its own weight, and at the end they have this mess of a half-finished game to show. So don't do that. Work on small projects instead, especially when you're learning just at first. Game jams are great for this. One weekend, you make a game. And sure, 90% of your game jam games are also crap, but 10% are not. If you do 10 game jams, odds are you'll have at least the start of one decent game that you can get out of it, and then you'll take that and you can polish it for public consumption, and then it'll be portfolio ready, and that's one more piece that you wouldn't have had otherwise. You can do better. Global game jams just once a year. Ludum Dare is 3 times a year, with mini Ludum Dares on every month. itch.io has a list of jams. There are like about 3 dozen jams going on right now. Don't do all of these, you'll burn out really quickly, but if you just did 1 game jam a month over a 4-year college degree program, that would mean you created 48 games, which means, statistically speaking, 4 or 5 games that turn into decent portfolio pieces, in addition to whatever you would have done otherwise. That's pretty solid. You'll also build some pretty serious rapid prototyping skills, which are just useful in the game industry for their own sake. But you can do even better. Even if you can't do a full game jam every weekend, because that's unrealistic, you could at least take, say, 4 hours out of a week. Most people have at least 4 hours of spare time in a week. If you don't, then you're probably working within a 4-hour margin of your capacity. That's not sustainable. Start dropping things. So take 4 hours and just make something. Try and make a game in 4 hours. That's small. And the first time you do this, you will fail hard. You will try to do something way too ambitious for 4 hours. You won't finish in time. That's okay. After a few times doing this, eventually you will finish something. And it will, and then you'll be like the guy in this meme. And like your game will still suck, but at least it will be done, and you'll still feel awesome because you got it done. And over time, you'll get a good sense of what you can and can't do in 4 hours, and you'll start finishing more and more often. And 90% of those will still suck, but 10% won't. And over the course of a 4-year degree, if you did just a 4-hour game jam a week, that's 200 plus projects over 4 years. And at a 10% non-suck rate, that's 20 portfolio-worthy pieces. Gets even better because, yeah, sure, okay, 10% of your games don't suck. That doesn't mean they're great, but some small percentage, maybe like 1% of your games, actually will end up being really, really, really awesome. The kinds of games that end up winning major awards, that end up becoming like these major groundbreaking things that started in a game jam, even if you just got there through dumb luck and repetition. So if you do this over 4 years, you end up with like 20 strong portfolio pieces, 2 major industry award-winning games, and more projects than most 10-year industry veterans have worked on. So yeah, I know none of you will actually do this. If you can't, at least do a game jam a month, and if you can't do that, at least attend a game jam or roll your own whenever you can. But any of you who do this are going to rock the world and the industry. That's my talk. Thank you.
Lots of applause from the other ranters.
Yeah, good job. There we go. I'm supposed to be up next, but everybody's supposed to introduce themselves, which didn't quite happen. So I'm Joe Cassavaugh, the Joe of Puzzles by Joe, and that was Ian, and he can introduce himself, and then we'll just go around. To you, Ian.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Ian Schreiber, like I said, I teach full-time at RIT. I'm game designer, programmer, do a lot of speaking and mentoring and stuff. I don't know what to say. I don't know. If you want to know more about me, just Google me.
Joe? Already did. I'm Joe, Puzzled by Joe. Go. Next.
James Allen. I'm a former EA audio designer and studio audio director, and now I'm just kind of a whatever is exciting, Renaissance guy. So I work in theme parks, I work in museums, and do all kinds of crazy stuff, and just happy to be here.
I'm Karen Williams. I also go by the handle Hiccup Interactive. I'm just kind of a local game developer that recently got into the industry, as well as a IGDA member. So yeah, that's about my jazz.
I'm Michael Brown. I am the CEO and founder of Vicarious PR and the publishing label Vive.
Hi, I'm Ginger. I am the executive director of ASIFA South International Animation Society based in Atlanta.
Hi, I'm Mary. I'm a student at CSU and a member of the GGDA CSU chapter.
My name is Zane Everett. I'm the regional coordinator for the IGDA US South region. I've been with UND for almost 2 years.
You, Paul.
Okay. I'm Paul Jenkins. I am the creator of The Origin of Wolverine for Marvel. I'm also a writer on such games as Hulk Ultimate Destruction, The Darkness. I've been in the business for 32 years, hence the grey beard.
Anything you want to say before I start, Rod?
Awesome. Well, thank you, Ian, for that rant. Next we have, you heard him talk about his Clutter games and how many he's done. The founder of these indie rants at Siege. Give it up for Joe Cassavaugh.
Okay, well, I was originally going to rant at how sucky Ian's rant was, but unfortunately it wasn't sucky. He, as usual, in between the idea and the execution, he improved it immensely. So I got to give him props for that. I really just wanted to slam him, and I can't. And it sucks because my secret, I didn't even prepare for this because my secret is just like the Hulk. I am always ranty. I have 3 or 4 topics on my mind, but the first one I'm going to start off with is COVID is not a fucking excuse. Do we have an 18, PG-18 on our YouTube today?
You know.
Watch the F.
Nope, go free.
Okay, good. So COVID's not a fucking excuse, okay? Life sucks at times, and in fact, all of life. Eventually you die at the end of it, okay? So COVID is either going to eventually go away or life's going to change, and yeah, restaurants are going to change, et cetera, and masks, et cetera. But at the end of it all, you've either done shit during this or you've done Netflix and chilled too much, okay? Back when I was 33 and a little bit, just slightly older than the people that are hopefully watching this, as opposed to really older like I am now. In fact, Paul, how old are you, Paul?
27, mate.
No, come on, Paul, how old are you?
54.
50, yeah. See, I've got 8 years on him. I'm 62. Anyways, when I was 33, or 30-ish to 33, I spent 2.5 years where I spent 4 hours a day after doing an 8-hour commute, an 8-hour job with a 1-hour commute each way. I still managed to spend about 4 hours a day on my first game, which really, really sucked. But I was glad I did it because, boom, down the road, you know, it paid off. And that's the motto from one of my earlier rants. It's still on my screen. I'm going to look over and read it to make sure I get it word for word correctly. But everything you do is in preparation for a future path that you can't predict. Okay? You don't know what's going to happen in November. You don't know what's going to happen next week. From what I hear, batting third for the United States disaster is hurricane season coming up. So, you know, there's, shit happens is all I'm saying. So, you know, it sucks. And by the way, I want to throw in Black Lives Matter and the protest and all that shit. It is on fire out there. However, at the end, there's going to be a bucket of water at some point. You know, whether we turn into Nazi Germany or we make it through, you're still gonna live. You know, and you're lucky to be in an industry that actually is positively affected by the COVID virus in a sense, because more people are sitting at home playing games more. And I think Jesse's talk earlier today talked about how, you know, it's all going to transform how we get together out there. We're going to have virtual reality everywhere. We're going to, all those movie studios that exist that can't get people in their seats, okay, they're going to get gutted. And they're going to put props in there so that people can do VR from a distance with AR real things going on and shit like that. It's just going to be amazing. So, and you know, you can't even imagine. Anyways, so what I don't want to hear about is just so many shit. It's not a time to get depressed. Yes, there's a lot of things to get depressed about, but if you got Unity for free or you're a kid, you just want to learn, man, you've got your time now. I used to tell people that I was so glad, you know, Unity didn't exist when I was in high school because I would have never left the house. And that's actually true. I'm only social because I didn't discover computers until 2 years after I graduated from college. Okay, final thought. There is one. Oh yeah. This is I put this in this is the last thing I entered in my talk today. You know, the purpose of making games eventually is to support yourself, I hope. Okay, so I tell people the greatest game I ever played was called the game of creating original IP to generate money. And the score is actually in dollars. It's not in how much your friends love it, how much how beautiful it is, how fun it is for you. And one of the last ones, and this is the rant part, is I don't want to hear about shit about you guys. You learned something new. Don't give a shit. Monetize it. Okay? I haven't learned something, well, actually I learned Unity a couple years ago, but I'm still 2D and making money with that. And I avoid learning new things if it gets in the way of me making money. I'm right at the 5-minute mark. I'm saying goodbye. Cassavaugh out.
Now I know why Joe asked about going over. Rod, I think you're muted.
Yeah. Not muted in Discord, but check your mic, Rod.
Mic check. Anyways, Karen's up next, right?
All right, Karen, take it away.
Hooray! Alright, hi. Yeah, that I'm still a little, feeling things from Joe's rant for a second. Alright, so my thing is kind of just gonna be about everything that you do makes you part of the game industry. As long as you're actively doing stuff, you're part of it. So even if you aren't creating stuff, even if you don't necessarily have a game industry job, if you are showing up at events, if you are following the pages, if you participate in the forums, you are part of the industry. And being a bit more open-minded as far as it goes with not waiting for the perfect key job that you're looking for. Like I run into a lot of people that are around my age that want to be at a particular company, do a particular thing, but understanding that you're not going to necessarily get those particular opportunities right off the bat, especially when there's 1,000 other people that want to do and be the same thing that you're trying to go for. So making your own path may be where you have to go sometimes. Starting a Facebook account, creating your own little slice of game industry might be what you need to do in order to fulfill your place until you do get where you're trying to go. So I talk about my Hiccup Interactive thing, just starting off a Facebook fan page and professional environment is something that I feel like everyone should, partake in and be proud of, because eventually that like whenever especially with how things are now, everyone's going to look into what you've been doing within like social media, whatever that you're interacting in, and kind of hearing like a little bit of background noise. Whatever that you're partaking in, like that's what everyone else is going to kind of like look at and develop whatever that their opinion is of you. So sometimes carving out your own little space is what you've got to do while you're waiting until you get a real job within the industry or whatever the case may be. So yeah, that's the general gist that I'm going for. Be open to adjacent game industry jobs. Like my backup plan was doing like military simulations. It isn't exactly games, but it has some of the components as far as what I'd be working on that could tangentially connect to whatever that I plan to do with being a game designer. I got into casino game industry. I'm working at a VR training simulation company. Like looking into those tangential companies that still use the same technologies, that still do the same things, still contribute to you being part of the industry, even if you're not at the exact place that you want to be right now. So yeah, Karen out.
Beautiful stuff. Everyone, please mute your mics unless you're speaking or heckling.
Right. Somebody's got kids in the background making a lot of noise that's coming through. And not muted.
You guys hear that? It's like it. So it is me, and my mic is not from my headphones, it's from the computer.
All right, Rod, who's up next? Can we hear you now? We cannot hear Rod. All right, who we have up next?
Michael, I think.
Or is it me? Sweet. Okay. Where do I start? I want to talk about potential. Okay. So, as a publisher and a PR agency, on both sides, I get a lot of developers pitching me their ideas, especially first-time developers or indie developers. There's something that we need to have an honest, frank discussion about. Okay. You showing me a prototype of a man walking down a corridor is not a vertical slice of a product. Okay. Anybody could do that. My 9-year-old daughter could do that. All right. That does not show me that you can make a video game. Okay. It does not show me that you can reach the scope of your video game. And frankly, it sends massive red flags to me as a publisher when you ask me for $500,000 and that's all you've got to show me. Okay. I'm just going to throw that stuff right in the spam folder because that does not show me anything. Every developer out there, young, old, whatever, has potential, okay? But you have to actually work on turning that potential into something that is actually going to work. It's really easy to stand there and talk and you know, at events, especially with like, you know, GDC and all those kind of things, people talk all the time about all the great ideas that they have. Everybody has great ideas, okay? I see dozens of them every single day, okay? None of them are particularly original, all right? It's not about how good your idea is. It's how well you can execute that idea, all right? So please, for the love of God, stop sending me people walking in a straight line down a corridor and calling it a game, all right? That's not a game. I'm not going to give you money for that. No one's going to buy that. It's not interesting. I don't like it. Please stop sending it, okay? If you want to actually get me interested as whether you're looking for a PR agency, whether you're looking for a publisher, show me that you can do the hard thing in your game. Show me in a vertical slice that you can pull off that mechanic that is not particularly is not seen much in that genre, right? Show me that you can actually do the things that you say that you're going to do and that you can execute that well in that demo. Because otherwise, you're just talking at me, and I get a lot of that, as you can imagine, okay? So please stop doing that. And please stop asking me to promote your game for free, okay? I don't want 5% of your sales. I don't. Do you know what I want? I want paid for my work. That's what I want, okay? Okay, when you go to work, you get paid, okay? I don't want 5% of your sales. I don't want to, you know, get some sort of revenue contract going where you may or may not finish the game with your college school friends who, you know, half of them will disappear from the project in 6 months. I'm not interested in that, okay? If you really want to get, you know, actual PR and marketing, you have to pay for it like everybody else. That's part of it. Or you get a publisher, in which either way, it's not a problem to me, okay? But, you know, I wouldn't ask you to develop a game that I had, like a game idea that I have for free, all right? With the potential promise of getting paid at some point down the line. Please stop doing that, okay? Because a lot of people do that as well, and I don't like it. And you know what? Nobody else likes it either, and it's very boring. And it doesn't mean. And I see the biggest thing is well, it means you've got skin in the game, okay? No, it doesn't. It really doesn't. And do you want to know why? Is because if you approach even like, let's say, a freelance marketing person, right? And you say, I'm going to give you 5% of my game sales to you in exchange for a year's work of PR and marketing, right? While they're doing that, let's say a big company comes along, a AAA company says, I'm going to give you $100,000 to do this game, right? Who do you think is going to get priority every single day? It's not going to be the one where you're like, oh, maybe you'll get paid at some point. So I think that's basically all I had to rant about today. But yeah, do better.
But Michael, if you promote my game, you'll get lots of exposure.
No.
And with the exposure comment, it's time for Ginger.
Oh my God, exposure. Sorry. That's one thing that as an artist we get a lot. But today, I wanted to talk a little bit about soft skills.
Oh, and don't get up on mic yet first. That was so quick.
Can you hear me?
Personally, so many times. It was like he was talking right to me. I felt so bad, and I just needed to express that. And I wanted to express, I hope Karen and I talk offline, because I didn't, I want to make sure I didn't say anything that really pissed you off or anything, but just, the world does suck right now. So that's all. And I'm sorry.
Ginger, rant about people who interrupt you. Go for it.
The soft skills.
Soft skills. Well, actually, my thing is about how empathy makes us better creatives or artists. And just to let everybody know where my background comes from is I animate 2D, 3D, stop motion, and now I'm an animation producer. So I think empathy is one of the things I wanted to talk about because I think it impacts every stage of creativity, as well as even if you're working alone or if you're working with a lot of people. And of course, a lot of times you might think, oh, empathy helps a lot if you want to be a storyteller, because, you know, when you learn to create characters, you learn about the different cultural contexts. And coming from Thailand, I can tell you that you make one wrong move in terms of not understanding cultural context, and you make an ad which does not work well in a different country, that can also ruin your career as well too. But not in just as a career move. I think it is a skill set that helps to remind us that, you know, we don't live by ourselves. We live with other people as well too, and that does impact things. Like from things like if you want to be a better character designer, you design from the inside out. The more people you know, the more you realize that people aren't groups of what they are, but they are individuals. So you have better stories, you have better like motivation, even that different from yourself. As well as working in an animation setting, you're working with different groups of people, understanding that the next person in the pipeline needs something from you and how they need it actually helps the work group to become better, and it creates a sustainable environment, which you can implement into different protocols and processes as well too. And even things like understanding that different people come from different backgrounds with different disabilities or disadvantages. That way you can actually help prop your members to do better work as well too. But most of all, when I mention empathy, I think it's definitely good for artists. Sometimes we get really comfortable with being by ourselves, so that we talk to ourselves, we draw on our own canvases, and it's really a great way to express things, and it's cathartic. But in a way as well too, sometimes that also means that we tend to draw ourselves inwards more than outwards as well. It's really hard for me. I call myself a trained extrovert because as being an introvert, you know, like I can stay at home. I don't need to see anybody or do anything at all. But that also means that sometimes when I go out and interact with people, I need to relearn a whole lot of things again. Like the way I say things, sometimes I don't mean to hurt people. It just comes out that way. And sometimes people can forgive you. Sometimes it does not work out that way. But most of all, what I feel like in the world today, especially, is that sometimes we're really focused on the technical part. And when you're starting out, you should definitely focus on getting your basics down for sure. But when you're going up to a different level, you know, you become a lead. You become somebody in power positions. You become a director. You become a producer. You become a distributor. I think it's also very important to look back and remember where we come from, and that everybody does not come from the same place we do. And it helps you to kind of also understand that where we are, no matter who we are or how much we think we know, we always have room to grow. And like I think that's one of the important things that has kept me going all the time when I feel down, when I feel like, you know, I'm lacking passion, or just looking at giving advices to students and thinking to myself, how could they not know these basics? Then I remember back, I'm like, I didn't know any of these basics either. So I think that's from one point of view, no matter where we are, empathy is something that is a tool set that can definitely keep us growing too. Thank you.
Beautiful. And Joe, remember that. Empathy is the secret to good game design. Leave your life less cluttered, too. All right, we have a mystery ranter we hadn't promoted ahead of time. She is shushing the audience right now, so y'all shut up out there on the YouTubes and the Twitches. Mary McCormick, take it away.
Hi, y'all. I'm coming to you. I hope my audio is okay. I'm coming to y'all live from the laundry room because that's where the Wi-Fi is strongest. So yeah, I'm just gonna jump right into it. I'm coming from, as I believe I'm the least experienced person here in terms of the industry. I'm still just a student. So where I'm coming from is going to be more so from the player's perspective. And so with that being said, I want to say, hey guys, aren't video games supposed to be fun? Because I think right now there is a big a big problem in the industry, specifically from like the big AAA companies, but also from some like the kind of mid-sized, somewhat indie companies, where they are doing one of two things. They're either slapping a new color of paint on the same old concept and selling it as something new, or they are coming up with some gimmick and making their whole game about that. And it's hard for me to really say exactly what the fix for that would be. As I said again, I don't really have any experience in the industry as anything other than like a very baby junior programmer and a player. But the games that have always stuck out the most to me are the ones that don't make things too complicated, that have a good balance of, you know, your mechanics and your story. Like, just, I think the perfect example of this is Portal, and because that was just a really interesting mechanic, and then they built a pretty good story around it, explaining it. Because you could take that and you could put it in a little player test realm and just let people go wild with it, like a sandbox game or something. But then what else do you have to go on once they've gotten tired of it? Once you've exhausted that mechanic, what's going to keep your player coming back? And actually, that was kind of short, but I'm going to end it there. And you can hear more about that later when I have my talk about motivation in video games. Thank you.
That's right. Mary will be back Tuesday with a special another presentation. We're going to do a special GJ meeting. And in chat, Mary, they say you obviously need more microtransactions in your games. All right. With that, we're going to go ahead and go to Jesse James Allen for the next rant. Take it away, Jesse.
All right, so this is one that I kind of targeting to people who've been into the industry for a little bit of time. You know, maybe you're in 5 years, 10 years, or something like that. You kind of have your job, and that's what you do, and you're on your path. Stop waiting for permission.
So we can't hear you.
Nope, can't hear me. All right. So how about audio now?
No, hearing him fine.
Yeah, I
Okay.
hear him.
Definitely we can hear him.
All right. So back to what I'm saying. Stop waiting for permission to succeed. And basically what I mean by that is as you get older, curiosity is kind of a thing that kind of gets stomped out by a lot of people that, you know, are paying you, even if you're like, you know, working for somebody or just life in general just kind of weighing in on you. All that curiosity. Don't ever let that voice stop, because usually that's interest, and interest is kind of the thing that will motivate you to go further along in your life. A lot of people will say, well, you know, if I could just work my way up and get the opportunity to be, I don't know, a game producer or something of that nature, something that you aspire to be, don't wait for the door to open and say, okay, we'll come on in and we'll train you to do that. Just start down that journey any way you can, on any budget you can, and learn those things. And as many people have said in this exact presentation, you know, start building the small things. Don't be afraid to fail, like over and over and over and over and over again. You know, the rewards, this is an endurance race, and it's a lifetime long endurance race. So stick to your guns on that. Follow your curiosity, follow the things that interest you, and that will motivate you to go further and further. As you get better and better, you don't need to worry about somebody saying, hey, we would like you to do that thing that you've always wanted to do. It's undeniable that's the thing that you want to do. And anybody that recognizes that potential is going to say, I want that person, you, to do that thing for us. You know, and that is really how you have to look at things like that. It just, you know, it's persistence. It's the long game. It's just about having faith in yourself, trying to keep that fire alive. Don't give up, man. And don't wait for approval of, you know, anybody that says this is what your potential is. Only you know what your potential is. Grant.
Hear, hear. And I think most of Jesse's presentations, even when they're not supposed to be motivational, have turned out that way. Thank you very much. All right, Zane, I promise we'll be able to hear you, so take it away.
All right. Well, Especially given that my talk was about something that was new technology, I'm going to disagree with Joe. Learning new things is imperative. In fact, Joe, you said you only learned Unity just a few years ago. You were making games before that time. You could have learned Unity in that time and be making a whole lot more games and getting your score a whole lot higher, a whole lot faster. It's imperative in this industry that we stay on top of new technology. It doesn't mean that we necessarily have to be an expert on every new thing that comes out. For your discipline, being aware of new technology as it comes out, how to apply it and why is imperative. For example, recently, a company that I was working for had a solution where we had to figure out how to organize a bunch of our different sets of code and split it up into different individual bits. So we can be sharing it across several different projects. Investigated a handful of examples. Now, I was not the one that implemented this. Because I knew of it, I was able to share what it was with someone who would implement it. That was using the Unity package system to create our own set of divisible bits of code to be able to share with different groups in the same company. That would have said, having known that it existed, it does tons of time, energy, and heartache having to roll our own solution. Just because it does not lead to money presently, it may lead to money later. Being able to make more money easier. That's exactly something that Joe did talk about, is every situation should be a learning situation. If you are averse to learning more new things about your industry, you're going to fall behind. You're going to make less money in the future. Ranked is short, it's succinct, that's what it is. I believe firmly in learning new stuff. Not to be an expert, to know what it is, how to apply it.
Joe, do you want to rebut that? Tell them old is the best. Don't try these new things. These kids today keep making tools with wood.
He mischaracterized me slightly. I put off Unity when Unity wasn't quite stable yet from everything I learned from listening to the indies in the area. And as soon as it became, and I tried little experiments to try to up my learning curve while still making money, because I still had to pay the bills, because I actually quit my job and became an indie, which means it was my only source of income. So I'm not going to risk my so much money a month trying to learn something new that may pay off. For the same reason, I won't go, go compete in mobile with 400 apps a day when I haven't seen anybody make shit in mobile. But for 3 or 4 years, people have said, "Why aren't you in mobile?" Same thing. They also say, "Why aren't you in Steam?" Now, I actually don't know enough. I don't know enough about Steam to be bad at Steam, but I'm still bad at Steam. And I've yet to see anybody there, again, make money. Now, maybe I could spend a lot of time and hopefully make money in the future, but I'd rather make money for next month's bills, etc. With all that said, I agree with about 95% of what you said, Zane, anyways. It was, I do agree. I was being hard-ass in the other way. When people brag about something they learn new when they're still not making money. That's all. It's just a focus thing. I actually agree with 90% of what you said.
That's what we get for unmuting Mike, or unmuting Joe. All right, Rod, want to introduce our keynote speaker and ranter?
All right. So, next ranter we have is this year's keynote speaker for CIMFest 2020, joining the great line of all of them. We have Paul Jenkins, everybody.
Well, thank you very much. As Michael will know, I'm British, and therefore I am not particularly into ranting. We don't do that in Great Britain. We leave that as the purview of you ugly Americans. However, I'm perfectly entitled to rant for at least 3 minutes, so this is all that I've got. I'm not going to rant about anything big. I'm just going to rant about the entire fucking entertainment industry. Let's begin with its lack of organization. Its lack of organization is demonstrated by the fact that I got no coaching or knowledge or anything about what these rants are actually about. So when I was invited to this CIMFest, I was given no help whatsoever. Joe, you can shut up. I don't care about your opinion. This is my 3 minutes, or 5, depending on how long I go. I was given absolutely no help whatsoever. I was just basically told I was going to show up, and here I am ranting. So it's all off the cuff. And apparently when you're off the cuff, you're really going to say what's in your heart. Let's get to a further part of organization, which is completely broken, especially in the gaming industry. No one can work out their audio visual. I spent about an hour on the phone, Skype, Discord, smoke signals, and semaphore yesterday with the organizers of this very virtual convention because they didn't know how to make it work. At various points I tried headphones. My headphones don't seem to work in Discord. I tried muting my mic. I tried adding my mic. The fact is that I've been to video game companies all across the world, and none of them know how to plug in a fucking television. I'm the writer. I'm not supposed to be in the audio visual. If I go into your conference room, it would be nice if you could make your stuff work, you bunch of fucking nerds. Now, added to that, this entire business is messed up in the suppression of creative content. I've been in this business for 32 years, and all I've ever heard is no about every single good idea. When I was working at Marvel, I went to the first editorial conference of Joe Cassavaugh, the new editor-in-chief, and I sat there for half a day and listened to a bunch of editors saying no to every single idea. At which point the publisher came up to me and said, "Why are you frowning?" And I said, "You're supposed to be the house of ideas, so why do you say no to every single good one?" The fact is, I have made great pitches. I have made mediocre pitches. I know which ones are good. I have come up with ideas for game design. I have come up with ideas for game design mixed with storytelling. And most of the time, it is met with my nemesis, this. The development executive that does this to me means I'm coming across the fucking table at you, pal. I would obviously not like to mention names, but let's talk about a particular example that I had with a company. Won't necessarily mention the company, but let's say that they rhyme with Disney. I went to an interactive sort of session with a couple of their development executives, and they were asking me to consult on the advent of new technologies and storytelling across AR and VR. At that time, it was a Wild West kind of thing. Nobody really knew what VR was going to do. No one knew what AR was going to do. And really, Disney's goal was to work out how we could use it to separate people from their wallets. But for a moment, I got a forum. They were paying me money to consult, so at least I could have an opinion. And I pitched them on all kinds of wonderful ideas, but I found out something really curious in the middle of all of this. I said to them, "You know what makes the most sense? You guys are Disney. You have Tron. Why don't we make an amazing project using Tron?" At which point they told me, "We can't use it for virtual or augmented reality development because the film people have it and they won't let us use it." Why is the entertainment industry so fucked up? Well, at this point, I said, okay, I understand that, but why don't we work some new different ways of doing it? So I explained it to them a little bit. I told them a couple of great ideas, and they said, that sounds very good, but question for you. Could you maybe do something in VR with, say, the Shaggy Detective or Herbie the Love Bug? Because they didn't really care about my content. They didn't even care about you or the people that are getting you content. All they cared about was separating you from your wallet and keeping their library intact. I may be British and I may be somewhat reserved, but I'm also grew up in the punk era and I'm likely to get in your face a little bit. So I said, yeah, actually, I do have an idea for Herbie the Love Bug. Imagine that you could put on a VR helmet and you could think that you were inside Herbie the Love Bug. And the guy said, go on. And I said, yes. Well, imagine that you could basically put your hands on a virtual steering wheel and you got virtual fluffy dice. And you could pretend that you were driving Herbie out into the road and you'd go past people and wave at them. And he said, that sounds wonderful. I said, why don't you just drive your fucking car to work? See, the fact is, development executives are the bane of my existence. The second bane of my existence is entertainment attorneys. The third bane of my existence is agents, of course. What's the true power in the entertainment industry? Whether it be games, film, animation, comics, any form of publishing. The true power comes from the creatives. And we need to put that power back in the hands of creatives because that's where it resides anyway. I dropped this mic, but it's very expensive. Thank you.
Hurrah! And I'm hoping having too much time to prep for conferences is the fourth bane of your existence.
Awesome, Paul, and you didn't try to rhyme.
Aren't British people so fucking angry? Gosh.
It's all that
Normally, I would
caffeine
now
in their tea.
We would let the ranters fight it out, but we had a great question in chat. The question in chat was, how do you tell when it's crap? What sets off your crap dar? I think that's a great one for all the ranters, and we'll end with that and then go into Paul's keynote.
I can probably start, and in fact, Joe touched on this. If you've ever heard a British person rapping, right, then that's a self-evident truth. Like, British people do not rap. I was asked to rap last year, and I tried it, and it was exactly what I expected it to be. So if you if your spider senses are going off, if you get that tingle that says, this is kind of like a British person rapping, I would say knock it on the head. That's all I got.
Yeah. False smiles.
I'll let somebody.
I was going to say, if you show it to somebody and you kind of get like a fake smile, like a, oh yeah, yeah, trash it.
Yeah.
So I believe, number one, you have to make a love me or hate me game, which is if you really make a game where most people go, yeah, it's pretty fun, it's okay, it's good, it's pretty good. It really, really sucks. So, that's one thing. And the other thing is so in the game industry, a lot of people say, the designers say things like, oh, it's really hard to find the fun, really hard to find the fun, really hard to find the fun. I got so sick of hearing it, I finally started saying to them, okay, I agree with you, it's really hard to find the fun, but you know what's not hard? Finding the not fun and staying the fuck away from it. And actually, to me, that's how you don't make crap, is you stay away from the crap, sort of, right? And the crap can be all the history of the industry, all the stuff they used to do, like a pop-up help to explain something. Drove me fucking nuts. But nobody wanted to hear get rid of it because it's crap, because it's always been done that way. Okay, I'm done. Bye, rant.
Well, I think depends on your definition of crap. Because if you're doing it for, like just this is good, you want it to be crappy, then it's good crap. But if you want it to make money and it's not making money, then I guess that's crap for not making money. And if you want it to be fun, but you're not enjoying it and no one else is enjoying it, I guess that's crap for that.
Okay.
Well, I fully endorse that, but I would say that, to be fair, like, just because I'm a great aficionado of the history of wallpaper, for example, it may not be the best idea for me to make a movie about the history of wallpaper. It's a little bit of self-awareness is what gets rid of the crap.
I don't know. There is the reality that sometimes crap sells.
True.
I wouldn't achieve for that, but it happens.
I mean, I think it also kind of applies to how much that you love it and being able to take your blinders off and be honest about it. Like, further than just the self-awareness, because it could just be you've got a golden bar that's covered in crap. And maybe you just need to clean off the rest of the crap that you have in there, get rid of some of the other stuff, and really focus on the golden bar and get, over your ego of trying to pack in everything that you have and that you love into the thing. And, be aware of what your audience is. Like, these section of people may think that it's amazing and these other people think it's crap. Doesn't mean that it's necessarily crap objectively.
And this is right. 90% of what you produce is going to be crap.
That too.
Speak for yourself, mate.
My advice for students is I give them a 3-step process for making a great game. It's like, step 1 is make a game. Okay, that game is not great. Step 2, try and figure out why it sucks. Yeah. And step 3, repeat until your game is actually good.
That was my 10-year plan.
Yep. Games start out like crap. Even the ones that you look up to as the best games you have ever played did not start out that way. Guaranteed, their first iteration was awful. The being crap is part of the process to getting to great. So the big trick is knowing when to walk away from an untenable idea that's never going to be good, versus when to say, okay, this has some promise to it. It needs a bit of work, and I need to do the hard work of figuring out where the weak parts are, eliminating them, and trying again in a circle a few hundred times.
Scientific method of eliminating crap.
All right. Jesse or Mary, one of you want to take on the crap question?
I was going to say, I think you can tell a game is crap when you're making it if you can't figure out what the point is. It doesn't have to be a good point, mind you, but so long as there is a point. It kind of, I think it was Joe who said, make a love it or hate. Who said make a love it or hate it game? Yeah. Like, it doesn't have to be a good point. Bad points, and people can hate it, but at least you're doing something.
My thought on anything of that nature would essentially be one of the things that people want, especially in game development, especially larger teams in game development, say we want this game to be everything to everybody kind of thing. And they take on way too much stuff. Better to do a few things really, really well than a bunch of things, So focus.
All right. Great stuff. Anyone other than Jesse want the last word? That's a great one to go out on. Focus.
Paul, tell them about your theory of colors.
Say what?
Tell them about your theory of colors.
I don't have a theory of colors. That's kind of a crap question.
Oh, come on. I love your theory of colors and the Ninja Mutant Turtles and the Power Rangers and
yeah, okay, we'll go there one, but it's not a rant, it's just the truth, right? So, all you need is colors, weapons, personality that differentiates. We did the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and I was the third employee of the Ninja Turtles, and it was simply that we took a pretty violent comic book and put different colored bandanas on it, different weapons, told them, hey kids, they're just like you, they like pizza and skateboards, and everybody went, that's the greatest thing since sliced bread. Because let me tell you something, okay, you would never have put the four words Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles next to each other and thought they would be anything until they actually were something. So it was really just a formulaic pile of crap that we did, but it did okay because it grossed about $3.5 billion worldwide. So, yeah. And I've done that ever since. That's basically my career encapsulated.
All right, encapsulated. All right, Rod, you want to take us home?
Well, let me just give you my words of advice, and then we'll wrap it all out. So recently, all I've been seeing are remakes of games, or just remastering. Come on, guys, originality. Let's do this. Mafia 2, great game. Yeah, there you go. Don't need to remaster anything unless it's a good game. I don't want to see Atari on a. I don't want to see Tetris on Atari remaster, guys. Bring forward some good things and do not remake Call of Duty. It's the same dang thing. So
They still are good games.
I know that, but they are. So appreciate y'all taking part in this. Appreciate everybody that took part in CIMFest, and we do have some more talks coming throughout the week. But before, one quick announcement before we kick it off to Paul Jenkins, our keynote speaker. 7 o'clock is Game Design Improv. This will not be streamed with one and only Ian Schreiber. If you had signed up prior, you got an email from me with directions how to get on. So if you're still interested, either message Ian, myself, or Andrew, and we'll give you the link to get on. That's it.
Yes.
We out?
All right, everybody, you loved him in the rants. Now he is for the keynote. If you didn't have enough to throw at him at the last presentation, you got your chance now. If you do have questions, put them in the chat and take it away. Paul Jenkins.
Thanks, Andrew. Hi, everybody. I hope you guys are all doing well, staying safe. Difficult for everybody, so hopefully this is a little bit of interesting stuff for you guys to take your mind off of it. And I do welcome any questions and stuff that you guys have. I figured the best thing that I could do is to talk a little bit about myself for just a few minutes and tell you a little bit of context of where I come from, what I've done, and how I've been involved in the entertainment industry. But primarily, you know, my history through games, because the question that we must ask ourselves is, how have we evolved in terms of game storytelling, and where will we evolve to with new technologies? If any of you are interested, I recently gave a TED Talk, which may or may not be available right now, depends on the editing processes, but it was at TEDx Emory, and it was on the future of storytelling, and I'm going to touch a little bit on those elements. But let me get started by... Are we going from the top? Hey, everybody. We are going on take 2, apparently. And since it wasn't rehearsed in the first place, it's not a problem because I may as well just say a bunch of different stuff. But from what I can remember, I was actually speaking for 2 or 3 minutes about. I hope everybody is safe out there. I hope you are dealing with these difficult times and adverse times as best as you can. And that we have a few minutes to just share a little information about how games are done from my side of the table. And in some aspects, I would like to talk about cross-media development and production and the creation of franchises. I've been involved in this business for quite some time, as I said, hence the grey beard. Let me show you the guys that I started out with. This is a group of guys called the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and I was the 3rd employee in Mirage Studios, and we were lucky enough to build a franchise. In those days, it taught me the value of moving across different media. And after having had success with the Ninja Turtles, you know, we were in every country in the world. We grossed, you know, $250 million with the first movie. We have done any number of things. I went on to Marvel when they were in bankruptcy. I wrote Constantine, which is Hellblazer for DC, and then I went to Marvel. I wrote The Inhumans. We won an Eisner Award. And so at that point, they were in Chapter 11 bankruptcy, and they were very close to Chapter 7. I ended up writing such characters as the Hulk, the Inhumans, Spider-Man for 5 years. I wrote The Origin of Wolverine, which was a very interesting story in and of itself, because at the time that I wrote it and pitched it, I had been asked by the editor-in-chief to come to an editorial conference. And when I got there, it seemed as though Marvel were very scared of their own creations. And so I pitched to them, why did we not do the Origin of Wolverine? And the answer was, we can't do that. But you see, that's the problem, isn't it? Of course they could have done it. They just said that they couldn't do it because they were worried. That's really something that's been demonstrated to me time and time again, is that the major publishers and the people who have the money to actually push the boundaries are very reluctant to do so. Well, I've always been a little bit of a maverick, and I think that when you look at comic books specifically, they are seen as the bastard child of literature, you know. But in fact, comic books are one of the oldest forms of human artistic expression. And I gravitated to comics even though I was actually trained as a filmmaker. And while I was working in comics, I got a call to work on some video games. And this is the first game that I worked on. It was called Pandemonium. Some of you may remember it. It was a really cool little game. And what it did, it really opened my eyes to the possibilities of storytelling that I had not considered. I think when I worked on my very first game right here, I suddenly realized that there were elements of storytelling that I had never thought of. For example, interactive storytelling. I was trained in film, so in that regard, it would have been lay things out in a sequential narrative and then hand that to people and say, this is what you are watching, and we control the narrative. But you see, in Pandemonium, my first exposure to game storytelling, and, you know, let's be clear, game storytelling was very, very primitive at first. In Pandemonium, you controlled the narrative. And one of the things that immediately struck me about Pandemonium was that it could not do much more than side scroll, but the developers made an attempt to give us the illusion that we were looking in 3D. We weren't. It was pretty much a side scroller. May as well have been Donkey Kong. But it was an attempt to make it seem as though we had a viable 3D world. Now, one of the things that gave me my first lesson in video game storytelling was that I once worked with the developers of Simpsons Hit and Run. And it reaffirmed something that I'd learned on Pandemonium. For those of you who don't know, Simpsons Hit and Run is the good Simpsons game. It's pretty tremendous. And there is nothing more funny than driving around saying, I am evil Homer, I am, and then knocking people over. But it taught me so many things about my craft as a writer. For example, it taught me that when you take the craft of comedy to a video game, you are going to have the barks, you know, basically the things that people cry out. And a line that may seem funny once is not funny when it's repeated, and it's certainly not funny when it's repeated 7 times. I learned that by being connected to game design and voice directing. And so I went from Pandemonium to this game. There's a funny story behind the game, a very funny story. It was created, as you see, by Terry Jones of Monty Python fame. And the nutshell version of the story is that I was in Los Angeles with Kevin Eastman, who's one of the creators of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And he and I had arrived at the Northridge earthquakes. So this is how long ago this game was made. And the ground was wobbling and I was all over the place and I wasn't particularly fond of Los Angeles. So rather than go to the Playboy Mansion, which I'd been invited to, I decided I would instead go to the pub, where I ended up drinking with Bill Maher and Ian Astbury from The Cult, because that's the kind of hotel we were in. And in the morning, Kevin Eastman came back and said, hey, you never guess who I met last night, Terry Jones from Monty Python. And in walks Terry Jones. And I'm introduced to Terry, and it turned out completely by coincidence that my mum had moved in, or Terry Jones had moved into a tiny village in Wales where my mum was from called Llanidloes. And she had met him 2 weeks before. So I said, hey, Terry, you know my mum from down the pub. And it turns out he knew my mum. A few months later, he had brought this project to America, and a few months later, I got a phone call from the publisher, and they asked me, you know, would you be interested in working on it? These are Crystal Dynamics, and I said, yeah, absolutely. I know Terry Jones. He knows my mum from down the pub. So pretty crazy stuff. That's the nutshell version. The actual version is even crazier and more sordid than that. So worked on Blazing Dragons, and that was an interesting experience for me because ultimately it was trying to translate humor to a game, and it's very difficult to translate humor, as I mentioned before. There were elements of trying to make it seem like it was Terry Jones humor, and one of the reasons why the Python guys were not that fond of working in America was actually the agents. They would be forced into projects that didn't really work for them. The funny little secret of this particular project is that Terry literally made it up on the fly. He arrived in America, he sat in the limo, and his agent said, do you have the project? And he said, I don't know what you're talking about. And they said, well, we're driving to ABC or wherever to pitch it. So he thought of this idea on the spot. And that's actually going to be the focus of what I like to talk a little bit about, which is the focus of the creator and how important it is to stay true to your guns, whether or not it leads you to elements of financing and elements of success. We'll get to that in a second. But there I was. I worked on this crazy game. I'd learned an awful lot, and I had done a couple of games, and now I had the bug. Because I am a person who will always try to do the thing that I should not do. Unfortunately, I'm a little bit like Marty McFly in Back to the Future. And if you recall the character, he would be a person who, if you called him a chicken, Marty McFly would immediately turn and come back. So to me, if you tell me that I can't do something, that is immediately the moment when I get my hackles up and I come towards you and show you why I can absolutely do that. I've often said that I think the answer to someone that tells me I can't do something is actually that just means that you can't do it. Anyone can do anything, really, and it's been proven to me time and time again. But what's been proven to me is that it comes with the confidence and the intent of the creator. So moving a little bit along, I was very lucky in the next bigger project that I worked on. I had worked with Crystal Dynamics on that project, and I was lucky enough to be invited to work on the Legacy of Kain series. At the time, I came in to work with the person who was basically the narrative director and sort of creative director of the company, was Amy Hennig. And Amy went on to do The Last of Us. Well, she actually was the creative director over there at Naughty Dog, but she had done the Uncharted series, and obviously that was the studio that did The Last of Us. And so really, at a certain point, Amy and I were in a position where we had to try to make sense of a project. This particular series, Legacy of Kain, had been absolutely destroyed creatively. It was a mess. It was really difficult to make it work. There was also a particular issue over at Crystal Dynamics. The issue was that there were two developments going on at the same time. One of them was Soul Reaver, and the other one was a Legacy of Kain project. And there were two floors in the building, and frankly, the two floors kind of did not get along. They didn't get along creatively. And so Amy was in the position where she had to navigate the politics of the two floors, the difficulty of the storytelling, how we could actually press new types of storytelling, working with new technologies, pushing the medium, pushing the boundaries. And so I came in to work on Soul Reaver, and I've often described it. Amy and I had, I think, perhaps the biggest headache. It's probably the biggest headache I've ever had. I mean, physically, the worst headache. We sat together for 3, maybe 4 days in a small place, in an office, just the two of us. We dissected what had happened with the story and the lore of that game, and then we reassembled it. And you have to remember that that particular game was very much about Gnosticism. It was about concepts like the Ouroboros, you know, the snake that eats its own tail, and elements of fate and destiny. But you have to take the time into consideration. Remember, the technology did not work for that kind of storytelling. And that kind of storytelling, all that we could hear was, games are not stories. Now, I want to be clear about this. As much as we would like to romanticize what the game industry is, it's not as romantic as we would like it to be. The major game industry is probably more of a business as anything else is, and they did not know. They did not know the answers to things, and there was an awful lot of resistance about whether or not something could be a story if it was a game. What I would hear a lot from people within the industry is games cannot be stories. But I fundamentally disagreed with that because I believe the definition of a story was too narrow. It doesn't matter if it's a linear game. What matters is whether or not you can move people's emotions. I often describe it as engineering people's emotions. If you can engineer someone's emotions to feel something, then you're telling a story. In terms of how this then played out, we worked on Soul Reaver. We managed to get the game together. We had a horrible headache. Went home after that really difficult headache. I got a phone call from Amy, and she told me the absurdity. And the absurdity was this, that we had basically created the game and laid it out to a place where she was satisfied and I was satisfied, and we were now going to make the game a certain way. And immediately we had submitted that to the publisher, the people who basically finance it, and then they had told us what the scope was going to be. Now, that seems like a pretty absurd way of doing things. In other words, in this business, the usual process is that we pitch it, we bring it through the vertical slice to first playable, and then we bring it back to the publisher and we say, okay, this is what we want to do, and then they tell us what we can do. And I don't think that's the way that it should be. Now, it isn't that way for giant games like GTA. You know, even then, I imagine it still is kind of. But, for the bulk of games, you just don't get the chance to make absolutely everything that you wanted to make. But it had taught me some things, right? What it taught me was that we can do these things, but we're not yet doing them. And it taught me that this ultimately comes from confidence and the approach that we take. So the very next big job that I got after this guy, sorry, I had one more of these. The very next game that I got that was really cool, and I think if anyone has ever played it, it probably puts a bit of a smile on your face, was the Incredible Hulk Ultimate Destruction. So there's an interesting story behind this game. At the time, I had a lot of success as a comic book writer, and that's pretty funny because I'm actually not a massive comic book fan. I don't often read them. I hadn't studied the history of them. And remember, I had studied to be a filmmaker, so I wasn't planning on working in comics. But I'd met the creators of the Ninja Turtles. I'd gone on with them to do a publishing company. I'd become an editor-in-chief there and of another company. And then I'd come back and I'd become a freelance writer, and I was working in comics. So at a certain point, virtually every single comic book game, and especially the ones that were tied to movies, were a mess. Now, those of you who work in the industry will already know why that is. Okay, in the crossover thing, movie companies will often sort of talk to us and they'll say, well, we want to make this game that comes out with the movie, and our answer will be, sure, the development cycle of the game is 36 months. The development cycle of the movie may be 24 months. So you need to start the game before you start the movie. But that's not what they would do. They would only greenlight the game when the movie got greenlit. And this was, typical. So when you look at the very first Incredible Hulk game, it had problems. And it came out with the Ang Lee movie. It's quite some time ago now. Ang Lee was really into comics. The way he'd made his movie was very artsy, and it had comic panel kind of storytelling. But the very first game didn't feel like the Hulk at all. So they asked me, well, you're a guy that crosses into film, television, games, and comic books. You know all of it. Would you like to come and talk to us? So I went to the publisher. And a couple of interesting things happened along the way. When I got there, they basically said, we would like you to take a look at the first Hulk game with us and tell us what you think is wrong with it. And I looked at the first Hulk game, and I swear this is true. I think I probably took 20 seconds to tell them what was wrong with it. You see, the problem with the first Hulk game was that it was basically railed. In other words, you would sort of go through different areas and it would bring you through. You couldn't really proceed unless you went through a tunnel, basically. You were going to go through a place, and then you were going to turn around a corner in a tunnel, and you were going to find something in front of you. Let's say that you find a tank in front of you, right? Now you have to fight the tank. But the problem was that didn't make you feel like a badass. It didn't make you feel like the Hulk. And what I had constantly pitched to people was, this has to be about feeling and emotion. And for the very first time, a publisher and a developer completely agreed with me. They said, we know that we messed up the first game, or it didn't work out very well. What have you got? And I said, in order to become the Hulk, you have to feel like you're the Hulk. You have to have the ability to do nothing. You basically have to have the ability to go stand on a building and do nothing. And if you then can do nothing, then the moment that you initiate combat, you feel like a badass. You're the one that goes down and breaks it. But what we really talked about a lot was the kind of emotional landscape. It was this was the feeling of the Hulk, okay? We wanted to smash stuff up. And the first game had not done that, and that seems like ridiculous. So we wanted to really make it feel that way. But what we did is we really cared about the craft of the work. We cared very much about the kind of way in which things were designed and where we were going to go. This was the game that gave me my first exposure into game design specifically. This is just one little kind of thing where it's one of the documents where we want to go into an industrial environment. So this is just an example of one of the pages. But I suddenly found myself not just writing scripting, but actually working with the game developers in elements of game design. So let me tell you a couple of things, for example, that I chose to do. I felt that we could not fictionally explain why we couldn't, I needed to give information to the players, and we needed to fictionally explain why I'm giving you information and why you're hearing it as a player. So what we did is we created a little tunnel that you had to go down every time you got given a mission. And as you left the tunnel, you couldn't jump up in the air. You couldn't go do anything. You had a certain amount of time. And even if you ran as fast as you could as the Hulk, it would take you X amount of seconds to get to the end of that tunnel before you could go out into the open world environment. And in that time, I had, say, 18 seconds to do some interactive storytelling. And so you were still playing. And I've never been a big fan of full motion video. In fact, I think I personally believe that every single game should not really have any video content at all, unless it feels like a reward. So these were new elements of design that hadn't really been thought of. And the fact is that the Hulk is the most fun you can have with your clothes on. It's absolutely crazy. And you don't really have to know that much about gaming to know that it's a lot of fun to kind of run into a car sales place or something, and as the Hulk, and you grab a little giant purple gorilla and you run up to the top of the city and you jump up and now you float around holding this gorilla. Or there were things like you could smash you could get like what they call a slug bug, VW bug, and you could smash the two ends together and now you had metal fists. Or you could, and this is very politically incorrect, you could smash an old school bus and now you could go surfing around the city on a school bus. And this was fun, right? This is the kind of thing that should have been happening with games. And no one said no to good ideas. Everybody said yes to good ideas. But I had a little bit of an advantage in this game. My advantage was that as a creative person, I had written the Hulk and I had helped resuscitate the Hulk when Marvel were in Chapter 11 bankruptcy. So when I came into the developer, I came in with a voice that they were kind of obliged to listen to. The publisher said, this is Marvel, the publisher said, Paul's the writer, he's got game design chops and game writing chops, and he's going to be kind of the keeper of the flame in terms of Marvel and our story. So they allowed me to go in and actually do something, have a little bit of control. The end result is that on the Incredible Hulk Ultimate Destruction, I actually have, for the first time in Vivendi Universal's history, I had 2 credits, and one of them was writer and the other was gameplay consultant, which was quite interesting because my job at that point was to merge storytelling and gameplay. From there, by the way, this was me. This is the good old days, right? This is me at a convention with the Hulk girls. They're very nice girls. So I went on from there, and I can gloss over this a little bit. I worked for Sony Computer Entertainment on some pretty big projects. Twisted Metal Black was one of them, and this guy Kratos was another one of them. So we had a really cool situation of being allowed to make and create some really great stuff. Another one of them that was pretty cool, and you can recognize it, was Prototype. What's kind of funny about Prototype is the names of every character is pretty much people in my phone. So I have almost all the characters like Alex Mercer and Brad Ragland and all of that are literally buddies of mine. So Prototype was a really cool project, and one thing that you might recognize is if you've ever seen the Hulk Ultimate Destruction, you will see that Prototype is pretty much the Hulk Ultimate Destruction dressed differently. So, having had a great experience with all of this, I was sort of primed as a creative person to go on and really do well. And one of the places where I think I probably made my name in terms of game writing and narrative design was in a project that I took over. I'm going to take 1 second to just kind of load it up for you because I have to kind of do a giant screen or something like that. Hang on 1 second. Let's see. Let's see. All right, here we are. So this is The Darkness. And one thing that I've sort of known in my career is that The Darkness is often seen as being kind of a seminal work in storytelling. It is something that I'm very proud of. But what happened was very lucky. And I think this is kind of the message that I want to give to everybody. And this is about like confidence, the confidence that we should have as creators. I was extremely lucky. I had happened to work in the comic industry for the publisher Top Cow, and they owned completely the license. It was theirs to do with as they will. So since this was a game made under license, they got to control the yeses and nos of whether or not we were going to do things in the game. But I was the person who had basically reclaimed The Darkness. It was not doing very well, and then I came in and wrote the comic book series, and it started doing better. And because I had game design chops, I was sent out to Sweden to go ahead and do the game. And when I got there, the developer, Crystal Dynamics, were a really, really great developer. They were very open to really, really good ideas. They had done the Chronicles of Riddick. Chronicles of Riddick was very, very successful. And they were open to the idea of doing something. And we talked for a little while, and they said, what do you want to do? And I said, I want to make a game that is an immersive movie. We're going to make a love story. And the best part of it was that every single person at Crystal said, the developer said, we want to do that too, right? Starbreeze. I don't know if I may have said Crystal Dynamics, I meant Starbreeze. So everyone at Starbreeze said, absolutely, we want to make that same game. And so we got to make The Darkness. And there's something very interesting about The Darkness that many people don't know. The thing about The Darkness is that it was rated at, I believe, on Metacritic, on its measurable test reviews, it was rated at 10 out of 100. That's an absolute disaster for gameplay. It was rated at 4 out of 100 for multiplayer. So that's how kind of badly that game worked out. But it was rated at 95, 95, and 98% in the measurable test scores over 157 reviews for storytelling, characterization, and cinematic experience. In other words, the stuff that I had brought to that game and the story that we told that was so groundbreaking and innovative was the thing that had sold the game. And then there's really going to be a question, right, for anybody that works in this game industry. Well, how did it sell? Well, when it was with Majesco, the original publisher, they had suggested they thought their numbers would be about 350,000 copies sold. The Darkness one sold 1.6 million copies, even though the gameplay was not that good. And I kind of want to touch on a couple of things that we did with The Darkness to show you what happens when you trust a creator, when you let someone like me come in and help the process, and we do it with all kinds of humility. I personally had an incredibly lucky moment. I was the person that said yes about the story. I was the guardian of the story, so I could approve myself. That's pretty lucky. But second of all, Majesco was selling the game to 2K Games. When we pitched the love story to Majesco, they were not into it. They basically said, no, we're not doing that. That's stupid. Like, you don't tell stories with games. You know, we just want stupid. You know, they basically went through the same 7 things that they wanted. But at that moment, they had been selling the game to 2K Games. And 2K purchased the game, and they called me up. My new producer called me up, Anthony DeLuca, and he said, so Paul, what are we working on? And I just took a chance, and I said, well, we're making an immersive love story that does this and does that. And to their credit, 2K Games said, that's tremendous. Yeah, we want to do that. Let's do something different. The second thing that I would say is that I wanted, as a storyteller, and this is very important in terms of story games, I wanted as a storyteller to create a justification for every single thing that we do, a fictional justification. One of the things that I saw immediately, and I asked the question of the developer, was why do we have loading screens? Well, the answer is a technological issue. It's technology, right? We can only load this amount, and then we can load this amount, and you have to wait while we load the next piece in. So I came up with the idea of why don't we preload a little movie that plays so that when you finish any level, you've preloaded a movie that while you are loading, it plays you some information that you didn't have in the first place, or it gives you some entertainment. And that was relatively groundbreaking because people hadn't done it. But what I'm proudest of is this particular scene that you see on the screen. It is voted apparently always as one of the 10 most impactful scenes in game design. In the story, you are Jackie Estacado. That's you right there. And so one of the things that I was very concerned about is how could you, no matter your ethnic background, your sexual orientation, your gender identity, how can you, the player, be Jackie Estacado, 21 years old, mobster with demon tentacles in his back? How can you be that? And also, most importantly, how can you love Jenny? How can you fall in love with her? Well, it did not hurt that we had tremendous actors, and I was very lucky to be involved in that. But it also did not hurt that I was given the control of being able to do it. And so we came up with a particular moment in the game. You walk into Jenny's house, you're able to kind of go up to her and she asks you a question. She says, "Hey, Jackie, how was your day?" And you get only two options in your buttons. You get X and Y, and it's lie to her or tell her the truth. And to me, I believe that was one of the most innovative things that we did, because we didn't offer the player a dialogue tree, which I don't like. We offered them an emotional choice. If you lie to Jenny, you just say, my Uncle Paulie's upset with me. If you tell her the truth, you say, well, my Uncle Paulie's a mobster and he's going to kill me. But it really doesn't matter, because it gets you only to one place. Place it gets you to is that you stay with Jenny, and Jenny says to you, is there something you don't want to tell me or you want to tell me? And you have one option on the button and it says, tell her that you love her. And when you press that button, you don't tell her that you love her. Instead, your character says no, and you feel bad. It made you feel things that a game had not done to that point. A little bit later, this is the scene where you actually score points and you get achievements if you sit on the sofa and you watch To Kill a Mockingbird with Jenny. And as long as you watch the movie, then you can get the I Love Jenny achievement. But the thing was, we turned loving someone into currency, and so that made players love Jenny. So it was a really moody and interesting game. We had really good characters, and all of these were characters that I'd basically brought into the book. They were characters that I'd created, and we just were repurposing them. And then once we got through that, we did the Darkness 2. And the Darkness 2 was taking the story that we did and making the gameplay work. So Digital Extremes in Canada with a developer, they were tremendous. I'm just going to kind of float through some of the design. We set it in a way where you never know if you're coming or going. You don't know if you are a patient in an asylum, and you just don't know what's reality. Because look, it's really absurd that you could be a mobster with demon tentacles. So it makes more sense that maybe you're a patient in a facility. And they were just tremendous. They were beautiful artists. They were brilliant developers. They were very clever. And we had the best time making this project. But it taught me something. And what it taught me was that creators like myself really, really need to be empowered. So this is kind of what I would put to everybody out there. There's a central source of content. It can be, as I said in the rant, it could be the Shaggy Detective or Herbie the Love Bug, right? In my case, it has been quite frequently with Marvel, the Inhumans, or Spider-Man. When I went to Marvel, they were in Chapter 11 bankruptcy. They were going out of business. So I would submit that it's not as though the characters were the things that were making themselves, right? The characters didn't make themselves. The characters were made by creators, and the characters were fixed by creators. The fact is that creators are the lifeblood of any creative industry. And what amazes me to this day is that creators are not necessarily seen as being the lifeblood of an industry. So I'm here to tell you that it's not a question of whether or not you have the right idea. Yeah, you may have the right idea. But a lot of my work now that I've been employed in the entertainment industry for a very long time, so much of my work revolves around someone coming to me and saying, hey, we broke it, can you fix it? They're not asking for the story to suddenly fix itself. They need the creator, someone like me who has a lot of experience and actually cares and has a personal ethic and a work ethic. They need someone like me to come there and help them. Where does it all come from? Does it come from the publisher? Yeah, sure, they've got the money. Does it come from the distribution? Sure, if you got the distribution, those are some of the financial things that you need. But is that solely where it comes from? Well, if that was where it came from, then how come that Marvel were going out of business? How come they were bankrupt? They were going to stop publishing Spider-Man. Or does it come from the characters themselves? Do they build themselves? Or how would that be? I've often lectured at colleges, and I'll do this for 1 minute, to tell you the difference between perhaps an exciting and a not so exciting story. When I came into Spider-Man, I looked at it and it was a mess. And the problem was that Spider-Man's supporting characters had all died. Aunt May was still alive. Uncle Ben had died. Captain Stacy had died. Gwen Stacy had died. And now they had killed Mary Jane, his wife. And you sat there and you thought, it's just to try to make something happen. You've lost the plot. So now go back to original Stan Lee type of comics. And here's a scenario that is just as likely as anything. Stan Lee writes a story in which Spider-Man comes around the corner and he's got a blueberry pie in his hand.
And with his blueberry pie in hand, he counters the Green Goblin, and now suddenly he has to fight the Green Goblin with one hand and keep the pie intact with his other hand, because if he drops the pie, Aunt May will possibly find out he's a teenager dressed in a suit and she'll ground him or something. In that scenario, we cared more about the fate of the blueberry pie with decent storytelling than we cared about the fate of his wife with poor storytelling. And I think that's the point. The empowerment of good creators and the self-belief of creators is the thing that will ultimately win out. It's what publishers need. It's what publishers can sell, because they can put that lipstick on a pig, right? They can get something that's really bad and they can try to sell it and it will last for just a little bit longer. But it's a financial decision in the end to realize that the best quality work is what works. How do you get the best quality work? I know how I do it, and I can only impart that wisdom. I get the best quality work through work ethic. That's why I've got all of these lines under my eyes. I'm actually 23 years old. But it comes from work ethic. It comes from personal ethic. It comes from learning every day that I work. Every single thing that I do, I learn from. I listen. I try to see if I can do something new. It comes from never being satisfied. They say as a writer that you never actually finish a script. You only get scripts to the place where you're willing to abandon them. Certainly, if I work, say, in the comic industry at times, when a comic of mine comes out, I normally don't read it for, maybe 2 to 3 years, if at all, because I'm already past it. I'm already on to the next thing. So what I'd encourage everyone here to understand is that no matter how long the nights are and how difficult the journey is to get your product out, you have to remember that it comes from the creator. It does not come from the innate properties of the project. It doesn't come solely from the publishing or the money that finances it. It really doesn't even just come from love and intent. It doesn't come from intent, because if you're just intending to make a great game and you don't do all the things that are really game, you won't do a good project. It comes from hard work, dedication, belief in self, because confidence is exactly equal to balance. So those of you who may be suffering from a crisis of confidence, those of you who are already confident, this is just an affirmation of what you already know, that when you work forward really hard and when you believe in yourself, and as a creator, you're willing to learn every single day on every single thing that you do, that's when you have a modicum of success. All right, I've ranted for quite a long time now, so I'm happy to take some questions, Andrew, if we've got any.
There we go. Yeah, great stuff, Paul. Definitely enjoyed that. Great insights. Much appreciated. We've had some great comments in chat already. So let's see. Puzzled by Joe is asking, what's the farthest you've been in on a project? What's the farthest you've been in on a project and then had to walk away because they stopped giving you creative control?
Yeah, we may as well go with the controversy first, right? Yeah, I can tell you that, in fact, it's not a game project. It's actually a project with Marvel. I had a project that I was very upset about when I was at Marvel. It was called Band of Heroes. And Band of Heroes was about the Second World War. And it was about characters. And it had a great premise. And I loved it. And it wasn't really a set of big characters. We managed to use Captain America and so on. But the premise was that all of the old forgotten characters that we don't remember from those wartime pamphlets were actually real people, and those were just propaganda leaflets, and these people had lost their lives in service of their country. And I've often written about wartime, and I love writing about military conflict and soldiers, because I come from a military family background. And at the time, the story revolved around a character who's a homosexual who is being pilloried, because in those days it was illegal in America. And this person was going to be a hero, but was now, and it was very much based on the life of Alan Turing, who we should all have a great affection for, because, it's the father of computing, basically, or one of them, modern day computing, I suppose. And Marvel at one point told me that they did not want to do a picture of two men kissing, And there was no agenda on my part. I didn't care about that kind of thing. What I cared about was that made no sense, because if it had been Captain America and, you know, a female character from Marvel or something, they would have had them kissing on the front cover. And this was a fundamental part of the story, because it was actually someone, you know, seeing them kiss and then wondering what to do about it in the military. And so at that point, you know, as far as we were down the road, I expressed my displeasure, and that was kind of the beginning of the end a little bit for me in Marvel. So that's the answer. It's probably not the one you're expecting, but.
All right. Ken Martin threw out an easy softball question for you. What is essential for a good story?
Yeah, well, I love that question, okay, because it's very complex, actually. It's not as easy as you might think, right? What's essential? Well, one aspect of it would be what we could always call a self-evident truth, and actually spoke to something that came up in our rants, right? What makes something crap, you know? Well, you can tell, you know, there's something in you that allows you to look at yourself and say, this is not right, this is not working. By the same token, then, you can have a self-evident truth. You can realize that you're onto something. So there's, you know, part number one is, yeah, I believe in this. I kind of get it. That's not that hard to understand. But then the essential elements of what makes a good story, I believe as a creator that I am, the question has often come up, I should say, am I writing for myself or am I writing for my audience? And the answer that I give is a little bit unpopular. Let me tell you something, okay? I'm writing for my audience, but I'm writing about myself and the things that I see and the things that I understand. And so what makes a good story is honesty in all truth. If you are talking about a relationship thing, you're only admitting that you understand elements of relationships. You're bearing your soul, just like an actor has to bear their soul when they cry their eyes out in a movie. You know, you are literally giving a piece of yourself constantly to your audience. So what makes a good story? Well, you can look at elements like, is it exciting? Is it, you know, does it have great characterization? Those are all subjective. Yes and no, right? You don't know. You think something's exciting. But have you ever had a friend who's does something like they're a magician and they keep showing you magic tricks? It was very exciting when they first show you, but after a while, it's just not that exciting, right? Because you don't want to see them anymore. Well, I would say that the real truth of what makes it is it moves you as a creator. And if it moves you as a creator and it moves your emotions, it's most likely to remove somebody else's.
Excellent. I love the fact, kind of doing a wraparound to the morning where you say what's important to stories is honesty. And Joe said the most important thing for game development was truthfulness.
Brilliant. I could not agree more, Joe. That's absolutely true. Like truthfulness, right? Like, you know, examining yourself. There is a thing that we do specifically for writers, you know, and I write quite a lot. I direct, I do all kinds of different stuff. But there's a thing for writers, and it's kill your darlings, right? You may have something that you love, but you better be willing to kill it if it doesn't really make the story better or serve the story.
All right. Hiccup Interactive asks, what was a creative decision that resulted in something completely unexpected for you or the IP?
Oh, God, there are thousands of them, really. I can tell you a really good positive one in the Incredible Hulk Ultimate Destruction game. We were developing the game and we had a certain mechanic. You know, there was a certain gameplay mechanic which is going to drive elements of our decisions in terms of story. I really love interactive work on story development, right? So I could look at this and say, you know, the engineers could tell me or the programmers could tell me what it is that we could do. So we're busy working on this game. We're busy trying to design it based on some of the narrative that I've created. And then one day, one of the programmers brings us over in the offices in Canada. And I happened to be there at the time because I would travel in between here and Canada, and said, look at this. And they had worked a way in which the Hulk could literally jump across half the city. They hadn't really programmed it to that point. And the moment that we saw that, we realized that's the game. That's what we should be making. And we retooled everything because that thing existed. You'd be surprised at how often that can happen. And it can only happen if you've got a good group of people, which a developer were, and hopefully I had my participation in it as well, that say, yes, yes, that's better than what we already have. Let's go that route. So there has to be a willingness on the part of the publisher to say, well, we've been down some wrong routes, but let's go down this one because this is the correct one with all purpose.
Beautiful. Excellent. Ben Sanfelder asks, how do you see storytelling in games shifting in the next 3 years? And I'd like to add to that, what do you think are the main forces that'll make it shift?
So one thing I would direct everybody to, although I don't know if it's come out yet, at some point soon, I did do a TED talk on this, and it was on the future of storytelling. And I'm often asked to give this lecture, and I've done it in a couple of places. What is the future of storytelling? Well, what we have to do in looking at the future of storytelling is to look at the history of storytelling in some ways to see, where have we gone? What we know is that we're looking at new technologies, right? And when you look in history, there is a great historical sort of interplay between the people that make things and the people that try to suppress things. The fact is, we are very, very resistant to new technologies and new forms of anything. This has to do with our biases, with our cognitive dissonance. It has to do with our body or our brain's penchant for getting a new idea and rejecting that new idea if it competes with something that we have as a preconceived notion. Now, we see this kind of weaponized, and obviously I don't care to talk about politics because I'm the wrong person to talk about it with anyway. But we see it in the weaponization of politics nowadays because obviously people have got very, very strong opinions, and those opinions are based on partly on the weaponization of cognitive dissonance. People are very rejecting of new ideas. But we are going to be telling stories using virtual and augmented especially. I think that the aspects of virtual storytelling are limited, and most people say, oh my God, the sky's the limit with virtual. And I think that they're very limited right now, but hopefully they will change. The fact is that if you put a giant brick on your face, so it's a huge headset like HTC Vive, and then you walk to follow something and you trip over something expensive or you smash your nose into a wall, and if 50% of the people that are using that VR technology throw up, then that's not a very good product, unfortunately. I rather think that we're likely to use VR assets to get to a place where we can turn them and use them as AR assets and we can use them in the world around us. I rather think that the best usage for VR, and I think maybe people are seeing this, is not necessarily in the home, but more in environments that are specifically tailored for you to just enter a fantasy world where the dimensions of the place you're in are exactly the dimensions of the place that you think you're in. So you can turn an ordinary building into anything you want to, as long as you work within the framework of the interior of the building. I know that that's not the most positive message, but the fact is that it is very positive. It means that we have to kind of relearn how we tell stories, and we have to look at our limitations, because truth is that limitations drive creativity. What I mean by that is you can have people that are in the middle of their novel or especially their screenplay, and I meet people doing this all the time, and they say, I'm halfway through my screenplay, and I say to them, well, how long have you been on it? And they say, well, 18 months. To which my answer is, listen, the last one I wrote, because I was getting paid to do it, was about 3 weeks. I can't afford to do 18 months. If you never finish anything, then you're never going to succeed. I have a maxim, they say writers write, and I say, no, that's bullshit. Writers finish. And so I'll always bring that into everything I say, like make stuff and finish it. So what's the future of storytelling? The future of storytelling is, frankly, the same as it has ever been. It's the engineering of people's emotions. It's just a complex set of tools that we use to get there.
All right. Nike Phoenix Media asks, this one's not at all controversial, do you think the hero's journey model has been used too much in the movies and other media?
Well, it will always stand true. The hero's journey works a certain way. Let's take a look at that, right? Let's take a look even at structure. If you want to write a screenplay that's going to be made into a feature film, then you're going to need to have a 3-act structure pretty much. And if you understand very much how a 3-act structure works, you may go in a different form. But the fact is, you need to get to the end of 20 to 25 minutes. That means within page 20 to 25, you need to come to the end of your first act, and it needs to set up what does the character do for the rest of the story. Then throughout the second act, you have the rising tension, you have a twist in the middle, and you get to the point of emphasis or the lowest point at the end of the second act. And that's 20 to 25 minutes before the end. And that's the structure of movies. And if you don't like it, then don't make movies, because that's kind of the way it works, right? And it may sound formulaic. It's anything but formulaic. It's just more structural. So when we look at the hero's journey, you know, it is a way to tell a story, right? It is a tried and trusted way because there are so many ways in which the hero's journey can be interpreted anyway. And just because Campbell would write about this and say, hey, here's the definitive work on it, that doesn't mean to say that that is the definitive work. It's what we see as the definitive work. We are exploring elements of the hero's journey constantly, and I do it all the time. I use that method of storytelling. But let's take a look at games. They're not necessarily just a linear form, are they? They may not necessarily be done as a hero's journey. It may well be that we can skip between characters. It may be that we have different forums. It may be any number of other things we can do. I would submit that if you understand that form of storytelling, that will help you to break those rules that are laid out in that form of storytelling. So there you go.
Excellent. And for those of you who remember past sieges, we had the head of the Joseph Campbell Foundation come out and talk about using the hero's journey and other Campbell formats in games and the like. Should be able to find that on our YouTube channel. All right. We've got final questions coming in. All right. Important final question from Puzzles by Joe. Why don't you love and mention the Century more?
Nice question.
Next real question. In Blanton Whitworth says, what is your opinion on the debate about having a story being plot-focused or a story being character-focused in games? An example could be the plot-focused Modern Warfare series or a character-focused Last of Us game.
Yeah, I don't think that Last of Us is not plot-focused. I think they are plot and character-focused, and I think that, you know, it's a slight misnomer to say one is plot, because like Modern Warfare, and one is character-based, like, you know, a story will be plot and character focused in most ways, but there are different layers of it. So let's take the game Eco or Ico. I never know which one it was, but it's a really beautiful game. And when it came out, it was really about a little boy who runs around the top of a castle, never says anything in English. All he ever does is kind of go, hey, like this, just calls out. There's the sound, it's the music. He has a little shadow princess that he helps up, you know, get over obstacles, and it's beautiful. It's evocative. It makes us think things. Was that character focused? Was that plot focused? Was it neither? I think it's an over-analysis to look at whether or not something is character and plot driven. It goes back to that self-evident truth, right? Does it move our emotions? Because Ico moved my emotions tremendously. I thought it was beautiful. And in part, when you take a look at, say, the second Assassin's Creed series, you know, with Ezio Auditore, there is something beautiful about the music that is such a component of how we feel when we play the game. There's a moment of quiet and silence where the music plays and you are maybe hanging off the edge of a building. Maybe you're just walking, maybe just standing around in a plaza, and that music makes you think, wow, I'm sad, or wow, I feel like there's something I'm getting from this game that's much more than the story of Ezio and much more than the gameplay. Let's be clear, okay? Storytelling is all of the elements: sound, music, sound design, character, dialogue, plot. It's all of those things. And let's not forget pacing. Pacing is incredibly important to a film. And if you think there's no such thing as a pacing in a game, you're wrong. We'll do like levels where they'll have an emotional intent. You know, this is really intense, this is less intense. It's like an emotional landscape that goes like this, that gives you a chance to relax here and then suddenly get really big up here. It's all of those things. It's not one of those things. So you don't play them against each other. You incorporate all of them and you accept the project for what it is.
Yeah, I think the classic example is in Lord of the Rings. Do we care about Sam and Frodo, or do we care about saving the world? Yes.
Yes.
Is the answer.
Absolutely, Andrew. That's it.
Great stuff, Paul. Could not have asked for a better keynote to wrap up CIMFest. Lots of love out there in the YouTube chat, except for Puzzles by Joe, who's still upset about the Century answer with a heavy no. But thank you very, very much. For those of you still in the chat with us, lots of you out there, you can still sign up for the Improv. I put the link up in chat. And we are going to close out with a final word from the CIMFest director, Rod Obando.
Thank you all for joining us for CIMFest 2020 this year. It's been a remarkable day with various kinds of speakers
We good, mate?
various kinds of socializing.
Yeah, I'd love to see it. That'd be great. I'd love to have it. And,
I want to go ahead.
You tell me if we're able to put it up on Meta's thing. We'll happily do it and direct, or we can direct to you, whichever works better for you.
Ian
But
Kodl, he did a lot of AV and a lot of the streaming.
yeah, okay. Well, I don't mind. I just want to put it up, but I'll happily kind of like promote you guys and send everybody in your direction, of course. Right? I just think it's nice to have. But
he was hit by a drunk driver on his way back from Atlanta and instantly died. So that being said, think before you drink, yes. If you know you can't handle driving, call an Uber, call Lyft, get a buddy ticket. Your car's gonna be there where you're at, or just ask where you're at. Can I crash here? Because you never know whose life is gonna be next. Could be the person next to you. Could be me. Could be your best friend. Never know. So think before you drink, guys. That being said, thank you for joining us at CIMFest 2020, and see you all at CIMFest 2021. Hopefully, with no pandemic or anything going on, so we can be together once again and put a name to a face. Thank you.